Chapter 6:10. Xiao Han finally decided to kill this group of heartless immortals. He did not trap these immortals in Demon City just to teach them a lesson. If Xiao Han did not master powerful demonic energy this time, then all the beings in the northern region would inevitably perish. Emperor Tsong and the other scum of the immortal world were already challenging Xiao Han's bottom line. Therefore, Xiao Han was determined to kill them. There was no other possibility. He wanted these nearly 200 immortals to be buried in Demon City. A mortal killing hundreds of immortals. If this matter was leaked, the immortal world would be shaken. However, Xiao Han had already found a scapegoat. The demon emperor who slaughtered immortals. He would use this fake identity to complete the massacre of these immortals. Nearly 200 immortals united. Indeed, even if they were trapped in Demon City, they would not be able to kill them. Instead, they would be able to destroy Demon City. However, according to Xiao Han's plan, these immortals were divided into 80 groups. Then, they would be able to destroy them one by one. Everything is under control. Xiao Han stood high above in the void of Demon City. He looked down on everything and was the master of everything. The two immortals were suffering from the demonic fire. Their vitality was constantly weakening. Their immortal bodies were melting and peeling off. They did not even have the chance to use their Dharma treasures. It should be noted that the offensive formations in Yao City had been strengthened along with Xiao Han's demonic energy. As long as there was demonic energy in the offensive formations, it wouldn't be a problem for them to kill some low-level immortals. In order to activate this demonic fire immortal incineration formation, I have consumed a lot of demonic energy. Now, the demonic energy in my left demon emperor's palm is also weakening. I must recover my demonic energy as soon as possible so that I can continue killing these immortals. Recover demonic energy? Xiao Han's eyes flashed. Let's see if I can devour and refine the bodies of these two immortals. Then, I can use the items they carry to effectively replenish the left demon emperor's palm. At this moment, the two immortals were burning. His entire body crackled as he was burned. His cries for help grew weaker and weaker. Ah, help! Demon Clan, kill me! Brother Emperor Tsong. Brother Phantom Child. Help! I don't want to die in this mortal world. I'm also an outstanding talent of the younger generation in the celestial world. In order to obtain Celestial Emperor Ju Dao's treasure, I went through a lot of hardships to descend to the mortal world. I thought that my future was bright. Alas! I'm going to die here with my immortal body reduced to dregs. So bitter. Help! The two immortals' heart-wrenching screams spread to every corner of the monster city. Every inch of the space was filled with the terrifying atmosphere of death and the fall of immortals. Roar! Demons! How dare you slaughter my immortals? Die without a burial place. Heaven's Son was shocked and angry. He exerted all his strength, wanting to destroy the maze that trapped him. However, Son of Heaven only attacked this maze with a few other immortals. Even if they could break it, it would take a few hours. Ah! That demon really dared to attack. It doesn't just want to trap us. Quickly think of a way to kill our way out. Hurry up and destroy this maze. Otherwise, we might become the next target of this great demon. Apart from Heaven, Son of Heaven, the other immortals were also roaring. They fell into a state of panic. Not long after, the cries of pain from the two immortals finally came to an end. The entire monster city fell into silence. They're dead. Their souls are scattered. They're dead in this monster city. Ruthless. Truly ruthless. This great demon is too vicious. Master Yu Ling closed his eyes and his divine sense drifted. He seemed to be sensing something. At this moment, the demon fire had dissipated. The two immortals were already dead. Their immortal bodies were burned to the point of emitting green smoke. They couldn't be more dead. However, it was not that easy to burn an immortal's body. Although these two immortals were burned to death, their bodies still maintained a sparkling luster. They were extremely extraordinary. However, their bodies were cold and completely devoid of life. Boom! A giant demonic aura hand grabbed the two immortal corpses through the air and directly lifted them into the sky. Let's see if these two immortal corpses can make up for my lost demonic power. Xiao Han directly fused the two immortal corpses into his left demon, the Arch Palm. Rumbling refinement. Moreover, he opened the storage rings of the two immortals and took out all the treasures, immortal pills, and weapons. He threw them into the left demon the Archpalm and directly refined them. Inside Xiao Han's left demon the Archpalm, 40 demon dragons immediately wrapped around the immortal corpses and other items like hungry Taotai. They fiercely devoured and tore at them. In just a few breaths, the immortal corpses were torn into pieces, pieces of pure energy, and then devoured. Refinement. At this moment, the aura of Xiao Han's withered left demon the Archpalm was rising steadily. The lost demonic power was being replenished bit by bit. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han let out a carefree laugh. This laughter also spread to every corner of Monster City. When the immortals heard it, they only felt extremely cold, evil and terrifying. Outside Monster City. They're dead. Jia Lanzi did his best to investigate what happened inside Monster City. At this moment, a trace of sadness flashed across his eyes. 2 immortals have fallen. So fast, they were directly tortured to death. It seems like this great demon wants to kill them one by one, including Heaven's Son and the other immortals trapped in Monster City. It's too vicious. It's the method of a great demon from the immortal world. What should we do now? Taotai and the other immortals hurriedly asked. Find a way to kill our way into Monster City. Jia Lanzi said solemnly. Inside Monster City. The death of 2 immortals caused the remaining immortals to use all their strength to attack the maze, wanting to break it as soon as possible. Most of the immortals had already taken out the life-saving magical treasures given to them by their sects. Some of the immortals took out their life-saving magical treasures, which were heavy weapons such as big axes and immortal hammers. They were extremely powerful. Some of the immortals took out their life-saving magical treasures, which were offensive immortal talismans. The immortal talismans burned and activated some immortal formations. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning blasted out. Heaven's Son and Ghost Child. They had also taken out their own magical treasures. The magical treasure of Heaven's Son was a giant bronze man that was 10 feet tall. The bronze man's body was engraved with arrays. This bronze man seemed to be a giant spirit god that split the heavens and earth in ancient times. Every move it made was filled with terrifying energy that could shatter planes and create planets. As for Ghost Child's magical treasure, it was a black umbrella. As soon as the umbrella opened, billions of gods and demons erupted. They prayed together and the power of nirvanic extermination erupted. Some of the mazes had already begun to loosen. It was about to be broken. Heh, these immortals are starting to go all out. Ha 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 ha. Immortals going all out. It's very interesting. Xiao Han watched everything that was happening in Monster City with great interest. The immortals were going all out, showing all sorts of ugly expressions. Each and every one of them had expressions on their faces. They were filled with anxiety, horror, and even collapse. These expressions that should have appeared among the weak mortals actually appeared on the group of arrogant immortals one by one. This also made Xiao Han exclaim in satisfaction. This feeling was above everything else. The pleasure of controlling the fate of immortals was hard to describe. Moreover, by devouring and refining the corpses of the 2 immortals, as well as the items they carried, he was able to summon the immortals. Xiao Han's demonic energy had finally recovered to its peak state. In fact, the space within the palm of the arch-left-arm demonic beast was distorting and emitting ripples. It was a sign that the 41st demonic dragon was about to be created. It seems like absorbing the celestial corpses can not only replenish my lost demonic energy, it can also evolve the left monarch beast's palm. Ha ha ha. Xiao Han burst into laughter again. Then, the left monarch beast's palm emitted a demonic glow and injected new demonic energy into every maze in the city. The maze that was already damaged and on the verge of exploding was now repaired. Pooh! Puff! Puff! Master Dark Spirit stood proudly and opened the black umbrella. It was as if there were billions of demonic gods and living beings, and a terrifying destructive energy shot out in all directions. The maze that trapped Master Nether Spirit and the other immortals was on the verge of collapse. Big Brother Spectral Child. We're about to break out of this maze. The immortals beside him shouted excitedly. Humph. Let's work harder and the maze will naturally be broken. Master Nether Spirit's eyes glittered as he said coldly. It wants to rely on a demon city to trap nearly 200 of us immortals. That's an incredible feat, and it requires an enormous amount of demonic energy to support it. This greater demon is truly foolish. It's fine if it wants to trap us, but it wants to kill us as well. If that's the case, its demonic energy will be even more difficult to sustain. Insignificant tricks. Break out of this maze. I believe the other mazes will be broken out one after another. Humph. Once we break out of all the mazes, we can kill that demon directly. All its demonic energy is used to maintain this demon city. By then, I'd like to see how it's going to fight against us. By then, we'll kill it like slaughtering a pig or a dog. Ha 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 ha, after subduing a descending demon, it'll be a meritorious deed too. When we return to the celestial realm in the future, we'll be rewarded handsomely too. Ha 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 ha. Master Nether Spirit let out wild laughter. However, the laughter stopped abruptly as if it was cut off. The maze that had been destroyed to the point of devastation was actually filled with demonic light and vibrant colors. The space crystal wall of the maze was repaired. What? Master Nether Spirit was horrified and cried out involuntarily. At the same time, Emperor Firmament and the other immortals exerted all their skills and even used their life-saving treasures. Just as they were about to break out of the maze, they didn't expect that every maze would be repaired in an instant. This caused the immortals' excitement to suddenly fall to the bottom of the valley. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads. All the immortals stopped attacking and looked at the maze that was gradually repaired in a daze. They were as silent as cicadas in winter. Ha ha ha. It's useless, you know? Xiao Han's voice echoed in the demon city. Everything is futile. Struggling, screaming, roaring. It's all useless. Ha ha ha, closing the door to beat the dogs. Do you know what closing the door to beat the dogs means? You're all dogs. Now, all of you die. As soon as his voice fell. Boom, 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 boom. In a maze, a dense number of meteorites suddenly fell from above the heads of three immortals. Almost instantly, the three immortals' tendons and bones were crushed. Ah! The three immortals let out blood-curdling screams like pigs being slaughtered. This sound lingered in the entire demon city for a long time. Chapter 6:11. Under Xiao Han's control, demonic energy flowed endlessly into a maze and activated an offensive formation. Countless meteors fell from the sky, smashing into the three immortals and causing them to cry out in pain. These three immortals had used up a lot of their immortal chi in order to break through the maze. They even used their life-saving treasures. Therefore, when the meteorites fell from the sky, they did not have the time to put up any effective resistance and were hit. Ah! Pucci! 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 Screams and the sound of bones breaking rang out one after another. Demon City was silent. Heaven Emperor, Yuling, and all the immortals stood still like clay statues. Finally, the blood-curdling screams and cracking sounds that made one's teeth ache stopped. Another! 3 immortals have fallen. Heaven Emperor's face seemed to have aged a few decades in an instant. A gust of demonic wind blew past and he could not help but shiver. He looked at the 5 immortals beside him who looked like they were about to collapse. 5 immortals have fallen. Yes. Yes. Big Brother Heaven Emperor. This is the 5th. Why is this happening? Heaven Emperor's eyes were slightly hollow. This is just a mortal plane, and we're noble immortals. We should have been invincible in every endeavor, and we shouldn't have been bound by anything. But why is it like this? Why are immortals falling one after another? Roar! Break the maze! Heaven Emperor screamed hysterically and took out several immortal talismans. With a touch of his immortal chi, these immortal talismans exploded with tens of thousands of lightning bolts and directly bombarded the maze's spatial crystal wall. These celestial thunder talismans were one of the most powerful life-saving trump cards in the hands of the Son of Heaven. Every celestial thunder talisman was a celestial. Once activated, a total of 10,000 lightning bolts would burst out at the same time. If one encountered a strong enemy, these 10,000 lightning bolts would strike the enemy one after another. One after another, the attacks landed on the enemy, enough to turn the enemy into dust. With the immortal thunder talismans, one could fight against a level 3 true immortal. These immortal thunder talismans were also the trump card that Heaven Emperor used to challenge Jia Lanzi. Now that the situation was critical, Heaven Emperor did not care anymore and directly used his trump card. Bang! 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 Thunder light exploded. Thunderclap quake. The entire labyrinth swayed wildly. The next moment, Hong, the labyrinth that trapped the Son of Heaven, was destroyed by his celestial thunder talismans. Electric arcs flashed. Amidst the smoke, Son of Heaven led the 5 immortals around him and met up with 4 immortals in another maze. As a result, the Son of Heaven was transferred from one maze to another. It was a labyrinth. It was a courtyard house. Ah! Brother Heaven's son. In the maze of the courtyard, the original 4 immortals persevered and attacked the maze with all their might. All of a sudden, the space trembled. Heaven's son and the 5 immortals were teleported over. Brother Heaven's son, you have broken through the labyrinth. They have reunited with us. The 4 immortals were overjoyed. In fact, they felt like they were drowning people who had just grasped at straws. Led by Emperor Tsong, the 10 immortals gathered together. Brother Heaven's son is indeed invincible. You can break through the labyrinth and reunite with us. The 4 immortals in the courtyard house maze began to flatter the Son of Heaven madly. Shut up! Son of Heaven said angrily. A bunch of trash. At this time, a pained expression appeared on Son of Heaven's face. Just now, I broke through the labyrinth. I used up a total of 3 celestial thunder talismans. Do you know the value of each celestial thunder talisman? Forget it. Now, with the strength of 10 of us, let's quickly break through this courtyard house maze. Humph. Every time we break through a maze, we can reunite with some of our people. Soon, under the leadership of Son of Heaven, the immortals once again used their ultimate immortal techniques and magical treasures to bombard the courtyard house maze. In the void, Xianxia grabbed the corpses of the 3 immortals who were crushed to death by the meteorite demon array, and threw them into the demon monarch left arm palm to be refined. The demonic energy that had been lost rose and was quickly replenished. Moreover, at this moment, Xianxia had successfully created the 45th demonic dragon inside the demon monarch left arm palm. The demon monarch palm had evolved. The power of 45 demonic dragons. Not bad. If I continue to waste my time with these immortals, it will only make my demonic energy stronger and stronger. It will only benefit me. A faint smile flashed across the corner of Xiaohan's mouth. Of course, Xiaohan also saw Son of Heaven explode a maze and converge with the other immortals. However, Xiaohan was not anxious at all. Instead, his face revealed an expression of a cat toying with a mouse. Son of Heaven, you're really amazing. You actually destroyed a maze in the demon city by yourself. However, you relied on an extremely powerful magical treasure. Ha ha ha. I want to see how many of such magical treasures you have. When your magical treasures are exhausted, I'll kill you like a pig or a dog. In the maze where Phantom Child was. Golden gourd. Suddenly, Phantom Child took out a golden gourd the size of a palm. Swoosh! A white light burst out from the golden gourd. This white light was as brilliant as a pillar and as sharp as a sword chi, cutting through iron like mud. Boom! The white light completely penetrated the space crystal wall of the maze. The scene changed. Phantom Child met up with the 7 immortals in the next maze. There were 4 immortals following Phantom Child. In addition to the 7 immortals that met up now, the number of immortals in Phantom Child's group had reached 12. It was considered an extraordinary force. Big Brother Phantom Child. The 7 immortals rushed to Phantom Child's side. Damn it! I used up one of my life-saving magical treasures. Phantom Child's face was tense. The golden gourd was empty, so he directly put it into his storage ring. This golden gourd hit a level 4 true immortal sword chi with the strongest attack power, a sword immortal. I originally used it to save my life. Forget it, let's leave this place first. If we can kill that big demon, everything is worth it. After a pause, Phantom Child said with a sinister face. Yes. In order to break this demon city, we used up a lot of energy and also used many trump cards that should only be used in the second layer of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure. However, that big demon's energy consumption is definitely not less than ours. Everyone, let's fight. Kill a path of blood, break through the maze, and meet up with the other immortals. Child of Spectre encouraged. Outside Demon City. Oh no! Another 3 immortals have fallen. Jia Lanzi's face became uglier and uglier. In this way, in Demon City, 5 immortals have fallen. Things had developed to this point, And it had become serious. Immortals fell one after another. This was an extremely rare thing in the immortal world. Every one of these immortal world geniuses was the pride of the immortal world. Every one of them fell was a huge loss. Everyone, let's try to break this demon city from the outside. We can't let the immortals continue to fall to the mortal world. Although he despised Emperor Tian and Phantom Child, Xianxia still made a decision for the sake of the overall situation. They had to break the demon city from the outside and enter to save the immortals. Alright, brother Xianxia, let's do as you say, let's join forces. A group of immortals stepped forward. Boom! Xianxia grabbed out. The immortal hand directly seized the demon city, but... Bang! Xianxia was suddenly shaken away. Suddenly, a strange expression appeared on Xianxia's face. Oh no! Breaking the immortal city from the outside is much more difficult than breaking it from the inside. Moreover, once the demon city is forcefully opened from the outside, Emperor Tsong and the others who are trapped inside are very likely to die. Inside Demon City. In a certain maze. There were only 2 immortals in this maze. These 2 immortals were weak and in a panic. They constantly bombarded the maze. Moreover, their wealth was not as good as Emperor Tian and Phantom Child. In a state of desperation, they used up all their life-saving trump cards. Crack, 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 crack. The spatial crystal wall of the maze was shattering. Inside the crack, these 2 immortals opened up to the other immortals in the adjacent maze. Success. Success. We succeeded. These 2 immortals at this moment seem to have been squeezed dry, their auras extremely weak. Let's go and meet up with the other immortals. However, at this moment, bang! In the maze, the space where the 2 immortals were suddenly exploded. Demonic energy exploded, and their immortal bodies were directly sucked into the vortex and instantly twisted into pieces. Crack, crack, crack. The maze crack that was blasted open by exhausting their life force was completely closed. These 2 immortals were only a step away from success. Boom, boom, boom. Xiaohan absorbed the fragments of the 2 immortals' corpses through the air and threw them into the demon emperor left arm palm and frantically refined them. At this point, Xiaohan had consecutively hunted down 7 immortals. The quality of the demon emperor left arm palm was also constantly transforming and improving. Currently, inside Xiaohan's demon emperor left arm palm, there were already 50 demonic dragons. 50 demonic dragon power. It was comparable to a level 5 true immortal. Heaven's Son and Spectral Child, the 2 leaders of the younger generation of immortals, each destroyed a maze and met up with the other immortals. At this moment, they had regained some of their confidence and used their treasures like they were worthless. They had to continue to work hard and continue to destroy the maze. However, there were constantly immortals dying. Before they died, they let out heart-wrenching screams like pigs being slaughtered. This caused their mood to be on the verge of going berserk. Ah! No. I don't want to die. I'm an immortal. Why would I die in a place like this? I can't accept this. Xiao Han hunted down the 8th immortal, the 9th immortal, and the 15th immortal. As Xiao Han's demonic energy grew stronger and stronger, there would be an immortal dying almost every 15 minutes. Moreover, when Heaven's Son and Spectral Child were about to destroy the maze, buzz, buzz, powerful demonic energy was injected into the devastated and almost broken maze. It was very well repaired and could be called perfect. This caused all the efforts of Heaven's Son and Spectral Child, and all the treasures that they had consumed in exchange for hope to be instantly destroyed. Roar! Why is this happening? Why? Finally, Heaven's Son and Spectral Child's emotions completely collapsed. They burst out the same howling and barking in different mazes. Why is this happening? I'm a Heaven's favored one, a genius in the immortal world. Why am I trapped in this demon city? Hope. I can't see any hope. At the same time. The 16th immortal, the 17th immortal, the 28th immortal died one after another. I said that I want you dead, so I won't let you live. Xiao Han's cold and domineering voice echoed in the demon city. Life and death. Chapter 6:12. At this moment, Xiao Han's entire body was covered in demonic light. The demonic energy vortex on his left arm rippled like a galaxy. At this point, Xiao Han had killed 33 immortals one by one. All the immortal corpses, as well as the treasures and weapons carried by the immortals, became nourishment for the left arm of the demon god and were fully refined and absorbed. The left arm of the demon god seemed to have no limit to its evolution and continued to break through. After refining the immortal body fragments of Divine Sword Prince and Du Longzi, Xiao Han's demonic meridians merged and awakened the power of 40 demonic dragons. However, after refining more immortal corpses and Dharma treasure fragments, the speed of awakening the demonic dragons inside the left arm of the demon god slowed down. It seemed that the evolution speed of the demon god's palm slowed down as it progressed. It was just like cultivating true qi. The higher the realm, the slower the progress. Currently, there were 65 demonic dragons swimming inside Xiao Han's left arm of the demon god's palm. 65 demonic dragon power. This was equivalent to the immortal power of a level 6 perfected immortal in the celestial realm. It was terrifying. The powerful demonic energy allowed the demonic technique of one demon city to be further perfected. As a result, the number of mazes in the demon city had increased from 81 to 231. The number of offensive formations had increased to 108, and the number of defensive formations had also increased to 108. Some of the offensive and defensive formations and maze formations were several times stronger than before. In this way, it was as easy as flipping his palm for Xiao Han to control Son of Heaven and the others. Now, my left arm is filled with terrifying demonic energy that can easily kill immortals. Xiao Han casually grabbed with his left hand. The space peeled off, and the air solidified and compressed into an air bomb that could shatter a plane. It was as if he had the power to support the heavens. Immense confidence surged. All of this is thanks to those arrogant immortals. That's why I, Xiao Han, can improve to this level. On the other hand, Son of Heaven, Master Spectral, and the other immortals. At this point, they were completely in despair. They had consumed too much immortal energy. They had even used their life-saving Dharma treasures, but every time they were about to destroy the maze would suddenly repair itself perfectly, causing all their efforts to be in vain. This psychological gap and helplessness had destroyed their psychological defenses one by one. Why is this happening? Prince Tsong knelt on the ground and looked up at the sky. I've already exhausted everything, but I'm still unable to clear the maze. Why is it like this? Spiritual Child was also dispirited and dejected. Those eyes that were like black holes and abysses were also dim and devoid of light. His psychic energy was almost completely drained. His mind went blank. He raised his hands and stared blankly at the sky above the demon city. Impossible. There was no reason for that. But how could such a demon have the demonic power to continuously repair the maze of the demon city? This is completely unreasonable. In fact, some of the immortals had already lost control of their emotions and were barking madly. They wailed incessantly. Demon! Let us go! Let us go! We're willing to retreat, leave this secular plane and return to the immortal world. Demon, you're too powerful. We can't fight against you. Please let us go, don't kill us. Moreover, we're all prodigies from our respective sects in the immortal world. If you really kill us, the consequences will be very serious. The immortals were indeed on the verge of collapse. Under the situation of the great disparity between the powerful forces, even the immortals had completely collapsed. They wailed and begged for mercy. There were even some immortals with no backbone who begged humbly and extremely contemptuously. However, Xiao Han didn't show any mercy in the face of all this. Heh. When you made the decision to slaughter all the beings in the northern region, I didn't see you showing any mercy. Now, I'm the knife and you're the meat on the chopping block. Why should I let you go? Dang! All of you must die. This time I, Xiao Han, will not hold back when I kill the immortals. Boom, boom, boom. Within the demon city, the offensive formations were activated one after another. World-burning demonic fire. The extraterrestrial demon stone formation. The 10,000 demon immortal devouring formation. Every time an offensive formation was activated, it would take away the lives of several immortals. Puchi! 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 The sound of immortal bodies exploding rose and fell in the demon city. After his demon power skyrocketed, Xiao Han finally stopped dawdling and began a massacre. sweeping away everything, chopping melons and vegetables, killing immortals like stepping on ants. The howls of the immortals as they were on the verge of despair filled every inch of the demon city. No! Stop. Stop the massacre. Demon race. Calm down. Stop the massacre. Emperor Tsong's entire body trembled like a sieve. Spectral Child's eyes were also spitting blood. His mental power also sensed that immortals were falling one after another. Originally, there were close to 200 immortals, but now, there were only a few dozen left. And the number was still decreasing sharply. Outside the demon city. It's crazy. That great demon has gone mad. Xianxia also let out a heart-wrenching howl. It's going on a killing spree. Hundreds of immortals have died. They've completely fallen. Not even their bones are left. Big brother Xianxia, what should we do? What should we do now? Tao Tai and the other immortals were also panicking. There's no other way. We have no way to attack this demon city from the outside. Now, wait. I'll immediately send a message to Brother Xiao Han. Let Brother Xiao Han stop all of this. This is too terrifying. This one-sided massacre is tantamount to a disaster for us immortals. Xianxia immediately held his breath and began to use his thoughts to send a message to Xiao Han. However, his immortal sense was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no response. He was completely unable to sense Xiao Han's aura again. Inside the demon city, all the miserable howls and cries before death had completely stopped. Dead silence. Annihilated. Annihilated. In the entire demon city, there were only two immortals left, Spectral Child and Emperor Tsong. The immortals who followed them to the death were all annihilated. Xiao. The space was distorted. Finally, the two immortals, Emperor Tsong and Spectral Child, gathered together. Brother. Brother Spectral Child. Emperor Tsong looked at Spectral Child in extreme horror and shivered. All dead. All dead. Only we're left. Spectral Child's spirited eyes became dull and rigid. He stared blankly at Heaven's Son. Heaven's Son. This time, I'm dead because of you. I've already obtained the quota to enter the second level of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure in another mundane plane. I can be safe. You. Mother F*** Cur. How dare you let me come to this plane? F***CK. Mother F*** Cur. Spectral Child cursed. At this moment, a figure was approaching from afar. A thin, harmless young man with indifferent eyes. It was Xiao Han. At this moment, Xiao Han no longer disguised himself. He had returned to his original appearance and soul temperament. Xiao Han? This is you. Emperor Tsong looked at Xiao Han in horror. Spectral Child scanned with his immortal sense and said in horror. It really is. It really is you. Xiao Han, why did you appear in this demon city? You. Immortals, you've arrived at this moment. I can tell you a little secret. Xiao Han smiled strangely. In reality, there is no demon race emperor. Everything was done by me, Xiao Han. Ha! Are you surprised? Cluck! Both Son of Heaven and Sun Spectre choked. All immortals. They were all killed by me, Xiao Han. Xiao Han smiled innocently. How is it? You didn't expect this, did you? Forget it. Everything will be fine once I get rid of the two of you. This plane will be peaceful again, and I will be able to leave. Together with Brother Jialan, distribute the quota properly. Xiao Han, you. Son of Heaven's eyes suddenly widened, and he was about to explode. However, from Xiao Han's body, he felt an undefeatable aura, a terrifying aura that could easily crush him to death. This, Xiao Han, this is really unexpected. You actually have such a demon race divine ability. This, forget it, forget it. Son of Heaven's eyes turned a few times. Xiao Han, our previous unhappiness was all a misunderstanding. How about this? Let's write it off. How about it? Ha 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 ha. Write it off? Xiao Han's gaze suddenly turned cold. From the beginning, you bullied the weak and shouted to kill me. Now that you can't beat me and can't kill me, you want to write it off? Ha 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 ha. Dog. A dog. Is this the so-called immortal? In my opinion, He is no different from a beast. Xiao Han Yu, son of heaven, was exasperated. Xiao Han, brother Xiao. I have no enmity with you. I shouldn't have come to this plane in the first place. We should mind our own business. I just listened to Heaven's Son and came to be your enemy. I was really muddle-headed. Brother Xiao, how about this? Let me out, and I'll leave this plane immediately. How about that? Spectral Child said shamelessly. Ha ha ha. All of you go to hell. Xiao Han laughed wildly, and a violent murderous aura spread out. Kill. Son of Heaven. Join hands and fight with your life on the line. He is going to make his move. We must fight with our lives on the line. Sun Spectre sensed the subtle signs that Xiao Han was about to make his move. Suddenly, Sun Spectre's immortal body started to burn, and his cultivation realm was forcibly raised by 1 level, almost possessing the attack power of a level 3 true immortal. His right hand turned into an immortal sword and directly slashed towards Xiao Han. Son of Heaven also displayed his ultimate move, and at the cost of a drop in rank, he brazenly rushed towards Xiao Han. His eyes were spewing blood as he roared. Xiao Han, I will fight with you. It's useless. Suddenly, Xiao Han's left arm directly blasted out. Demonic light surged and covered the sky. From all directions, there were demonic songs that soared to the sky. Xiao Han's body was wrapped in a violent demonic aura, standing upright in the same place, like an indestructible demon emperor, demon god. Bang! Xiao Han sent out a palm strike, directly smashing Son of Heaven and Sun Spectre into powder. Not even ashes were left. At this point, Son of Heaven and Sun Spectre, as well as the immortals under them, were all killed by Xiao Han. Not a single one was left. Chapter 6:13. In the end, Xiao Han killed close to 200 immortals in a demon city by wearing them down to the last man. Among them, Heaven's Son and Ghost Spirit, who were hailed as geniuses in the immortal world, died in Xiao Han's hands. Even their immortal bodies were shattered into pieces. They were devoured by the left arm demon, the Arch Palm. Now, inside Xiao Han's left arm demon, the Arch Palm, there were 65 demon dragons, representing the power of 65 demon dragons. This kind of power could crush this plane with a single finger. Xiao Han could instantly kill level 2 true immortals like Heaven's Son and Ghost Spirit, and even Xianxia. It had grown. However, the left arm demon, the Arch Palm, had entered a slow period after growing to such a stage. It seemed that devouring and refining the immortal bodies of level 2 true immortals and ordinary magic treasures could not make the left arm demon, the Arch Palm, advance by leaps and bounds. Even after refining the immortal bodies of Heaven's Son and Ghost Spirit, it did not bring about a qualitative change to the left arm demon, the Arch Palm. But with the demon power and thousands of forbidden demon techniques, it was more than enough for Xiao Han to deal with the immortals that descended. However, the inside of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure is shielded from demon power, so I can't use my powerful demon power after I enter. If I can use demon power in the treasure vault, then I can crush all the immortals that descended. Xiao Han sorted out his thoughts and prepared to leave Demon City. Let's go. Xiao Han smiled casually and then used his mental energy to probe. He found out. Xianxia and the other immortals. Outside Demon City, there were heart-wrenching screams and cries of grief. Obviously, Xianxia and the others also knew that a large number of immortals had died in Demon City. I need to use a little trick to fool brother Xianxia and the others. But that's easy. Xiao Han's lips curled into a faint smile. Outside Demon City. Even Heaven's Son and Ghost Spirit have fallen. Xianxia let out a horrified and miserable cry. Inside Demon City. All the immortals are dead. Not a single one is left. The entire Demon City was now lifeless and filled with despair. It was too terrifying. Heaven Emperor and Spectral Child were both outstanding figures of the younger generation in the immortal world. Back when they descended to the lower realm, the few immortal emperors were extremely optimistic about Spectral Child, Heaven Emperor, and the others. They believed that they would emerge as the winners in the expedition a few years later. The possibility of him becoming an immortal emperor in the future was extremely high. But now they had died here without knowing why. Not even their corpses were left. Once the higher-ups find out, they will be furious. The other immortals were also shocked, and they all felt suffocated. However, The young fish licked his lips and said, "Brother Xianxia, don't be too anxious. We are not the ones who died. Despicable fellows like Son of Heaven and Son of Spectre. Even if they don't die today, they will become our direct competitors in a few years' time. It is very likely that they will kill each other. To put it bluntly, Son of Heaven and the others have been killed by the demon clan. For us, it is equivalent to losing a few of our most powerful competitors." "That's right." The black and white man nodded repeatedly. "If Heaven's Son and the others don't die this time, the mortals of this plane will be plunged into misery and suffering. They deserve to die." The group of immortals immediately echoed. Xianxia also nodded slightly. However, at this moment, one of the immortals cried out involuntarily. "That great demon hunted down Son of Heaven and the others. Will it also hunt us now?" As soon as these words came out, hundreds of immortals scattered, their eyes bulging as they stared blankly at Demon City. Xianxia also took half a step back with lingering fear. In the face of such a great demon, Xianxia also knew that he was no match for it. Boom! Demon City shook. Thousands of demonic lights evaporated. It was a spectacular sight. In the next moment, from the colorful demonic lights, a young man with a jade-like face slowly walked out. This young man was naturally Xiaohan in disguise. Moreover, Xiaohan also used the reincarnation technique to disguise his soul temperament as a domineering, cold, and domineering temperament of the demon clan. In the palm of the demon emperor's left arm, a powerful demonic force was released. Dozens of demon dragons wandered around Xiaohan's body, releasing an evil aura that could devour the universe. It was unknown whether it was intentional or a coincidence, but Xiaohan was currently imitating the aura of the demon clan. Because he had seen the invincible demon god before, the demeanor that his entire body displayed was actually a little similar to the demon god. Perhaps because the demon god resided in Xiaohan's heart, Xiaohan's imitation of the demon god's temperament was actually a little similar. What kind of person was the demon god? It was the only one in the world. It killed immortal emperors like picking up grass. Xiaohan's ability to imitate a trace of the demon god's temperament was enough to completely intimidate Xianxia and the others. Boom! Xianxia and the hundreds of immortals immediately retreated. All of their faces were ashen. It was a terrifying feeling that their lives and souls were firmly grasped by this great demon in front of them. So much so that these immortals were suppressed to the point that they could not speak. Only Xianxia barely managed to take a breath. "This, senior from the demon world, you descended into the mortal world and casually killed the geniuses of the immortal world. If this is the case, I'm afraid that when we return to the immortal world, it will not be easy to clean up." "Ha ha ha ha," Xiaohan laughed wildly. "Not easy to clean up? Then let's fight." This seat has killed enough today, so there will be no more killing. Moreover, this seat should also return to the demon world. You guys are very lucky." Very lucky." Hearing this, many immortals could not help but heave a sigh of relief in their hearts. Xianxia wanted to say something, but Xiaohan pretended to be anxious and said sternly, "You, shut up for this seat. One more word and this seat will crush you with one palm." Damn it! Under the shock of the violent demonic qi, Xianxia had no ability to resist at all. Although he was indignant, he could only endure it. Xiaohan snorted, his heart was incomparably refreshed, and he prepared to slip away. This seat will return to the demon world." "Wait a moment." Xianxia still could not endure it. He called out, My mortal brother Xiaohan. Now, where is he now?" "Xiaohan? Oh, this young man is not bad. He is a close friend that this seat randomly made in this plane. Just now, when this seat was killing those immortals, I had already used a demonic technique to protect and shield Xiaohan. After this seat leaves this plane, Xiaohan will naturally appear," Xiaohan said boldly. "I heard that you immortals are very rude to Xiaohan. Be careful for this seat. If anything happens to Xiaohan, this seat doesn't mind torturing you to death." This sentence was very evil, and the immortals who heard it felt their scalps go numb. In the next moment, whoosh, Xiaohan transformed into a demonic light and fled far away, without leaving a trace. On a certain mountain in the western region, with a flash of demonic light, Xiaohan descended. Immediately, Xiao Han immediately used the reincarnation technique and changed his appearance and temperament back to his original appearance. Ha 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 ha. Demon Emperor Tu Xian, I, Xiao Han, will not see you off. You can return to the demon world. Ha ha ha, I, Xiao Han, am back. Xiao Han laughed aloud in great delight. He used the spirit turtle's true qi to wrap around his left demon emperor's hand. Moreover, as his demon qi increased, his control over the demon qi became more and more flexible. With just a slight restraint, the demon qi would be firmly sealed away in his left arm, preventing it from leaking out. As a result, regular immortals would not be able to see through it. After doing all this, Xiao Han controlled his true qi and flew from the western region to the northern region. Northern region. Forget it. That great demon is really too strong. It is not something we can fight against. We can't stop it. Jia Lanzi shook his head helplessly. Let's focus on the second layer of the immortal emperor's treasure in a few years. Comparatively, this is the most important thing. That's right, the life and death of Heaven's Son and the others have nothing to do with us. The black and white children also came over and smiled. Brother Xiao should still be in the northern region. We will temporarily stay in the northern region and wait for Brother Xiao to appear. Jia Lanzi made a decision. Immediately, a group of immortals settled in the northern region. One day later, Xiao Han quietly returned from the western region to the northern region. As soon as he returned to the northern region, Xiao Han used his powerful mental strength to find Jia Lanzi and took the initiative to go to him. In a private room of a restaurant, Xiao Han saw Jia Lanzi, Tao Tai, Wu ***, Xiao Ming Chu, Dongfeng Qin, and Feng Ling brother Jia Lanzi. Brother Tao Tai. Sect Master. Senior brothers. I am really lucky to be able to meet you again. Sigh. I almost died in the hands of Heaven's Son and the others. Xiao Han sighed repeatedly. By the way, I just used my mental strength to sense. It seems that Heaven's Son and the other immortals have disappeared from the northern region. Did they all go back to the immortal world? They're dead. Jia Lanzi smiled bitterly. Brother Xiao, all the immortals who went against you are dead. Brother Xiao, that demon friend of yours is too vicious. He directly killed them all. Hiss. Dead. Really killed them all? I didn't expect it. I never expected this. Xiao Han's face was filled with shock. His performance was also very vivid. Brother Xiao, were you sealed by that great demon somewhere these few days? Jia Lanzi asked doubtfully. Yes, I seem to have been sent into a spatial crevice. I only managed to escape today. Where is that great demon friend of mine? Xiao Han looked confused. Well, it has already returned to the demon world. Jia Lanzi nodded slightly. Never mind. Brother Xiao, let me give you a piece of advice. In the future, Brother Xiao should not get too close to these fiend race cultivators. Yes, I know. Xiao Han said obediently. I guess I will never be able to meet this great demon friend again. But this is nothing. I am a human. In this life, I will not associate with the demons. Brother Jia Lanzi, please rest assured. Good, Brother Xiao. I believe in your character. Jia Lanzi said with satisfaction. Then he also laughed. Brother Xiao, can we distribute the places now? Yes. Distribute the places. Xiao Han also laughed. Since Heaven's Son is dead, then I can fully distribute the places to enter the second level of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. To be continued. P.S. Recommend 2 peerless books. One is the urban type, Urban Alien, and the other is also an urban work, The Strongest Demon Master. Chapter 6:14. Allocation of Places. Yes, by now, all the unscrupulous immortals who had descended upon Xiao Han's plane, led by Heaven's Son, had been executed. Now, Xiao Han and Jia Lanzi could calmly allocate the places to enter the second layer of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure trove. Brother Jia Lanzi, now, there shouldn't be any selfish immortals who would jump out and oppose our allocation, right? Xiao Han said with a faint smile. Jia Lanzi paused and then said dumbly. The collective death of Heaven's Son and the other immortals has already caused a huge uproar in the circle of immortals like us. Moreover, when that great demon left, he threatened us not to make things difficult for you. Ha ha ha, Brother Xiao, forget it, you have full authority now. Fortunately I, Tao Mei, had the foresight to get a place from Brother Xiao Han in advance. Hee hee. Tao Mei laughed foolishly at the side. Ha 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 ha. Wu Yu, Xiao Ming Chu, and the other immortals also laughed. The death of Heaven's Son and the other immortals was tantamount to an announcement that this plane had broken free from the precarious state of undercurrents and obtained peace and tranquility. This made Wu Yu and the other human race elites let out a long sigh of relief. Well, back to business, Brother Xiao. Now, almost all the immortals who descended upon this plane have arrived in the northern region. I will go and gather them now, Jia Lanzi said seriously. This matter will be left to Brother Jia Lanzi, Xiao Han said with a relaxed smile. If I remember correctly, then in my hands, there are still 185 places to enter the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove, waiting for them. All right, Jia Lanzi nodded repeatedly. Brother Xiao, when you gather the immortals of the northern region, I will also screen and evaluate them and persuade those who have committed crimes or misbehaved to return to the immortal realm. That's good, Xiao Han also agreed. Immediately, Jia Lanzi, Tao Mei, and the other immortals left first. In the private room of the restaurant, only Wu Yu, Xiao Ming Chu, and the others were left. Sect Master. Senior brothers. We will not interfere with the matter of the quota allocation. We will leave it to Brother Jia Lan to handle. Xiao Han stretched his waist as a tired expression flashed across his face. After which, he smiled and sat down. He drank a mouthful of tea and let out a long sigh. After dealing with the troublesome Son of Heaven, I am now much more relaxed and happy. Xiao Han. Suddenly, Wu Lulu looked meaningfully at Xiao Han. I've always felt that something was off. The great demons of the demon realm descended upon our plane and befriended you. Moreover, at the critical moment, when Son of Heaven and the other unscrupulous immortals were about to slaughter all living beings in the northern region, yet, it suddenly attacked and killed all the immortals. Xiao Han. The dark-skinned monstrosity stared at Xiao Han. Then, it opened its mouth slightly and laughed in a barely audible voice. This matter has a lot to do with you. I'm afraid that the greater demon from the upper realm has other secrets. But, ha 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 ha, you've done well in this matter, Xiao Han. The immortal had suffered a great loss. How delightful. This matter. Let's not talk about it anymore. No matter what means we use, as long as we can protect our homeland and prevent our compatriots from being invaded, that's good enough. Xiao Ming Chu also laughed. Hee hee, Xiao Han laughed. Sect Master and Senior Brothers really understand me. This matter was indeed planned by me. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The Senior Brothers and Wu Lulu let out a tacit laughter. Above the clouds, hundreds of immortals gathered, with Jia Lanzi as their leader. Initially, the number of immortals who descended from this plane numbered around 300. Then, they followed Emperor Congtian and fell into the monster city. About a dozen immortals died. Moreover, there were close to 100 immortals present who had reached a consensus with Son of Heaven to search for Xiao Han's whereabouts all over the world in order to help Son of Heaven capture Xiao Han. But now, Son of Heaven was dead. Although these immortals did not die together in Demon City, their faces were covered in dust and their heads drooped. They dared not say anything and looked extremely dispirited. Forget it. You people have similar characters to Son of Heaven. You once conspired with him, and among you, there are also some who have humiliated and harmed a few mortals. Jia Lanzi looked at the immortals who had once followed Son of Heaven with a stern look of justice. Son of Heaven has fallen. You die-hard loyalists should return to the immortal world. No matter what, Brother Xiao will not give you a place. Sigh. These immortals who had followed Son of Heaven could not help but show a dejected expression. However, they did not dare to refute. We really followed the wrong person. Back then, if we didn't ally with Son of Heaven and didn't make things difficult for Xiao Han, then, forget it, one wrong move and we'll lose everything. The group of immortals took out immortal talismans from their pockets. Burning the immortal talismans, powerful spatial energy flowed on their bodies. Boom, 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 boom. Rays of immortal light soared into the sky, forming space-time wormholes in the void. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. These immortals turned into rays of light and entered the space-time wormholes, returning to the immortal world. Some immortals gritted their teeth while taking out immortal talismans, growling with extreme unwillingness. Jianghu. You sanctimonious hypocrite. You schemed and plotted to use Xiao Han to suppress Brother Son of Heaven. Now that Brother Son of Heaven is dead, we immortals are on different sides from you, so you ruthlessly suppressed us and forced us to return to the immortal world. Damn it! Brother Son of Heaven is dead, and we are like dragons without a leader. Forget it, we won't argue with you. When we return to the immortal world, we will definitely report you. Jianghu, just you wait and see. In the face of these indignant threats and curses, Jianghu only smiled and did not say much. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not long after, these nearly 100 immortals all took out immortal talismans and summoned space-time wormholes that connected to the immortal world. One by one, they were teleported back to the immortal world. The entire sky of the northern region was overflowing with colorful lights and immortal qi. It was a spectacular sight. Xiao Han, Wu Li, and the others stood by the window. They looked at the blue sky. Some immortals have left. Xiao Han smiled. The storm has finally subsided completely. Now, we just have to wait for the opening of the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure in a few years. Wu Li and the others were also relieved. There are still more than 100 immortals left. Jianghu's gaze swept across the remaining immortals and smiled. Everyone, when we were in the immortal world we understood each other. I, Jianghu, know that all of you are pure immortals and have never bullied the weak. Moreover, this time, during the chaos of Son of Heaven, none of you participated in the evil. Jianghu smiled and said, Then, in Brother Zhao's hands, there are still 185 places left, enough to distribute to all of you. Everyone, let us explore together in a few years. Thank you, Brother Jialon. Thank you, Brother Xiao Han. The immortals who obtained the places said happily. Not long after, Jianghu returned to the private room of the restaurant where Xiao Han was and said with a smile. Brother Xiao, the arrangements have already been made. Of the 185 slots, 157 have been allocated. There are still dozens of slots remaining. There are still dozens of places left. You can make your own arrangements, Brother Xiao. All right, for the remaining spots, I'll pick some brave ones from the mortal heroes of this dimension who are willing to take the risk. Xiao Han nodded as well. Brother Xiao, you should go out now. Meet the immortals. In a few years' time, we might even become companions and fight together in the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. Jianghu smiled. Looking for Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure? Looking for Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. Xiao Han smiled in his heart. You probably don't know, but after obtaining the purple immortal key, I, Xiao Han, have become the most beneficial successor to Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's legacy. I can be taken care of everywhere. All right, Brother Jialon, let's go out. Xiao Han and Jianghu walked out together. In the void, nearly 200 immortals surrounded Xiao Han and Jianghu like stars surrounding the moon. Facing Xiao Han, although he was immortal, these immortals had a certain degree of respect. After all, this mortal in front of them had caused Emperor Chong to suffer. Along the way, Emperor Chong had gathered a large number of people, but in the end, he still could not find Xiao Han. To be able to deal with a group of immortals to such an extent, he was definitely a godlike existence among the mortals. Everyone. Xiao Han's gaze swept across the crowd of immortals. In terms of temperament, he was absolutely neither servile nor overbearing. As soon as Xiao Han spoke, for some reason, all the immortals present fell silent. They all looked at Xiao Han and listened attentively. Jianghu clicked his tongue in wonder. Brother Xiao has already achieved a special temperament. Even us immortals are absolutely on equal footing with Brother Xiao now. Everyone, this dispute has come to an end. Emperor Chang's death was completely his own fault. Now, let us put an end to this matter. Next, we will face the adventure of the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure in a few years' time. This matter is no trivial matter. I will not elaborate on the preciousness of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. I believe everyone is aware of it. This time, the number of immortals who have descended into the mundane plane is far greater than all of you here. The adventure in a few years' time will definitely be extremely fierce. Since all of you are fortunate enough to descend into my plane, it is also a kind of fate. I hope that in the adventure in a few years' time, I, Xiao Han, And all of you can advance and retreat together and defeat competitors from other planes. Listening to Xiao Han's words, the immortals nodded secretly. All right, now, all of you can rest in our plane and wait together for the opening of the second level of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure in a few years' time. Xiao Han said in a clear voice. After communicating with the immortals, Xiao Han held Wu Yu, Xiao Mingchu, and the others and returned to their home, the Pure Cloud sect. Jia Lanzi also followed Xiao Han back to the Pure Cloud sect. Whoosh, in the void, Xiao Han and the others stood side by side on an immortal cloud, flying towards the Pure Cloud mountain range in the southern region. The opening of the second level of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure is imminent. I can already feel the immortal key in my body throbbing. Xiao Han's eyes brightened. This is a huge challenge for me, Xiao Han. Chapter 6:15. Xiao Han and the others finally returned to the mountain range of clouds and rain. After learning that Xiao Han won the bet with the evil immortal, Son of Heaven, the entire mountain range of clouds and rain, and even those in the chivalrous region, celebrated. For Xiao Han to be able to defeat an immortal, his status in the plane of existence was like the sun at high noon, and he became an immortal legend. One could imagine that for a very long time in the future, Xiao Han's legend would become the topic of discussion in the streets and alleys of this plane, the nobles, the merchants, and the common folk. Xiao Han's legend was immortal. Mountain range of clouds and rain. White clouds. Flowing water. It was as beautiful as a fairyland. After returning to the mountain range of clouds and rain, Xiao Han stayed with his family every day. He shared the joys of intimacy with his wife and watched his son grow up day by day. Xiao Han enjoyed it too. But secretly, Xiao Han was also refining the immortal corpse fragments in the left-arm demon emperor's palm. In the end, after refining all the immortal corpses, the palm of the martial monarch left-arm beast had produced a total of 70 demonic dragons, which represented the terrifying power of 70 demonic dragons. Thousands of forbidden arts glowed brilliantly. Now, in terms of demonic power, Xiao Han was on par with level 7 true immortals in the immortal world. Immortals had immortal techniques, and Xiao Han was not weak either. He had mastered all kinds of magical demonic techniques. If there was one aspect in which Xiao Han was weaker than immortals, it was that Xiao Han had no Dharma treasures, while immortals had Dharma treasures to increase their combat power. On the other hand, Xiao Han's dual attribute immortal body was becoming more and more solid. The two attributes were integrated into one. The pure power of 40 immortal dragons in both offense and defense. As for the realm of true qi, Xiao Han could break through and enter the 8th level of true qi, the talisman formation realm. However, Xiao Han deliberately suppressed it. He had to wait until he finished exploring the 2nd level of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. Only after accumulating a significant amount of true essence would he be able to open the 71st acupoint in one go, hoping to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat as Xiao Han's most loyal servant. Yan Lang also obtained some immortal pills from Jia Lanzi and refined them into supreme spirit medicines. He helped Xiao Han's son cleanse his marrow. When Xiaoan was 6 years old, he had already completed the organs refinement of the physical body realm. He was extremely talented. Jia Lanzi led a leisurely life in Cloud Rain sect, fishing and playing chess every day. Enjoy the flowers and go sightseeing. Time slipped by. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed. Now, there was only half a year left before the 2nd level of Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure opened. The immortals scattered across this plain. They also began to converge on the Cloud Rain mountain range. Xiao Han's expression became more and more nervous as the days passed. There was no other way. In this expedition, Xiao Han would not be competing with mortals, but with immortals. Moreover, Xiao Han would definitely not be able to use his demon power. In the ruins of an immortal emperor, any demonic aura fluctuations would be sealed and shielded. As a result, Xiao Han could only rely on the power of his immortal body to fight against the countless immortals. Moreover, Xiao Han deeply understood that in an adventure, he could only rely on his own strength and will to deal with any difficulties and opponents. He absolutely could not bet his chips on immortals like Jia Lanzi and the others he was on good terms with. When it comes to life and death, the only one you can rely on is yourself, not anyone else. Time passed day by day and would not stop for anyone. There was only 1 month left until the opening of the 2nd level of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. On this day, in Xiao Han's body, a magnificent immortal's will suddenly rippled. This immortal's will was domineering and unbridled. Xiao Han was extremely familiar with it. This was Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's will. When Xiao Han refined the purple immortal key, he suddenly discovered that a trace of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine soul was also attached to the purple immortal key. He also told Xiao Han that because Xiao Han won first place in the genius competition and obtained the purple immortal key, he was recognized by Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine soul. Now, Xiao Han was already the best candidate to inherit Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's legacy. Of course, in the end, it still depended on whether Xiao Han could perform amazingly again. If he was overshadowed by other competitors, or even killed by them, then Xiao Han would not have the fortune to become Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's successor. Instead, he would be working hard for others. However, Xiao Han refined a trace of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine soul into his body, and he also received a promise from Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao that during the expedition, this trace of divine soul would constantly remind Xiao Han. Now, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine soul that was hibernating in Xiao Han's body had awakened once again, and he transmitted his voice to Xiao Han. Mortal young man, hello? This divine soul of mine has been hibernating for nearly 10 years, and now, it has finally awakened again. There's still one more month before the second level of my treasure opens. Ha ha ha. I believe a large number of immortals have gathered in your plane, right? My treasure is no small matter. Even immortals would covet it. But, young man, you're still alive. Not only are you alive, but you're also living very well, full of vitality, calm and composed. Ha 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 ha. It seems that those immortals who descended couldn't do anything to you. Not bad. You're indeed the winner of the purple immortal key, the best candidate to inherit my legacy. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine soul seemed to be completely unaware of what happened to Xiao Han in the past few years. It also didn't know that Heaven's Son and the other immortals were killed, and it also didn't know that the demonic power in Xiao Han's left arm had grown to an unimaginable level. This made Xiao Han heave a long sigh of relief, and he settled down to become the successor to Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's legacy. Young man, listen up now. A month later, a teleportation array will shoot out from inside your body, and you'll be transported directly to the entrance of the second level of my treasure. In your body, there's a purple immortal key and a blue immortal key. With the two immortal keys stacked together, there's a total of 270 spots to enter the second level of my treasure. Young man, what you need to do now is to gather all the people who are about to be transported to the second level of my treasure. Woo! Xiao Han subconsciously responded. That's it for now. After the teleportation, I'll use this divine will to communicate with you. Young man, be careful, when the time comes. Tens of thousands of immortals will gather, an unprecedented grand occasion. Ha ha ha. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice gradually faded away. All right, gather the teleportation personnel. Xiao Han immediately found Jia Lanzi. Brother Jia Lanzi, you can open the mountain gate of my cloud rain sect now and let those immortals in. A month later. Teleport on time. Xiao Han said with a smile. Yes, Brother Xiao. I'll be in charge of informing the immortals. Jia Lanzi took a deep breath, and his expression became slightly nervous. As the great adventure approached, even a talented immortal like Jia Lanzi could not help but feel anxious. After Jia Lanzi left, Xiao Han hurriedly used the evil hero token. He informed the mortals who were about to enter the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. In addition, Xiao Han's 5 slaves from another plane, as well as some evil heroes who were on good terms with Xiao Han, also received Xiao Han's message and rushed to the Cloud Rain mountain range. Another half a month passed. The second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure would be opened. There was only half a month left. Cloud Rain mountain range. Taomei Zi, Heihei Zi, Su Huai Zi, Yu Yang Zi. More than 100 immortals all entered the Cloud Rain mountain range. They were settled down. These immortals were also well behaved. They were also very polite to the disciples of the Cloud Rain sect, but they were also extremely anxious and nervous. Xiao Han's main peak. At this moment, hundreds of mortals gathered at Xiao Han's main peak. Among them were Yan Lang, Wu Yunyu, Xiao Mingchu, Dongfang Qin, Feng Ling, Luo Tianyu, many elders of the evil hero tower, as well as some ancient giants. Xiao Han's 5 slaves, as well as some evil heroes from other planes, all came from afar. All the mortals were at the 10th level of true Qi and had opened the heavenly eye. They were at the level of a tower master and had the standard half-immortal body. Now, these mortals were all crowding around Xiao Han. They stared at Xiao Han. Everyone is here. Xiao Han nodded slightly and said with a solemn expression. Previously, I promised everyone a place to enter the 2nd level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. Now, there is only half a month before the 2nd level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure opens. Finally, I have to warn everyone. Once you enter the 2nd level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, there is no way out. The scene was silent. At that time, we will compete with the immortals. Although everyone here has the body of a half-immortal, compared to the immortals, it is a completely different concept. The difference is like heaven and earth. An immortal can kill countless mortals with one finger. Xiao Han became more and more serious. In our plane, there are more than 100 immortals who will be teleported to the 2nd level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure with us. As for the other ordinary planes, the number of immortals who will be teleported to the 2nd level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure will be uncountable. With so many immortals, they will also compete crazily. In other words, even immortals may die in the 2nd level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. Then, us mortals, to be honest, the future is not that bright. Mortals dying is a very normal thing. Xiao Han's gaze swept across Wu Yunyu and the others one by one. Among you, there are my elders, my friends, my senior martial brothers. Then, to be honest, even if I, Xiao Han, do my best to protect you, there is still a possibility that you will die, and the possibility is very high. After all, I do not have any advantage in the competition with the immortals. I do not have any immortal treasures in my hands. Even if I do, I will not be able to use its power. Then one last question. Everyone, do you insist on teleporting to the 2nd level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao? Or do you want to stay in this plane? After saying this, the mortals looked at each other and then, Xiao Han, I insist on it. Life is short. An opportunity like this to search for immortal fate is hard to come by. If we miss it this time, we will miss it forever. Forget it. Let's go and take a look. Even if we die in the 2nd level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, we will die without regrets. We are willing to take the risk. Even if we die, we must go. All the mortals began to cry out in low voices, showing their strong will. If that is the case, then, everyone, settle down. Half a month later, we will teleport directly. In the last half a month before the teleportation, Xiao Han spent all his time with his family. Originally, Xiao Han wanted his wives to go with him, but he gave up on this idea in the end. Xiao Han did not want to lose any of his family members. He did not want them to use their lives to test and gamble. After some persuasion, his wives finally agreed to stay. Moreover, Xianxia also gave them a treasure to protect the mountain of clouds and rain. This made it so that even if a level 1 or 2 true immortal came, they would not be able to pose any threat to the mountain of clouds and rain and harm anyone in the mountain of clouds and rain. Half a month passed quickly. Finally, the day of teleportation arrived. The sun had risen. The main peak of the mountain of clouds and rain. Under the first rays of dawn, Xiao Han, Xianxia, more than 100 immortals, and more than 100 mortals gathered. Everyone, the teleportation is about to begin. The power of the celestial key in my body is already stirring and is about to burst out. Xiao Han shouted loudly. Everyone, please come closer to me now. Later, when the power of the celestial key bursts out, it will form a teleportation array with a radius of 100 meters. Brother Xiao. Jianghu led the group of immortals and approached Xiao Han. Wu Yunyu also led the group of mortals and approached Xiao Han. Not long after. Poof, 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 poof. From the pores of Xiao Han's cells, rays of light and auspicious qi suddenly shot out. The great power of teleportation flowed out. P.S. I recommend a superb book. God of Peacock. Everyone can read it. It is very good. Chapter 616. Finally, the day of the transfer to the 2nd level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure had arrived. Inside Xiao Han's body, the 2 immortal keys shot out beautiful beams of light, and a powerful teleportation power spread out like waves. Everyone gather around me. Xiao Han shouted. Ibdu. At this moment, Be it immortals like Xianxia or mortals like Crow, they were all trembling and gathering towards Xiao Han. That's amazing! This was the supreme divine ability of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. Just an immortal key alone was able to emit such a mysterious teleportation force. No wonder he was one of the top immortal emperors in the history of the immortal world. Odd. I'm impressed. Many immortals sighed in admiration. At this moment, the other mortals of the Pure Cloud sect who did not participate in the teleportation were also observing the ceremony in the nearby area. Some of them even burned incense and prayed for Xiao Han and Wu Qiong's safety. Xiao Han's wives held onto Xiaowen's hand as they looked at Xiao Han from afar and waved at him. The entire Great Harmony mountain range was filled with a strong feeling of parting. Don't worry. I'll be back. Xiao Han promised his wife and son solemnly. Pooh! Puff! Puff! Beams of light began to intertwine and mix together to form immortal runes. These runes collided in the air, producing crisp and melodious sounds like pearls and jade falling to the ground. Every immortal talisman character was filled with an indescribable power, a power that could distort time and space. After that, the dense expanse of immortal talisman characters formed a formation according to some special rhythm and rules. Spatial Transfer Array. In this teleportation array, there was a wormhole that seemed like a bottomless pit squirming. This space-time wormhole. To the second level of the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure trove. Ha, young man. Let's start exploring. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao sent a trace of divine sense. It echoed in Xiao Han's mind, filled with excitement. Let's begin. Xiao Han did not waste any time and directly stepped into the space-time wormhole at the center of the teleportation array. Xianxia and the other immortals, as well as the mortals and heroes, all followed closely behind. Xiao, with Xiao Han in the lead, the figures disappeared into the space-time wormhole. Xiao Han, you have to come back. Remember, nothing must happen to you. Mo Qingtong's voice reverberated above the main peak of the Unity Mountain range. Meanwhile, in other ordinary human planes, the teleportation was in progress. In one of the planes, a large number of human heroes surrounded dozens of noble immortals. They entered the teleportation array one by one and shouted, "Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure belongs to true experts. We must obtain this invincible immortal's luck." In another plane, there were several hundred mortals and several hundred immortals in the midst of teleportation. This plane had obtained a teleportation quota. It was several times more than the number of teleportation slots in Xiao Han's dimension. In fact, it was understandable if one thought about it. Although Xiao Han had obtained the most precious purple immortal key, he was the only one who had performed outstandingly in the genius zone of his plane. His other companions had been rather mediocre. As for this plane, there were more than 10 chivalrous heroes who had obtained immortal keys of different quality. Thus, this plane had obtained more teleportation slots. You mortals, listen up. After entering the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, you must listen to us immortals. Don't act blindly. In another plane, an immortal shrouded in mist said sternly, "Don't worry, I will do my best to protect you in this adventure. In the end, I will share the profits with you." Yes. A large group of mortals and some immortals answered in a hoarse voice. In another plane, an immortal in purple armor with eyes as bright as stars said coldly, "You mortals, in these years, I have done my best to nurture you. I have also helped you refine the magic treasures you obtained in the Genius Zone, causing your strength to greatly increase, far surpassing the Tower Masters in the mortal world. Next, it is time for you to serve me. Listen up, after entering the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, kill anyone who obstructs us. Even if it is an immortal, don't be afraid. Attack directly. Understand?" Yes. Lord Purple Scale. A group of mortals with extremely crazy auras held magic treasures and immortal weapons in their hands. Their eyes were red as they screamed. Beside the immortal in purple armor, there was a large group of powerful and cold immortals with boiling battle intent. The moment the teleportation started, countless immortals and mortals were teleported into the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. Xiao Han was teleporting. In the dark and deep space-time wormhole, the teleportation could not be completed in a short period of time. After all, from Xiao Han's plane to Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lair was an extremely long journey. If one did not rely on the teleportation formation and only flew in the vast universe, it would be difficult to reach the destination even after tens of thousands of years. However, during the teleportation process, it was extremely uncomfortable. One would feel that the space was collapsing, and one's mental strength was being squeezed uncomfortably. Xiao Han tried his best to condense the mental strength star in his sea of consciousness into a ball. He held his breath and did not leak out. He thought to himself, "It is indeed uncomfortable for mortals to teleport such a long distance. I wonder if it is easier for immortals." He did not know how many days had passed. Boom! A bright light suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Han. The feeling of the space collapsing disappeared bit by bit. After that, his feet were firmly on the ground. Immediately after, Xiao Han heard the sounds of breathing, panting and talking. "We are here. Finally we are here. Hiss. There are so many immortals. They are densely packed, everywhere. That planet in front is Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lair?" Xiao Han calmed his mind and then he looked away. In his field of vision, the colorful light spots quickly dissipated, allowing Xiao Han to see everything around him clearly. Xiao Han was extremely familiar with the scene in front of him. Xiao Mingqiu and many elders must be extremely familiar with each other. It was still the huge land floating in the universe. Last time, when Xiao Han and the others came to the Genius Zone to explore, they first teleported to this land. Xiao Han still remembered that after the exploration of the Genius Zone, he was still on this land. He swept everything and killed countless Tower Master-level monsters. Xiao Han looked around. Just like last time, the surroundings were filled with black heads. It was densely packed. All of them were people. However, what was different from last time was that there were many immortals among the people gathered this time. At this moment, the entire land was filled with immortal chi and strange phenomena. The multicolored light and auspicious aura were really a deluge of heavenly flowers. Golden lotuses emerged from the ground. The immortals and mortals who teleported over from the plains stood in a clear division. Xiao Han scanned with his mental energy and quickly observed. There were more than 100,000 immortals on this land. There were also many mortals. Definitely more than 100,000. Some of these immortals had profound auras. Some were sage-like. Some were unfathomable. Some were one with heaven and earth. The number of immortals has actually reached 100,000. Xiao Han could not help but click his tongue. Previously, the exploration of the Genius Zone had tens of millions of elite mortals. Seriously speaking, the number of people who entered the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure was only a few 100,000. Far less than the last time. However, this time, there were more than 100,000 immortals. This was extremely shocking and terrifying. More than 100,000 immortals were many times more powerful than tens of millions, hundreds of millions, or even trillions of elite mortals. Xiao Han looked at Jianghu, Tao Tai, Wu Li, and the others beside him. He smiled bitterly and said to Jianghu, "Brother Jianghu, I also predicted that there would be a large number of immortals participating in this expedition, but I never expected it to reach 100,000. Well." Jianghu smiled. "Brother Xiao, you should know that for this expedition, all the more outstanding young immortals of this generation from all the sects in the immortal world have come. The immortals you see before you now represent the current young power of the entire immortal world. TSK. I also see many familiar faces." Jianghu could not help but sweep his gaze across the crowd. Right in front of this floating land was a black planet. There were countless seals and restrictions on the surface of this black planet, but traces of ethereal and majestic immortal aura seeped out from within. "Brother Jianghu, Brother Tao Tai, Sect Master, that black planet is Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lair. It is divided into a total of 4 layers. The innermost layer contains Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's most precious treasures. Now, we are about to enter the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove. There are also many rare treasures there," Xiao Han explained. "Yes, although my immortal consciousness cannot penetrate the interior of the black planet, I can vaguely feel that there are great mysteries and mysteries hidden within." Jianghu's face was full of admiration. "Amazing! Only a great figure like Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao would have the resources to create such a planetary lair. Now we must wait for the restrictions on the surface of the black planet to open," Tao Tai said with a look of anticipation. I wonder what kind of rules and opportunities there will be inside. At the same time, standing on this continent, many mortals and monsters couldn't help but look in Xiao Han's direction. Moreover, the eyes of some of the mortals were filled with resentment and hatred. Xiao Han! Bastard! After the Genius Zone last time, Xiao Han was unscrupulous and killed the Tower Masters of my dimension. My Tower Master died in Xiao Han's hands. Evil creature! Our dimension's #1 genius, Naga, was also killed by Xiao Han. This bastard. He was strong at the beginning. We did not dare to argue with him for fear of being killed by him. But in these 10 years, I have made great progress. I even refined a fairy weapon that I obtained from the Genius Zone with the help of the Immortals. Xiao Han, this time, I will kill you. The few of us were killed by Xiao Han. Damn it! Last time, Xiao Han, with his own strength, killed a large number of demons and tower masters on this continent. He also made countless enemies. Now these enemies were even begging the Immortals next to them. Esteemed Immortals, that young man over there is Xiao Han. Back then, he committed all sorts of crimes and started a massacre. He even killed some of the elders of our plane. Immortals, please uphold justice. Immortals, Xiao Han is known as the #1 genius in the mortal world. He once obtained many treasures in the Genius Zone. How can he have these treasures? Almost in an instant, Xiao Han had become the focus of everyone's attention on the entire continent. To be continued. Chapter 6:17. At this moment, countless pairs of eyes filled with hatred and resentment focused on Xiao Han. The atmosphere grew tense. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder, and one could vaguely sense the flickering of swords and blades. Indeed, most of the human heroes present hated Xiao Han to the bone. Back when Xiao Han had come out of the Genius Zone, countless pagoda lords and elders had come from various planes to suppress him, hoping to benefit from him. Because of that, Xiao Han had no choice but to go on a killing spree. Now, many of the heroes present had had their sect elders killed by Xiao Han, and he'd even killed their close friends and family. There were also some who had no grudges with Xiao Han, but had improved a lot in the past few years. They couldn't bear to see Xiao Han in the limelight, so they wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to knock him down a peg or two. As for the Immortals who descended to other planes, they immediately understood that the indifferent, harmless-looking youth was Xiao Han. Xiao Han's name had spread throughout the immortal world. Many Immortals knew that Xiao Han had won the title of Best Genius in the Genius Zone and the only purple immortal key. Back when the Immortals of the immortal world had assigned the younger generation to the mortal world, they'd gone through a test. Any young immortal with a slightly more powerful background had actually descended to Xiao Han's plane. As a result, the Immortals who descended to other planes had subconsciously felt some indignation and jealousy toward Xiao Han, and even the Immortals who descended to Xiao Han's plane. Now that Xiao Han seemed to have aroused public anger, the Immortals who descended to other planes took the opportunity to whisper among themselves. Oh, that guy is Xiao Han, known as the #1 genius among mortals. He's the purple immortal key. But he looks ordinary, and there's nothing special about him. Look, the one standing next to Xiao Han is Xianxia, the pride of our immortal world. Humph. Today's descent is very unfair. Immortals like us who don't have powerful backgrounds don't have the right to descend to Xiao Han's plane. Instead, some useless things who relied on flattery to obtain the right to descend to Xiao Han's plane. Damn it! Everyone. Look, Xiao Han doesn't seem to have a good reputation among these mortals. Many of them seem to want to kill Xiao Han. How about this? Before the second level of the Celestial Emperor's treasure is opened, we'll secretly support these mortals to deal with Xiao Han. The Celestial Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure has yet to open. Yes. Once Xiao Han is defeated, then Xianxia and the other immortals will be slapped in the face by us. Ahahaha. Xianxia and the others thought that they could look down on us just because they had descended to Xiao Han's plane. How foolish. If this Xiao Han is ruthlessly trampled and humiliated, then Xianxia and the other immortals will lose all face. That's right. In our immortal world, Xianxia was a supreme genius who always had the upper hand. Even we couldn't do anything to him. But now, to be able to make Xianxia suffer through these puny mortals is something to be happy about. On Xiao Han's side, Junior brother Xiao Han, I think that most of the monsters gathered here don't seem to be very friendly to you. Xiao Mingchu whispered. It's more than unfriendly. Dongfeng Qin also whispered. It looks like they all want to rush over and fight junior brother Xiao Han. Xiao Han didn't care and smiled at Jia Lanzi. Brother Jia Lanzi, before this, I have killed some people on this land. So, brother Jia Lanzi, do you understand? Well, since ancient times, geniuses have been envied by others. I understand. Jia Lanzi was even more relaxed, not worried about the situation getting out of control. What a joke. Xiao Han had a special dual attribute immortal body. If these mortals dared to jump around in front of Xiao Han, they would all die. No matter how many came, they would all die. Moreover, Jia Lanzi also felt the hostility of the immortals who had descended to other planes. But Jia Lanzi remained unmoved like a mountain, still smiling freely. Xiao Han and Jia Lanzi's bearing made Wu Yu and the others gasp in admiration. With my help, the few of you have refined some Dharma treasures, said an indifferent red-robed immortal, instigating a few lowly mortals beside him. Your attacks are definitely top-notch in the mortal world. Even if you face a level 1 true immortal, if you catch him off guard, you can still kill him. Go provoke Xiao Han and humiliate him. But remember, don't kill Xiao Han. If you do, Jia Lanzi will definitely go crazy. A mortal with a square face licked his lips and said in a trembling voice, Okay, Lord Star Sun, leave this matter to me. Back then, my master died a tragic death at Xiao Han's hands. This lowly one once swore to avenge master. Fortunately, with my lord's help, this lowly one managed to refine a very powerful magic weapon. Now, I will trample on Xiao Han as if he was an ant. Let me do it. But don't worry, I will only humiliate Xiao Han, not take his life. When we enter the second level of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure, I will find an opportunity to kill Xiao Han. Good. The indifferent immortal in red nodded in satisfaction, then gave Jia Lanzi a sinister look. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the square-faced evil cultivator stepped into the air and floated above Xiao Han. His eyes burned like torches as he stared at Xiao Han aggressively. Xiao Han! You bastard! What did you say? Upon hearing this, Xiao Han's slaves, the people of the Pure Cloud sect, and the elders and evil cultivators in Xiao Han's world all glared at him and roared. Xiao Han waved his hand slightly, signaling for everyone to be silent. Then, Xiao Han took a step forward and looked at the square-faced evil cultivator with an arrogant and disdainful expression on his face. Jia Lanzi and the other immortals stood behind Xiao Han in silence, their eyes expressionless. Xiao Han! You son of a bitch! Do you know who I am? The square-faced evil cultivator's eyes were spitting fire. Who are you? Xiao Han pretended to look at the square-faced evil cultivator carefully, then shook his head blankly. I don't remember, I think I'm some random Tom, Dick or Harry. Xiao Han you! The square-faced evil cultivator was furious. Xiao Han, you're still the same as before, so unbridled. Still so arrogant, so insufferably arrogant. You really know how to act. That's right, back then, you were indeed extraordinarily brave. In the Genius Zone, I didn't dare to participate in the final phase of the Samsara battle of life and death, but you did. Moreover, you killed all the powerful enemies and had the last laugh. Moreover, after you came out, you swept through everything. Truly impressive. That's right, back then, you were indeed abnormally strong. However, things change and time change. The current you is truly laughable. How dare you continue to be arrogant like this? After a pause, the square-faced evil cultivator bared his teeth. Xiao Han, back then, my master died tragically at your hands. Now, I'd like to have a battle with you. Do you dare? Don't worry, you have immortals with you, so I won't kill you. I'll only fight you. Do you dare? Xiao Han, do you dare to fight to your heart's content? The square-faced evil cultivator's voice was resounding, as if he was about to get his revenge. Xiao Han, aren't you a great hero? Xiao Han, aren't you dominating the world? Do you dare to fight? If you don't dare, then admit that you're a coward. Coward. At this moment, the second floor of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure hadn't opened yet. Therefore, all the mortals and immortals on this floating continent were focused on it. Some of the immortals were secretly communicating with each other, Son of the stars, you seem to have trained this mortal before. How strong is he? Can he defeat Xiao Han? We're going to slap Xianxia and the other immortals in the face. Son of the stars. That's why this mortal has to succeed in challenging Xiao Han. If he fails, he'll be humiliated instead of slapping faces. The red-robed immortal, the son of the stars, said with a confident smile. Don't worry, all of you. This mortal has refined an extremely powerful immortal tool with my help. Once he uses it, he'll have no problem killing any mortals. Furthermore, due to the mortal's fate horoscope being extremely compatible with the immortal artifact, he was able to refine it perfectly. Let's put it this way, none of the mortals here are his match. With that immortal tool, he can kill mortals as easily as slaughtering pigs and dogs. He's invincible among the mortals. Besides, even if Xianxia helped Xiao Han refine the immortal tool, he still wouldn't be able to stop him. As everyone knows, it's extremely difficult for mortals to refine treasures from the immortal world. The most important thing is whether or not their soul can fuse with the treasure. The Son of the Stars was also an extremely powerful figure among the younger generation of the immortal world. However, his background wasn't as strong as Xianxia's and the Firmament Emperor's, but he definitely had a sharp eye. Hearing the Son of the Stars' words, the immortals who were waiting to watch a good show relaxed. On the other side, Xiao Han and the square-faced immortal faced off against each other. Xianxia suddenly said, "Stand down, mortal. Now's not the time to argue. Let's wait for the restriction on the second floor of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure to be opened." A group of immortals on the other side immediately mocked and shrieked. "Xianxia, are you afraid? Ha 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 ha. There's no need for you to be afraid. It's just a small game between mortals. Let these two mortals play. They won't die anyway. Ha 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 ha." Xianxia's lips curled into an imperceptible sneer and he fell silent. "Mortal Xiao Han, you claim to be the strongest among mortals. Do you dare to accept my challenge?" The Son of the Stars challenged Xiao Han directly. "We immortals don't interfere when you mortals fight." Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Xiao Han laughed out loud and said fearlessly, "You want to fight me to the death? I'm not interested." As soon as the words were spoken, the entire continent was filled with mocking and mocking voices. Xiao Han's lips curled up. "What's the point of fighting to the death? If you want to fight, let's fight to the death. I, Xiao Han, will crush you the moment I make a move. I'll crush you until not even your bones remain." The entire place fell silent. Chapter 6:18. A mortal evil hero, relying on a magical treasure, now wanted to challenge Xiao Han in order to ruthlessly suppress and ravage Xiao Han, and a large number of immortals were supporting him from behind. This seemed to be a grudge between mortals, but in reality, it also involved the scheming between immortals. And Xiao Han, naturally, would not be afraid of a mortal. Even an extremely powerful immortal like Son of Heaven died in Xiao Han's hands. This was an absolutely heaven-defying growth for Xiao Han's state of mind. Not to mention a mere mortal, even if there were immortals present who came out to make things difficult for Xiao Han would absolutely not be afraid. Hee. Reckless thing actually jumping out to seek death. Deep in Xiao Han's heart, traces of tyrannical killing intent rose. He forcibly restrained himself and looked at the square-faced evil hero with a cold smile. "If you want to die, I, Xiao Han, will send you on your way." Arrogant! The square-faced sly devil felt Xiao Han's contempt. His entire person erupted with a lava-like rage. The resentment and hatred that had accumulated in his heart over the years completely broke out. His facial features shifted, and smoke came out of his 7 orifices as he roared. "Back then you were this arrogant. You killed my master. I still remember your expression. Back then, you still had this cold smile, still so arrogant, looking down on the world. Disgusting. Truly disgusting. Xiao Han, your current strength is worse than dog shit, yet you still have this kind of face. Ridiculous." After a pause, the square-faced evil hero smiled faintly. "Xiao Han, if the immortals beside you don't mind, we can fight to the death." After saying that, his gaze also looked at Xianxia and the other immortals. He bowed slightly and said, "Immortals, you have also heard Xiao Han's arrogance. Originally, This lowly one only wanted to defeat Xiao Han and teach him a lesson, but Xiao Han wants to fight to the death with this lowly one. Immortals, what do you say? Jia Lanzi said with a faint smile. Mortal, what do you mean?
This lowly one and Xiao Han have an irreconcilable hatred.
This lowly one naturally agrees with Xiao Han. A fight to the death. Where there is me, there is no him. Where there is him, there is no me. The square-faced evil hero roared loudly. Heh, the corners of Jia Lanzi's eyes twitched. Then, he looked calmly at Xianxia in the distance. Hello, son of the stars. It's been years since we last met, and you look even more elegant than before. Back in the immortal world, we had a little conflict, but now that I'm here, we can let bygones be bygones. You should be the one supporting this mortal from behind. Then, what do you say about his battle to the death with Xiao Han? I, Sun Xingqinzi, naturally have no objections. Sun Xingqinzi stared coldly at Jia Lanzi. Jia Lanzi, I'm afraid that when Xiao Han is tortured to death, you'll go back on your word. Xiao Han only sneered when he heard the conversation. It was obvious that the master of Xingqinzi and the square-faced swordsman were certain that they had Xiao Han in their grasp. The only thing they were thinking about was how to prevent Jia Lanzi from going berserk after killing Xiao Han. How could I, Jia Lanzi, be such a despicable person? Jia Lanzi smiled lightly. Fine. Since you agree to fight, son of the stars, then I, Jia Lanzi, will accompany you. I hope you won't fly into a rage after this mortal dies. Cut the crap. The master of Xingqinzi said to the square-faced swordsman with a sinister smile. Since you've said so, and there are so many witnesses here, I'm not afraid of you going back on your word. That's enough. Kill your enemy. Remember, be quick. Yes. The square-faced swordsman trembled with excitement. At the same time, some immortals sent voice transmissions to the master of Xingqinzi. Son of the stars, something doesn't seem right. Look at Jia Lanzi, he's so fearless. I'm afraid. That's right, son of the stars. If we fail and that guy is killed by Xiao Han, then our spots to enter the second level of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure will be gone. Before entering the second level of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure, all the spots were still in the bodies of the swordsmen who had obtained the immortal keys. Once the swordsman died, the immortal keys would explode, and the spots would be gone. Son of the stars, think about it carefully. Don't overreach yourself. Let's just bear with it for now. Xiao Han's attitude is too domineering and vile. The second level of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure is about to open. Don't let anything go wrong at the critical moment. When these mortals are useless, we can kill them at will. Xiao Han and the likes can be squashed with a finger. Now that he's jumping around, let him jump around. Shut up, the master of Xingqinzi said angrily. Things have already come to this. If we take a step back, we'll be laughed at by Jia Lanzi. Moreover, I have a very high opinion of that mortal. He'll have no problem killing Xiao Han. Of this, I can completely guarantee it. In the end, Jia Lanzi will be the one to suffer, not us. Let's do it. The master of Xingqinzi shouted at the square-faced swordsman. Xiao Han, come out and die. The square-faced swordsman pointed at Xiao Han, his face filled with the thrill of revenge. Heh! Xiao Han's body moved slightly, and he floated into the air, facing the square-faced swordsman from afar. On this floating continent, countless gazes, the gazes of mortals and immortals, gathered on them. As for the mortals and immortals on Xiao Han's side, they didn't show any emotions from beginning to end. They just watched quietly. Heh! Since you want to jump out and court death, then don't blame me for being too murderous. Xiao Han flicked his fingernails. Your cultivation level is only at the level of a tower master. With your current strength, it's far from enough. And you're in such a hurry to kill me. I think you have something to rely on. Oh right, you should have some sort of magical treasure or immortal item, right? Use them all. Ha ha ha. You're still pretending to be calm. The square-faced swordsman now had an expression of having the power to kill. Xiao Han, you don't have to force yourself. Ha ha ha. Sword immortal puppet, come out. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, 10,000 rays of immortal light shot out from the square-faced swordsman's body. Then, It condensed into a human figure. It was a white-clothed man with a sword on his back. A young man with an extremely fierce aura. However, this young man's body didn't have any aura of life. There was only a fierce, invincible sword aura that pierced the heavens. This sword aura was definitely not a sword aura that a mortal could cultivate. It was the aura of a sword immortal. This sword aura was the aura of a sword immortal. With just a slight release, it caused all the mortals standing on this continent to feel their blood run cold. Moreover, some immortals also let out surprised discussions. What a powerful magical treasure! Rare. Truly rare. Could this sword immortal puppet have been obtained by this mortal from immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure? Magical treasures are rare. What's even more rare is that this mortal could actually refine this magical treasure so perfectly. Look at this sword immortal puppet's aura. It's incomparably compatible with this mortal's soul aura. This allowed this mortal to control the sword immortal puppet. He can control it as he pleases, as if it were his arm, and he can unleash the greatest degree of attack power. Xiao Han is dead for sure. This time, Xiao Han is definitely dead. This sword immortal puppet's attack power is definitely enough to kill an ordinary level 1 true immortal. Xiao Han is just a mortal. One slash and he'll be turned into powder. Ha ha ha. Xianxia let out a proud and sinister smile as he looked at Jianghu. He teased. Brother Jianghu, how is it? This mortal that I've trained is not bad, right? This mortal's soul and fate are very compatible with this sword immortal puppet. This should be the perfect state for a mortal to refine an immortal treasure. Ha ha ha. Alright, after Xiao Han dies, don't be angry out of shame. Moreover, with Xiao Han's death, you'll lose the chance to enter the second layer of immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure. Aya, what a pity, what a pity. Everything was prepared and I wanted to go in to explore, but in the end, it was all just an illusion. But it doesn't matter, brother Jianghu. I'll bring you a few small gifts. Ha ha ha, to be able to make Jianghu suffer a loss, this Xianxia was extremely proud and elated.
Xiao Han, now I'll let you die knowing.
The square-faced demon had an awe-inspiring expression. This sword immortal puppet, according to my soul, can now display the ultimate attack power of a level 1 true immortal. Remember, it's a sword immortal among level 1 true immortals. Perhaps, Xiao Han, you still don't understand, but sword immortals, among immortals of the same level, have the strongest attack power. Ha ha ha. Xiao Han, now I sentence you to death. Master. Disciple has avenged you. Watch and see. Suddenly, the sword immortal puppet slowly stretched out its right hand and pulled out the immortal sword. Kang. The sword's cry was like a dragon's cry. Everything in the surroundings seemed to be sucked out. However, there was no sword chi spilling out. All the sword chi condensed on the sword immortal puppet's right hand. Xiao Han is dead. He's going to die soon. I really didn't expect that Xiao Han, a hero of his generation, the most powerful existence among mortals, would die here today for no reason. What do you mean by no reason? It's because Xiao Han has committed too many sins. He killed so many people in the past, and now he's being killed. This is called coming out to mingle. Sooner or later, he'll have to pay for it.
Boom! Finally, a sword chi shot towards Xiao Han.
This was an extremely condensed sword chi. This was the sword chi that represented the strongest attack of a level 1 true immortal. One sword chi that could freeze the world. However, Xiao Han didn't move at all. He didn't dodge at all. In the blink of an eye. Pooh! This sword chi slashed onto Xiao Han's body without holding anything back. Ha 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 ha. It's almost like scratching an itch. To everyone's surprise, Xiao Han was actually unscathed. His expression was relaxed and he laughed mockingly. That's right, a special dual attribute immortal body, a level 2 immortal body, with an offensive and defensive strength of 40 immortal dragons, dealing with a level 1 true immortal sword chi was a piece of cake. The next moment, boom, Xiao Han's body moved, and the surrounding wind and thunder surged. In a thousandth of a second, he had already rushed to the side of the square-faced demon warrior. Don't kill him. Stop. The group of immortals, led by the Son of Stars, let out heart-wrenching cries in a split second. However, bang, bang. Xiao Han threw 2 punches, smashing the square-faced demon warrior into pieces. At the same time, the sword immortal puppet also exploded. Is there anyone else who wants to die?
Xiao Han will send him on his way, Xiao Han said with a bitter smile. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was silent.
To be continued. Chapter 619. Aside from Jianghu and Wu Hao, all the other immortals and mortals were stunned by Xiao Han's performance and couldn't control themselves.
He allowed the sword energy, which was equivalent to a level 1 true immortal's attack, to land on his body as if nothing had happened.
Then, he killed his opponent with one punch and destroyed the sword immortal puppet with another. Among mortals, this kind of strength couldn't be described as strong or weak. It could only be described as heaven-defying. Even some of the immortals present wouldn't dare to take a blow from the sword immortal puppet without using defensive treasures. Moreover, Xiao Han had killed the square-faced fiend with lightning speed and destroyed the sword immortal puppet with one punch. This was extremely abnormal. After all, the sword immortal puppet was refined with special materials from the immortal world and couldn't be destroyed so easily. However, it had been destroyed by Xiao Han with one punch. This was truly monstrous. Furthermore, Xiao Han's attack speed was so fast that it was too late for Xianxia and the other immortals to help the square-faced fiend. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Han had successfully killed his opponent.
The pieces of the square-faced fiend's corpse fell to the ground, and the sound of an immortal key shattering could be heard from inside his body.
At the same time, Xiao Han put the sword immortal puppet into his storage ring. Although the puppet had been destroyed, it was still an immortal treasure that had been created by absorbing natural treasures. It could be used to refine the demon monarch left arm and nourish it. Is there anyone else who wants to die? The corner of Xiao Han's mouth curled up in an incomparably arrogant smile. His gaze swept across the crowd. All the mortals who had a deep grudge against Xiao Han and had been yelling about killing him now felt their hearts turn as cold as water. They lowered their heads in fear. Roar! Xiao Han! Xianxia and the other immortals cried out as if their parents had just passed away. Each and every one of them burned with fury and killing intent. A tornado exploded from their bodies, ready to tear Xiao Han apart. How dare you kill him, Xiao Han? Die! The Son of the Stars was thoroughly enraged, and was about to pounce on Xiao Han. Enough! Snorted Jianghu. With a wave of his hand, a gentle aura spread out, completely dispelling Xianxia and the other immortals' violent auras. There's an agreement. No matter who dies in the fight between Xiao Han and that mortal, we immortals will not interfere. Son of the Star, I hope you can maintain the demeanor of an immortal. I, Jianghu, can only accompany you. Jianghu! The Son of Stars gnashed his teeth. However, he was still afraid of Jianghu. The Son of the Stars took a deep look at Xiao Han and said in a sinister voice. Remember this, Xiao Han. I, the Son of the Stars, have made this enmity between us. Don't expect Jianghu to protect you forever. Sooner or later, you will fall into my hands. At that time, I will make you wish you were dead, hovering between life and death. With that said, Xianxia drove away dozens of mortals and gave them the spots to enter the second level of the Absolute Saber Immortal Emperor Treasure Vault. It was directly taken away. Xiao Han directly returned to his own camp. Junior brother Xiao Han, you're very fierce, Dongfang Qin chuckled. Just a piece of trash, Xiao Han smiled indifferently. At this moment, boom, 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 boom. The Absolute Saber Immortal Emperor's lair, that black planet, let out a rumbling sound. Wriggle! Burst forth. Pucci! 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 Among them, the sounds of restrictions and formations shattering and disintegrating rang out one after another. It's about to open. The second level of the Absolute Saber Immortal Emperor Treasure Vault is about to open. Some immortals could not help but exclaim, but they quickly held their breaths. Brother Jianghu, it's opening. It's about to open. Xiao Han's eyes focused, his mental power completely concentrated as he shouted to Jianghu beside him. Yes. Jianghu's voice was also trembling. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. Soon the interior of the black planet bloomed with light. It was an extremely glorious light that made people want to worship it. In this supreme light, there were fiery trees and silver flowers, the Nevernight sky, the heavenly palace, the golden light of treasures. It was a spectacular sight. On the Black Planet, one world after another appeared as if they were viewing flowers on horseback. Furthermore, it was clear that it was emanating the glow of countless immortal items and treasures, as well as the aroma of countless immortal pills. There were also numerous magical treasures being born and destroyed, as well as innumerable Taoist texts, maps, scriptures, and secret manuals. Treasure. The aura of the treasure was circulating. After the restrictions were gradually lifted, the second layer of Immortal Emperor's treasure finally showed the tip of the iceberg to the world. It was just the tip of the iceberg, but countless immortals stared at it as if it was a dream. Too great. This treasure. Too great. This is the second layer of Immortal Emperor's treasure. The treasures contained in it are far beyond our imagination. If we enter the core layer, then... I dare not think about it. I dare not think about it. Some immortals were completely shocked. As for mortals, they could not even breathe normally. Xiao Han's eyes were fixed on it.
However, the thoughts swirling in his mind made him stand out from the rest of the immortals and mortals present. I refined the purple immortal key and obtained a trace of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's divine sense, and was told that I would be taken care of. Does that mean that I have the highest chance of obtaining the most precious part of the treasures in the second layer?
And even have an advantage over these immortals? Thinking of this, Xiao Han's heart was burning. He could not help but stick out his tongue and lick his lips. It's not just the treasure. There's also a great and vast aura of civilization. Jia Lanzi was also extremely shocked. This should be the most precious treasure in the entire universe. The lost treasure of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao. The Immortal Emperor with the most treasures in the immortal world, and almost the strongest Immortal Emperor. Finally, he has shown his true face. At this moment, ha 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 ha, living beings who desire to obtain my life's treasures, we meet again. Ha 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 ha. Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's desolate, heroic, and supreme voice came from the Black Planet. Under this voice, any mortal was like an ant. They were like ants. Even the immortals present were trembling in their bones. Under this voice, all living beings on the floating continent felt the desire to submit and worship. However, it seemed that Xiao Han was an exception. Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's divine sense was in Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han had relied on his own willpower and courage to obtain Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's recognition in the cruel competition in the Genius Zone. Therefore, he did not feel such a strong deterrence now. Silence. It was as if Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's voice was the only thing left in the boundless universe. Welcome, adventurers. Welcome to my planet once again. My lair is divided into 4 layers. The first layer is only for mortals under 10,000 years old, and is called the Genius Zone. Immortals who enter will die without a doubt. Now, you will face the second layer of my treasure. There are no obstacles for immortals in the second layer. Immortals can obtain a place to enter the second layer through the immortal keys that mortals have refined into their bodies. Now, there must be a large number of immortals among you. Ha ha ha, but the spatial barrier between the celestial realm and the mortal realm is too weak to allow immortals who are too powerful to descend. If I'm not wrong, there are a large number of level 1 and level 2 true immortals among you. More than level 2 true immortals. I'm afraid they won't be able to descend. It doesn't matter. Whether immortals or mortals, as long as they enter the second layer of my treasure, they will have a chance to obtain treasures. If the first layer of my treasure is only open to mortals, and the immortals don't care about the treasures in it, then the treasures in the second layer are enough to make immortals drool. It's not arrogant to say that many of the treasures in the second layer of my treasure will be taken to the celestial realm by level 5 and level 6 true immortals. The treasures in the second layer are enough to make level 5 and level 6 true immortals go crazy. As long as the level 1 and level 2 true immortals who descend obtain some of the treasures in the second layer, their status will definitely skyrocket when they return to the celestial realm, and they will be valued by their sections. Most of the treasures in the second layer can be used as the cornerstone treasures of ordinary sects in the celestial realm. There was absolutely no exaggeration when these words came from Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's mouth. They were absolutely convincing. Countless immortals' hearts began to race, and they almost couldn't hold it in. Oh my god! Any random treasure in the second layer of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure is enough to make level 5 and level 6 true immortals fight for it. It can become the cornerstone treasure of an ordinary sect. It's too terrifying.
Yes, you don't have to doubt my words. Humph. My wealth is not something you can imagine.
Let me put it this way.
The level 1 and level 2 true immortals who descend are considered the weakest existences in the celestial realm. However, if you obtain any of the treasures in the second layer of my treasure, you can definitely establish your own sect when you return to the celestial realm. It won't be a problem to establish some small sects.
Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao said confidently. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's words were like a cardiac stimulant. It made all the immortals envious and jealous. Countless illusions and dreams appeared in their minds. Almost all of them were dumbfounded. Xiao Han retained some of his sobriety.
He looked around at the countless immortals' eyes and sneered in his heart.
Yes, the treasures are precious. That's right, but you need to be alive to take them and enjoy them. Don't be fooled by Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's extravagant words.
Some of the rules in the second layer are definitely extremely cruel.
The Genius Zone is a good example. Countless elites of the human race fell there. Although he thought so, Xiao Han was absolutely not afraid at all. Xiao Han had already given up. Anyway, there was a huge seed of disaster in his heart that might explode one day. He might as well fight for his life before it exploded. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice was eloquent. Listen, the treasures in the second layer are already very tempting, right? Ha ha ha, the third and fourth layer will make you go completely crazy. The treasures in the third and fourth layer are dreams to you. Extravagant hopes. However, I will also give you this opportunity this time.
As long as you perform well in the second layer, or if you are extremely lucky, you will have the opportunity to enter the third layer, or even the core fourth layer.
Of course, if you want to obtain it, you need to pay and take risks. Logically speaking, even if my treasures are destroyed, I should not give them to others for free. However, I am being very kind. But I will not let you have it so easily. For example, in the second layer, I have made my own rules. If you want to find treasures, you need to compete. Fierce and cruel competition. Even bloody competition. When the time comes, there will be unavoidable deaths. Mortals die. Immortals fall. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Come in if you have the guts.
Now, in the second layer, there will be some of my remnant divine thoughts that will communicate with immortal heroes who obtain the immortal keys in the Genius Zone. Then, according to the quota, you will enter the second layer of my treasure. As soon as he finished speaking,
puff, 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 puff,
countless dense misty rays of light burst out from the planet.
These misty rays of light instantly enveloped the continent.
Countless rays of light shot into the body of the mortal heroes who had refined the immortal keys.
Immediately activated.
Brother Jialon, sect leader, eldest senior brother, let's enter. Xiao Han's mind moved.
Boom, boom, boom.
Halos of light immediately emerged from Xiao Han's body, directly enveloping the person he was pointing at.
Wang, wang, wang.
In an instant, Xiao Han and all the people he brought disappeared from this continent. At the same time, all the mortals and immortals standing on the continent quickly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the huge continent, hundreds of thousands of immortals and mortals, all disappeared. All entered the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure.
Chapter 620.
Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. In the entire universe, even in the immortal world, it was the largest and most precious treasure. After 10 years, it was once again open to the world. The second level. All the mortals and immortals had entered. It was a misty world. There was chaos everywhere, and every inch of space was filled with the mysterious power of laws.
This is.
After Xiao Han teleported in, he immediately felt that there was no one else around him. When he extended his spiritual power, he found that his surroundings were empty, and he was at a loss. Jialanzi, Taotai, Black and White. The group of immortals, as well as Wu Bai, Xiao Mingqiu, and the others, had completely lost contact with Xiao Han.
Sect Master.
Eldest Senior Brother. Senior Brother Fong Ling. Senior Brother Dong Fong. Xiao Han was slightly panicked as he shouted. There was no response. Xiao Han became increasingly anxious. After all,
The sect master and his senior brothers were only at the tower master level. In the mortal world, they could gain a foothold, but once they encountered immortals, death was the only outcome. Previously, when Xiao Han killed the square-faced demon, he had offended many immortals. Xiao Han was now afraid that the sect master and his senior brothers, as well as the other mortals in his plane, would encounter those unfriendly immortals and be implicated in their anger, leading to a disaster of death. After a few breaths, Xiao Han forced himself to calm down, and with a thought, he sensed with his soul. Vaguely, he sensed the life auras of Yen Lang and the 5 slaves. Phew! Xiao Han heaved a sigh of relief. The connection between master and servant was closely related to the soul. Therefore, even in such an environment, Xiao Han could still sense the life and death of his slaves. Fortunately, they were all alive. However, he felt as if these slaves were in a different space from him. It was as if they were in a different space. The second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure is really strange, Xiao Han muttered in his heart. At this moment, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice came from the chaos. He let out a long roar. Ha 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 ha. Welcome to the second level of my treasure. Now, everyone feels very strange about your situation, right? My immortal force has split this space into countless sections. Every single one of you who enters will be in a separate section. Therefore, you won't be able to find me. I can even sense other intruders. Of course, you don't have to be nervous or afraid. I won't stoop to harming you.
Then let's begin.
The rules of the second floor are still set by me. From this moment on,
all of you will become this emperor's playthings.
Of course, as the price, you will have the opportunity to obtain a great treasure. The rules of the second floor are split into 2 parts. The first part is the preliminaries. It's a duel in the arena. I've already scanned the second floor with my divine will. There are 287,987 mortals, and 176,554 immortals. Now, only the mortals and immortals are left. It was divided into 10 regions. Each region had tens of thousands of people. However, only 100 people could survive in each region. This is the budget competition. Hearing this, Xiao Han's heart turned cold. Hundreds of thousands of people, divided into 10 regions, and each region had tens of thousands of people. However, only 100 people could survive in each region. This means that out of hundreds of people, only 1 person could survive. It's too cruel. It's too cruel. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice sounded again. A survival rate of less than 1 in 100. Ha ha ha, do you think it's cruel? Ha 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 ha. It's indeed cruel to you, but it's just a small game to me. To an immortal emperor, a mortal's life is indeed too insignificant and insignificant. As for low-level immortals, they aren't superior in any way. Thus, your seemingly cruel elimination is really just a small game to me. It's cruel, but the rewards are huge. Remember, in this world, whether it's the mortal world or the immortal world, if you want to gain, you have to pay. The more you gain, the more you have to pay. Risk and reward are always proportional. There's nothing for free. In this world, there's nothing for free. Hearing this, Xiao Han asked himself and realized that this was indeed the case in the world. For example, he was parasitized by the demon god's egg when he was young and had many fortuitous encounters. His cultivation broke through again and again, and he was now an invincible figure in the mortal world. However, didn't he have to pay? One had to know that the demon god's egg and soul could devour Xiao Han at any time. Possession. To be honest, Xiao Han could die at any time. This was what he had to pay. With his life as the price. In the preliminary competition, there will be 10 regions, and each region will have 100 people. There will be a total of 1,000 people who will participate in the arena competition. There are some rules in the preliminary competition. Now, I'll take some of the treasures, immortal arts, secret manuals, precious immortal pills, immortal armors from the second floor and fuse them into your bodies. However, these treasures won't be given to you immediately. On the contrary, these treasures will have my restrictions and seals on them. Once they are integrated into your bodies, you won't be able to refine them. If you want to refine the treasures, you have to kill your opponent. Every time you kill an opponent, you'll receive some refined energy that will be fed back into your body to refine the treasures inside. At the same time, you'll strip the opponent of their treasures. For example, someone who has a weapon of mine inside of them, but can't use it. It's sealed.
The only way to do that is to kill other people in the same area as you. Kill them over and over again, and you'll be able to refine the weapon. Once you have enough, you'll be able to refine the weapon and use it as you please. For the sake of so-called fairness, when dividing the regions, mortals and immortals will be in the same region, and immortals will be in the same region. For now, there won't be a situation where mortals and immortals will be in the same region. Mortals can rest assured about this. I'm not interested in games where there's too much of a disparity between the strong and the weak. Furthermore, the treasures that will be integrated into your body will be determined by your aptitude, strength, and cultivation level. For example, treasures that will be integrated into a mortal's body. Although they're also immortal treasures, they're of a lower grade. However, treasures that will be integrated into an immortal's body will definitely be many times more valuable than those obtained by mortals. The stronger one is. Firstly, the more valuable the treasures that will be integrated into their bodies. This is proportional. Of course, just because the treasures are integrated into your body doesn't mean that you can use them. They'll belong to you completely. You'll have to kill and defeat your opponent to obtain the refined energy. The rules regarding the refined energy. The stronger the opponent you kill, the more refined energy you'll obtain. Similarly, the more valuable the treasures in your body, the harder it will be to refine them. To completely refine them, you'll have to defeat stronger opponents and obtain more refined energy than ordinary treasures. Furthermore, every time you kill an opponent, you'll receive points based on the opponent's strength. In the end, the top 100 contestants from each region will be ranked according to their points. Those with a high ranking will receive some benefits in the arena battles. The so-called points. In the Genius region, mortal geniuses will be rewarded with immortal stones, and 1 billion immortal stones can be exchanged for an immortal card. When I was in the Genius region, I announced this to the mortals. Immortal cards can be used in the second level of my treasure trove. Now, it's time to use the immortal cards. 1 immortal card is equivalent to 1 point. Points determines the ranking of each region's qualifier. Mortals and immortals who don't have points now, don't be anxious. Killing opponents will also allow you to obtain points out of thin air. Killing a mortal opponent will give you 10 points. Killing an immortal opponent will give you 100 points. Work hard to obtain enough points. Because the points will determine your ranking in the qualifier, the higher the ranking, the more advantageous you'll have in the arena battles. During the arena battles, the rewards of the treasures will be even more terrifying, completely beyond your imagination. Alright, the rules have been announced. Now, wait quietly. My divine sense will integrate some treasures directly into your body. Phew! Xiaohan's mind was working non-stop, sorting out Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's words and the rules he had set. 1. The second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove was divided into 2 big segments. One was the qualifier, the other was the arena battles. 2. The qualifier was divided into 10 regions. Mortals were in the same region, immortals were in the same region, and immortals were in the same region. 100 winners from each region would enter the second round of the arena battles. 3. In the qualifier, be it mortals or immortals, their bodies would integrate treasures, but these treasures could not be used temporarily. They had to obtain the power of refinement, which meant to defeat the opponent. While obtaining the power of refinement, the opponent's body would also burst out their treasures. Defeating the opponent, not only would one obtain the power of refinement, one would also obtain the treasures. The quality of the treasures was determined by one's own strength. 4. Points. Killing a mortal was 10 points. Killing an immortal was 100 points. Points determined the ranking of each region. Xiao Han had completely sorted it out. Suddenly, Xiao Han's heart moved. That's right, mortals and mortals enter the same region. Immortals and immortals enter the same region. I'm immortal, although I've created an immortal body. My soul aura and life force are still that of a mortal. In other words, I can enter the mortal region? Then, this is great. In that case, I can sweep away all the mortals in this region. I can also directly plunder their Dharma treasures. I can also obtain a large number of points. Just as Xiao Han's thought settled,
all the celestial cards and celestial stones in Xiao Han's storage ring suddenly evaporated. These immortal cards and immortal stones were all accumulated by Xiao Han in the Genius region. Then, he gave some to Wu Li, Xiao Mingqiu, Yan Lang, and the others, and kept some for himself. At this moment, the immortal cards and immortal stones evaporated and turned into streams of energy, which actually twisted into a number above Xiao Han's head. For 28, Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, then he understood. All the immortal cards and immortal stones have been automatically converted into points. Now, I have 428 points. However, at this moment, Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's voice sounded again. Alright, now, my divine will integrate all kinds of Dharma treasures into your bodies. As soon as he finished speaking, boom! In the chaotic void there was a sudden tremor. Xiao Han suddenly felt that there seemed to be an additional item in his body. There really is a Dharma treasure automatically integrated into my body. I don't know what kind of Dharma treasure it is, let's check it out first. Xiao Han hurriedly looked inside and carefully studied the item. Chapter 621. An invisible force sent an item into Xiao Han's body. This was probably the artifact that Immortal Emperor Ju Dao mentioned. Xiao Han was extremely interested in what kind of magic treasure he had obtained. However, Xiao Han knew his own limits. Immortal Emperor Ju Dao said that the artifact that he distributed to mortals and immortals was determined by their strength. The artifact that mortals obtained would definitely not be comparable to or inferior to immortals. As for my strength, my demonic energy has been blocked. In the ruins of such a great immortal emperor, not only will my demonic energy not be recognized, it will also be expelled. Then, I only have two advantages, the immortal physique and soul mental energy. Against mortals, these two great advantages were naturally enough to sweep through everything. However, against immortals, they were still a little lacking. For example, when I fought against immortals like Heaven Emperor and Ghost Spirit, if I didn't rely on demonic energy, I would probably be defeated by Heaven Emperor. Therefore, the artifact that I obtained now will not be too good. While thinking, Xiao Han's divine sense began to immerse and began to look at the artifact. He saw that the artifact gradually settled and reached Xiao Han's dantian. Moreover, the exterior of the artifact was wrapped with a thick layer of intent. This was the intent of an immortal emperor. This layer of intent seemed to be formed by countless restrictions. Even Xiao Han's mental energy could not penetrate it to see what was inside. Yes. Although this artifact has integrated into my body, there are too many restrictions on the outside and Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's intent is personally guarding it. Therefore, although this artifact seems to be in my body, it does not belong to me. In other words, I need to kill opponents in the same area and obtain the power of refinement. Only then can I break these restrictions and completely refine this artifact into my body. But what is this thing? Xiao Han gathered his mental energy again and carefully looked at it. He could vaguely see that the appearance of this artifact seemed to be a jade tablet. There were many immortal runes and some patterns engraved on it. Shockingly. Saber. Saber intent. In a trance, Xiao Han actually felt a faint trace of saber intent from the jade tablet. The trace of saber intent was almost completely blocked by the restrictions and intent outside, but it still leaked out a little and was caught by Xiao Han. Besides, the Saber Dao principles contained within these traces of saber intent were simply superb. Xiao Han could not help but close his eyes. His mind was filled with thoughts. These traces of saber intent had actually given Xiao Han great inspiration in his Saber Dao cultivation. Like the morning bell and evening drum. In that instant, Xiao Han's own Saber Dao and understanding of the Saber Dao became even more condensed and open-minded. In fact, even Xiao Han's saber intent had become sharper by several notches. On Xiao Han's face, the light of enlightenment bloomed. Ah! So this was how the path of the blade was like. It was too great. In the past, my understanding of the saber was really too shallow. Xiao Han couldn't help being lost in thought. Just at this moment, Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's consciousness woke up and transmitted a message to Xiao Han. Ha 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 ha, young man. This emperor said that with your stunning performance in the Genius Zone and the Purple Immortal Key, this emperor will definitely give you some advantages. Now, this emperor's legacy is directly given to you. Ha ha ha, Are you satisfied with such an advantage?
Ha 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 ha. It can be said that the most precious treasure in this emperor's treasure, the one and only treasure, is already given to you. The jade token in your body is my immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's legacy.
I, immortal Emperor Zhu Dao, can destroy the world with one slash. In terms of saber Dao, I am undefeatable. Even countless immortal emperors would covet my legacy. Ha 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 ha, young man, now that you have obtained my legacy, do you feel like you're in a dream? Ha 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 ha. Young man, the jade token contains my saber intent, saber chi, saber moves, and countless insights regarding the saber Dao. As long as you completely refine this jade token, then you will receive enlightenment and receive my complete legacy. Once you receive my legacy and become an immortal, then you will be able to walk unhindered in the immortal world. With my saber Dao legacy, you will be able to kill immortals above your level like chopping vegetables. What? Enlightenment! Hearing this, Xiao Han was greatly shocked. Even his body swayed, and he almost lost his footing. I actually obtained immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's legacy? Oh my god! In fact, the most precious treasure in immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's entire treasure vault was his cultivation and his saber intent. It was definitely the saber intent that could open the door to the saber realm. Saber intent godly. In fact, no matter how precious the other treasures are, it's nothing. As long as I have immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's combat power, what treasures can't I get? Xiao Han was completely dumbfounded. However, as he thought about it, Xiao Han immediately realized something. No, I can't say that I have obtained immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's legacy. Because of the restriction on this jade token, I have to completely refine it before it can be considered a success. As expected, immortal Emperor Zhu Dao said at this moment. Of course, young man, you can't say that you are my successor yet. Although my legacy is in your body, you can't refine it. You have to kill your opponent to obtain the power of refinement. Once you are killed by others, then the jade token in your body, which is also my legacy, will be directly revealed to the person who killed you. Yes, as expected. Once I am killed by others, then this legacy will belong to others. Xiao Han was well aware of this. Immediately, his mind was filled with determination. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao is right. I have already taken the initiative. I have already obtained a part of this legacy. Now I have to protect it and refine it. Once I receive the enlightenment, my saber intent will definitely reach godly. At that time, I can try to kill the demon god's soul in the demon egg. Young man, now, let's see if you can protect this immortal emperor's legacy. Not only do you have to protect it, but you also have to kill as many competitors as possible to obtain the power of refinement. This immortal emperor wants to tell you that the power of refinement required to refine my legacy is the greatest. Compared to any treasure in this immortal emperor's treasure, the power of refinement required is even harsher. After pausing for a moment, immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine sense let out a sigh. Sigh, I don't know if you can refine this immortal emperor's legacy in the end. Young man, wait for now. You will be teleported to one of the 10 regions. After saying that, immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine sense disappeared and sank into Xiao Han's body. After that, Xiao Han used his mental energy to observe the jade pendant in his dantian for a while. Although Xiao Han could only learn some of the principles of the saber Dao from the bits and pieces of the jade pendant, it was still very useful. After a while, Xiao Han retracted his attention, adjusted his breathing, and waited for the teleportation. I don't know which region I will be teleported to. Will it be with the immortals or with the mortals? Xiao Han licked his lips. Tens of thousands of people will be in the same region, killing each other to determine the last 100 people. Every time I kill an opponent, I will obtain a portion of the power of refinement. Good. I will wait for the teleportation. At that time, I will show my strength. At the same time, on top of Wu Bai's head, there was a 20 floating. This was the 20 immortal cards that Xiao Han had given him, which he had exchanged for points. Moreover, inside Wu Bai's body, there were some items that had been integrated. Wu Bai looked inside himself and obtained some information about the items. It's a bottle of immortal pills. These immortal pills seem to have the effect of being reborn. They seem to be able to help mortals, at a certain critical moment, have an epiphany, welcome the heavenly tribulation, and become an immortal on the spot. Good. I have been stuck at the Tower Master level for many years and have not had that moment of epiphany. With this bottle of immortal pills, my chances of becoming an immortal are very high. However, I still need to kill a large number of competitors and obtain the power of refinement to obtain this bottle of immortal pills. Xianxia was also looking inside himself. Before this, Xianxia had not obtained an immortal card, so his current points were 0. However, with Xianxia's cultivation, the immortal treasure that he had fused with his body was no small matter. The immortal treasure that I have fused with my dantian is the demon binding chain. This immortal treasure is extremely powerful. Not only can it bind and capture high-level demonic emperors, but it can also be used to deal with level 5 true immortals, immobilizing them, allowing them to be slaughtered. Amazing! Amazing! Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao was right. This immortal treasure can be used to create a small sect in the immortal world. Above Xiao Mingchu's head floated 31 points. He was also intoxicated. The immortal treasure that I have obtained is an immortal sword, immortal execution sword. After it is completely refined, it can kill level 2 true immortals. Desde. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure is truly shocking. I am just immortal, but I have obtained an immortal treasure of this level. As long as I refine this immortal sword, when I ascend to the immortal world, I will be able to establish myself temporarily without worrying about being bullied by low-level true immortals. Xianxia let out a wild laugh. Ha 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 ha. I, Xianxia, am indeed the leader of this generation of young immortals. I have obtained a Tai Chi diagram. This is an extremely famous immortal treasure in the immortal world. It is all-encompassing and can split the heavens and earth. Ha 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 ha. Every immortal and mortal had obtained an immortal treasure. What they needed to do now was to kill their competitors. Obtain the power of refinement. Break the restriction that Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao personally placed outside the immortal treasure. In Xiao Han's area. In the chaotic space, a crack suddenly appeared. Traces of light leaked out. The 10 major areas have been divided. Young man, enter. You are in the 4th area. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine sense reminded Xiao Han. To be continued. Chapter 622. Boom! Xiao Han only felt a huge and inexplicable suction force pulling his body, causing him to instantly enter a vast independent space. Xiao Han's vision blurred and became distorted. It took him a few dozen breaths to get used to it before his vision became clear again. At the same time, the fragrance of grass, the sound of flowing water, and the chirping of birds greeted him. Xiao Han looked around and saw that he was in a vast grassland. There were strange peaks, waterside pavilions, and jade palaces. Dense immortal qi filled this area. It was so beautiful that it made one feel refreshed, and it was too much for the eyes to take in. Not bad. This is the 4th region of the 10 regions of the preliminaries. Xiao Han walked slowly. It was very comfortable when he stepped on the soft grass. However, Xiao Han's heart was in his throat. Xiao Han knew that this was not a beautiful place, nor was it a paradise. It was an extremely dangerous place. There are 10 regions of the preliminaries. In each region, there will be tens of thousands of people. Then they will compete and kill each other. In the end, only 100 people will survive and enter the arena. Xiao Han took a deep breath, then. I will release my mental power to check the situation in the 4th region. Oh, I still don't know if I will be in the same region as the immortals or the mortals. Just as Xiao Han was about to release his mental power. Shockingly. Welcome to the 4th region. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice reverberated in the sky of the grassland. It was clear and majestic. Xiao Han was stunned. He subconsciously withdrew his mental power and focused on listening to Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's words. Everyone, I have already announced the rules of the preliminaries. In the 4th region, there are a total of 31,897 immortals. And the last 100 will survive. Every immortal has a magic treasure inside their body. Now let's compete. Let's start the massacre. After 100 days, if there are still more than 100 survivors, then all of you will be annihilated. Therefore, don't hold any illusions. There is no other way but to kill. Immortals would hunt and kill each other. Every immortal killed was worth 100 points. Also, the points of those who are killed will automatically be transferred to the killer. Points are also very important, they can determine the ranking. Alright, I won't waste any more words. Kill. What? Xiao Han was stunned after hearing Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's words. Then he could not help but roar. The 4th district is where immortals gather? This was too outrageous. I, Xiao Han, am immortal. What right do I have to be placed in the same area as an immortal? Tens of thousands of immortals. Xiao Han was also extremely indignant. Logically speaking, mortals and immortals were grouped together, and immortals were grouped together. Xiao Han should have been assigned to the mortals area, but now, things didn't go as he wished. This way, Xiao Han had no advantage at all. First of all, his greatest reliance, demonic energy, could not be used. All that was left were his dual attribute immortal physique, mental energy, and saber intent. Facing immortals with immortal treasures and proficient in all kinds of immortal techniques, Xiao Han really did not have much confidence in making it to the top 100. At this moment, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine sense rose within Xiao Han's body and lingered in his ears. Young man, are you very angry that I placed you in the same area as tens of thousands of immortals? Ha ha ha. This is nothing. This is my test for you. If you want to obtain my legacy, you'll naturally need to be unique. Furthermore, the power of refinement required for the legacy jade medallion in your body is enormous. Only by killing immortals will you be able to obtain enough power of refinement. If you kill mortals like chopping melons and vegetables, it'll be meaningless if you can't obtain more power of refinement. In short, only by passing this test will you be worthy of being my successor. Of course, if you're killed, then the legacy jade medallion in your body will fall out and be taken by the immortal who killed you. Young man, take care. Damn it! Xiao Han cursed in a low voice. Then, he quickly adjusted his mentality and got into character. Xiao Han also knew that it was absolutely useless to complain and be unwilling at this moment. What he should do now was to accept reality. They had to fight their way out of this area and carve out a path of blood. Forget it. It's not like I haven't killed immortals before. Moreover, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao is right. In order to refine his inheritance, the refining power needed is too great. Killing mortals won't help. Xiao Han mumbled a few words and then spread his mental energy. His soul and mental energy spread out like a fishing net and covered the entire area. The solid mental energy star in his sea of consciousness opened and closed. However, something happened that made Xiao Han frown again. This area was filled with immortal qi that could suppress the fluctuation of mental energy. As a result, Xiao Han's mental detection was greatly weakened. He could only detect things a few kilometers away now. Oh no! My soul and mental energy should be able to cover tens of thousands of kilometers. But now, I can only detect a few kilometers away. Xiao Han shook his head secretly. Afterwards, with a flash, he quickly hid in a cave in the middle of a mountain wall. The cave was over 30 meters deep. The entrance was covered by dense vegetation, so it was extremely difficult for people to discover it. Xiao Han had used his mental energy to observe it down to the smallest detail, which was why he found such a secluded place. Xiao Han sat in the cave quietly. His mental energy spread out and his presence was concealed. The spirit turtle's true qi enveloped the entire cave, making Xiao Han's presence indistinct like wood and stone. That way, even if immortals passed by, they would not be able to discover Xiao Han easily. I'll hide for now and observe the situation. If I charge out now, it'll be too reckless. Xiao Han also had his own plans. At the same time, although his mental energy was suppressed, such that it could only detect a few kilometers away, Xiao Han did not dare to be careless. The mental energy of his soul seeped out and enveloped the limits of his range. As long as there was even the slightest disturbance, Xiao Han would respond immediately. The 4th zone, where Xiao Han resided. Swish! Swish! A fierce gust of wind blew past. Near a mountain peak, a female immortal in a cream-colored robe was flying at top speed. Her face was filled with terror and shock. Ha 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 ha! Fairy Mo Cho, what's wrong? Weren't you quite clingy back in the immortals' world? You even threw yourself into my arms and came to my pure young immortal palace to have a heart-to-heart talk with me and my senior brothers. Ha ha ha! Now, I'll give you a chance. Let's have a heart-to-heart talk.
Ha 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 ha. Stop running away.
Behind the female immortal was a young man in a navy blue robe. His sleeves fluttered as he chased after her at a steady pace. His face was like a cat toying with a mouse, and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Big brother Jianghu. I am begging you, please don't kill him, Cho. The female immortal in the beige robe begged pitifully, on the verge of tears. Big brother Jianghu, back in the immortal's world, we were friends. I've always treated you and your senior brothers warmly. But now, big brother Jianghu, please let me go.
Ha ha ha. Jianghu laughed heartily.
Sister Cho, I don't have a choice. There's a Dharma treasure in my body that needs to be refined. If I don't kill you, where will I get the power to refine it? Besides, killing you would give me 100 points. I'm also an ambitious immortal, and I also want to gain something from this immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure trove. So, points and refining power, I can't be lacking in any of them.
Ah ha 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 ha.
Sister, I'm sorry.
No.
Big brother Jianghu. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to refine all the treasures in my body in one go. Plus, I can join forces with you to deal with the other immortals and earn more points.
Big brother, I'm willing to entrust the most precious thing of a woman to you.
The female immortal sobbed. As soon as she finished speaking, suddenly, the female immortal turned around and shot a beam of immortal light at Jianghu. The female immortal's pitiful expression changed abruptly, and a hint of viciousness flashed through her teary eyes. Jianghu, it's still too early to tell who will win.
Ha 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 ha.
Bitch.
I've long been prepared for this move of yours.
Jianghu made a grabbing motion with his right hand and extinguished the beam of immortal light.
Then, he opened his mouth and spat out an immortal fire that instantly enveloped the female immortal and burned her to ashes.
Ah! Jianghu, you'll die a horrible death. Sooner or later, you'll die at the hands of other immortals. The female immortal let out a heart-wrenching scream before her entire body was burned to ashes. The next moment, whoosh, two beams of light surged out from the female immortal's mutilated corpse and entered Jianghu's body.
I've indeed obtained a trace of refining power, as well as the Dharma treasure in this bitch's body.
Jianghu's body completely devoured the two beams of light. The Dharma treasure is nothing. It's just a 7-color stone. After refining it, it can kill a level 4 true immortal, but it's nothing compared to the Dharma treasure in my body. That's a Dharma treasure that can kill level 5 true immortals. Killing this bitch is far from enough to refine the Dharma treasure in my body. I'll need to kill more than 100 immortals. Jianghu's ears twitched.
Someone's coming.
In an instant, his body turned into a series of afterimages and disappeared without a trace. Before he disappeared, the number 100 appeared above his head, representing 100 points. In the same zone, two lone peaks were several hundred meters apart. Two male immortals stood facing each other from a distance. They were in a deadlock. Brother Flying Tiger, I didn't expect the two of us to be placed in the same zone and have to kill each other.
This is truly a joke of fate.
The black-robed immortal shook his head and chuckled. Brother Heavenly Sword, nothing is absolute in this world. We can join forces and fight against the other immortals, the purple-robed immortal suggested.
Oh!
The black-robed immortal was slightly taken aback. Then he laughed heartily. Brother Flying Tiger, this is a very good suggestion. Ha 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 ha. In a valley filled with rocks, a man in black armor holding a shield was continuously retreating. The number 500 hovered above his head, indicating that he had already obtained 500 points. A man with an eagle-like face with his hands behind his back approached the shield-wielding man with a sinister smile.
The number 1000 hovered above the man's head, indicating that he had already killed 10 immortals and obtained 1000 points.
Big brother Giant Spirit. This little brother has refined a very trashy magic treasure. It's just a bottle of immortal pills. Even if Big Brother Giant Spirit kills this little brother, you won't get anything. The man in black armor and shield kept begging for mercy. Oh, but I do want your points. Plus, I really need the power of refinement, the eagle-like man smiled faintly.
Sorry, I'll use your death to fulfill my wish.
Boom!
A giant hawk formed from immortal chi charged out and blasted the black-armored man to pieces. Shio. The number of points hovering above the eagle-like man's head increased to 1,600. Oh, I now have 12 artifacts inside my body. I'll focus on refining an offensive artifact. He nodded slightly. A massacre had already begun in the 4th zone. Chapter 623. The second floor of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove. The 4th zone. Boom! In the vast world of plains, a mountain range rose up from the ground. Shockingly, this mountain range exploded into pieces. A white-bearded immortal with 2,200 points hovered above his head. His entire body was bathed in blood, and his skin was covered in fine cracks. He charged out of the exploding mountain range and roared angrily. "Pfft! Fairy Ling Long! You're so vicious!" Big brother Meng Yuzi, please don't hold a grudge against me. In fact, even if you didn't die in my hands, you would have died in the hands of other immortals. Sigh, big brother Meng Yuzi, we're also fated to share incense sticks. Why don't you give your points and power of refinement to me instead of giving them to other unrelated immortals? Her soft words did not contain the slightest murderous intent. They were even as beautiful as immortal music. However, as soon as she finished speaking, puff! A ray of purple light swept past the white-bearded immortal. In an instant, his body exploded and turned into a pool of blood. The space distorted, and a graceful female immortal walked out. Her eyes were as beautiful as a mountain. A few rays of light shot out from the place where the white-bearded immortal died and returned to the female immortal's body. So comfortable. The female immortal heaved a long sigh. The points above her head had increased from 3,200 to 5,500. There are 56 immortal artifacts and Dharma treasures in my body now. I need more and more power of refinement now. The female immortal giggled and twisted her body. She disappeared without a trace. In the 4th zone, beside a long river that flowed past, more than 30 immortals were traveling together. Each of them had a considerable amount of points. Among them, the one with the most points was a cold-looking man. He was none other than the Son of Stars. Above the Son of Stars' head, there were 10,000 points. A total of 10,000 points. This meant that he had killed 100 immortals. Killing 100 people. Big brother Xing Chen. Should we continue searching along the river or enter the mountainous area? We've already scanned the area with our immortal senses. There are no traces of immortals within a few li. One of the immortals said timidly. From the looks of it, the dozens of immortals were extremely afraid of the Son of Star. Let's enter the mountainous region. The Son of Stars licked his lips. Wrinkles appeared at the corners of his eyes. I gained a lot of refinement power. Not bad. Not bad at all. The powerful magical treasure inside of me is slowly being refined. The 100 men slaughter. And then I'll kill a few hundred more immortals. Then I can completely take it for myself. With that treasure, killing people like Jialanzi would be as easy as blowing away dust. That's right, Big Brother Son of the Stars is very brave. The other immortals chimed in respectfully. Along the way, the Son of Stars had displayed superb fighting skills and outstanding immortal spells. Moreover, with his trump cards, his ruthlessness, and his decisive personality, he had completely suppressed the immortals to the point that they were willing to submit to him. He paused for a moment, glanced at the group of immortals, and then spoke seriously. You seem to be very afraid of me, a Son of the Stars? No. Don't misunderstand, Big Brother Son of the Stars. The immortals cried out in fear. Don't be afraid. Remember, we're a team now. The Son of the Stars laughed lightly. Including me, there are a total of 37 people in our team. As long as we work together, we'll be able to fight to the end. All right, everyone, let's work together. First, help me kill the other immortals and earn points and power of refinement. Once I'm done refining the powerful Dharma treasure in my body, I'll be able to sweep away everything in the 4th district. When the time comes, I'll help you hunt down immortals, and your points and power of refinement will rise steadily. That way, we'll all be able to enter the arena. The The Son of the Stars promised in a straightforward manner. As a matter of fact, there's no need for you to be afraid of me. I, the Son of the Stars, will never use you. Think about it. Every region has 100 spots, and we only have around 30 people here. I can't use you all and then deal with you later. To be honest, there's no need for that. That's right, Big Brother Star Chinzi. Don't worry, we'll help you earn enough points to refine the magical treasure in your body. Then you'll help us. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It's the best of both worlds. The immortals chimed in. All right. It's settled then. Let's go into the mountains and hunt other immortals. The Son of the Stars ordered. When he turned around, an extremely cold light flashed through his eyes. The corners of his eyes twitched slightly, and killing intent flickered. In the cave Xiao Han was hiding in. Xiao Han was still sitting in the cave like a statue, his spirit turtle true chi enveloping the entire cave. However, Xiao Han's mind power was constantly observing the situation around him. It's been a day. I'm sure the immortals have already started killing each other in this area. Xiao Han thought to himself. I wonder how many of the 30,000 immortals have died. Although my soul and mind power can't cover a wider area, I can still vaguely sense the aura of death. It's the aura of immortals dying and disappearing in a puff of smoke. Of course, there must be some powerful and cruel immortals who've already earned a lot of points in refining power. While Xiao Han was lost in thought, 2 streams of immortal chi suddenly appeared within the range of his soul and psychic power. They were flying toward him from afar. 2 immortals. Xiao Han's heart tightened. His aura was even more suppressed than before. At this moment, Xiao Han's mind was very calm. He had already accepted the cruel reality of being assigned to Region 4 and competing with the immortals. In fact, his fighting spirit was ignited in the depths of his heart. He wanted to compete with the immortals and stand out from the rest. However, that didn't mean Xiao Han was reckless and careless. One had to know that right now, those who were close to Xiao Han's hiding place. They were 2 immortals. Xiao Han knew that he did not have the strength to defeat 2 immortals on his own. To be fair, if the immortals did not use superior immortal arts and dharma treasures, the immortals would not be able to kill them. With his outstanding immortal physique, Xiao Han might not be defeated in a 1-on-2 fight. However, facing 2 immortals head-on, Xiao Han might be defeated if they used their magic treasures. 2 fellows are coming. If it was just 1 immortal, I could still think of a way to kill him. But now... let's wait and see. The most important thing is to not be discovered by them for the time being. Xiao Han understood this very well. His sharp psychic waves locked onto the 2 immortals. Soon, Xiao, the 2 immortals had actually landed directly under the mountain wall where Xiao Han was hiding. This caused Xiao Han, who was in the cave, to hold his breath. Xiao Han's soul rippled. He could sense that the 2 immortals had powerful auras. Neither of them was weak. This made Xiao Han even more cautious. But fortunately, these 2 immortals didn't. They didn't seem to have discovered Xiao Han hiding in the cave. The 2 immortals were a man and a woman, and they looked very intimate. Xianxia, I didn't expect us husband and wife to be in the same area. The handsome male immortal sighed softly. Big brother. This is a good thing for us husband and wife. If we work together seamlessly, we'll definitely be able to kill enough immortals to refine them and increase our ranking. The female immortal was also very charming, and she smiled as she leaned into the male immortal's embrace. I think we can definitely enter the top 100 in this area. Yes. However, Xianxia, there are tens of thousands of immortals in this area, and some of them are strong. If we work together, we will need to use some methods and strategies to overcome the obstacles. The male immortal seemed to be very intelligent. How about? Suddenly, the male immortal whispered to Xianxia. This. Big brother. This. Xianxia's face turned red and white when she heard this. She said angrily. Big brother, how can we? In the cave, Xiao Han was monitoring the 2 immortals with his psychic wave. He had heard the male immortal's words. As it turned out, the male immortal wanted Xianxia to deceive some immortals so they could join forces and kill them. In order to deceive the immortals, the male immortal did not hesitate to ask his wife, Xianxia, to seduce the immortals. TSK.
Immortals are just like us mortals. They'll do anything to achieve their goals. Xiao Han could not help but laugh. The male immortal was still nagging. Xianxia, what's wrong with that? We're not asking you to have sex with other immortals. We're just asking you to pretend to be obedient and confuse some immortals. Then we'll kill those immortals when they're unprepared. Big brother, Xianxia, think about it. If we can successfully break out of the encirclement and enter the arena, our status in the celestial world and the sect will rise. Just as the husband and wife were arguing, Xiao Han's mind seemed to have made a new discovery all of a sudden. Xiao Han's psychic wave seemed to have penetrated the bodies of the two immortals and looked inside their dantians. In the male immortal's dantian, there were 6 celestial Emperor Ju Dao's restrictions that sealed 6 magical treasures. Glass bottle. Spatial storage magical treasure. Demon annihilation mirror. Offensive magical treasure. Fire cloud celestial palm manual. Celestial technique manual. In the female immortal Xia's dantian, there were also 6 magical treasures sealed. Spiked celestial armor. Defensive celestial weapon. Iron blood banner. Restrictive celestial weapon. 8 methods of weapon refining. Secret manual. However, the husband and wife had yet to refine any of the magical treasures in their bodies. Why can my psychic wave penetrate their dantians and see the magical treasures they obtained? Moreover, the properties of these magical treasures can be seen through my psychic wave? Xiao Han was puzzled. Could it be that the magical treasures obtained from immortal Emperor Ju Dao can be seen by any opponent's psychic wave? If that's the case, the jade token of immortal Emperor Ju Dao's inheritance is sealed in my dantian. It would be strange if I didn't get attacked by other immortals. However, that's not right. That's not right. The reason why I can see the magical treasures in the bodies of the male and female immortals isn't entirely because of my psychic wave. It seems to be a trace of immortal Emperor Ju Dao's divine sense. After Xiao Han refined the purple immortal key, he obtained a trace of immortal Emperor Ju Dao's divine sense. Now, all the explorers who entered the second floor of immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure, be they immortals or mortals, had obtained treasures. However, these treasures were controlled by immortal Emperor Ju Dao's divine sense before they were completely refined. It seems that the reason why I can see the magical treasures in the dantians of these two immortals is because the immortal Emperor Ju Dao's divine sense in my body resonated with the immortal Emperor Ju Dao's divine sense in their dantians. Moreover, the quality of the divine sense obtained from refining the purple immortal key is far superior to the immortal Emperor Ju Dao's divine sense in all the magical treasures. Xiao Han understood. At this moment, the immortal Emperor Ju Dao's divine sense in Xiao Han's body spoke again. Young man, after you obtained the purple immortal key, I told you that you would obtain some benefits in the following explorations, giving you an advantage. The first benefit is that you will directly fuse my inheritance jade plate into your body. The second benefit is that you will be able to see the situation of the treasures in the other explorers' bodies. Of course, the other explorers will not be able to see the situation of the treasures in your body. They will definitely not know the situation of the treasures in each other's bodies. Oh, this is the second benefit? Only I can see the situation of the treasures in the other explorers' dantians? Xiao Han's heart palpitated. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian and vote for it. Your support is my greatest motivation. For mobile users, please read it at Qidian. 9. Chapter 624. Xiao Han never thought that after refining the purple immortal key, benefits would appear one after another. Now, Xiao Han could actually see the situation of the treasures in the dantians of all the immortals in the area, through a sliver of immortal Emperor Ju Dao's soul sense. Xiao Han read the names, attributes, and functions of the couple's dharma treasures, which were within the range of his psyche fluctuations. It was as if he was reading the patterns on his palm. Soon, the couple came to an agreement. The female immortal would come forward to seduce the other immortals and then assassinate them. With a flash, the couple vanished with astonishing speed. Throughout the entire process, Xiao Han held his breath. He pushed the spirit turtle true chi to the limit and hid himself perfectly. He was not discovered. After the two immortals vanished, Xiao Han's thoughts settled down and he began to think about some problems. After learning about the second benefit that he had obtained, an idea suddenly flashed through Xiao Han's mind. In the fourth area, Everyone is an immortal apart from me. I can't use my demon chi, so I basically have no advantage against these guys with superior immortal arts and divine abilities or even immortal artifacts. If I have to talk about an advantage, it's that I can deceive immortals as immortal and make them lower their guard. In other words, I can show weakness to the enemy and then launch a sneak attack. That way, I might be able to counterattack and kill the immortals, but it can't work every time, right? And it's a risky move. If I make a mistake, I'll be injured at best, or killed by the immortals at worst. Kesk, I don't want to let those immortals benefit. Once they kill me, the jade tablet of immortal Emperor Ju Dao's inheritance in my body will burst out. The second benefit, reading the magic treasures in the immortals' dantions, I have to make use of this. It seems like a very useless benefit, but... Xiao Han's eyes dotted back and forth rapidly for a few times. It seems like a useless method, but if I use it well, it can be very useful.
Seeing the treasures in the dantions of other immortals.
Xiao Han slapped his forehead. This way I can assassinate some immortals with a purpose and obtain the treasures I need from them. Then, I can use these treasures to increase my battle strength and kill other immortals. What kind of treasure can increase my battle prowess? Xiao Han pondered. He went deeper and deeper. An elixir that can increase one's strength? For example, to increase my mental force or refine my immortal body. I wonder if other immortals have such pills in their dantian. If they do, I'll kill them and obtain them. Then, I'll refine the restrictions on the surface of these divine pills. After that, he would consume it and then cultivate. This was extremely time-consuming. The preliminaries would last for 100 days. After 100 days, the number of immortals remaining in the region would be determined. If it was more than 100, that would be the entire region. That's why I'm trying not to waste any more time. An immortal artifact magic treasure? Immortal artifacts and magic treasures all have different attributes. Wait a minute. If I obtain a magic treasure that can increase my strength, or speed, then I can indeed double my combat power in a short period of time. Power. Speed.
Xiao Han's eyes grew brighter and brighter.
In fact, I'm already very strong in terms of strength. My fleshly body has a defense of 40 immortal dragons. Speed. If I can improve my speed and strength, I'll have a better chance of killing an immortal. That's right. Xiao Han's current speed was extremely fast, but it was still slightly slower than the immortals' movement techniques and immortal arts. If Xiao Han's speed could increase by a few times, then he could kill immortals by surprise and escape without being able to lock onto him. After much thought, Xiao Han finally had an idea. If possible, I'll selectively kill an immortal with a speed-type Dharma treasure, then fuse it into my dantian and gain the power to refine it. Then, I'll gain full control of the Dharma treasure and increase my speed to deal with tens of thousands of immortals. As for the jade token of immortal Emperor Ju Dao's inheritance, it's not something that can be refined by killing 1 or 2 immortals, or even 200, or even 1 or 2,000 immortals. Therefore, even if I obtain the refining power now, I won't use it to refine the token. My first priority is to increase my battle strength. Just as Xiao Han was thinking hard about how to fight for the top spot in the 4th region, his mental force fluctuated again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 immortals flew to the area where Xiao Han's mental force was monitoring and landed at the place where the immortal couple had been standing. The 3 immortals were all men. After landing, they did not seem to be in a hurry to leave. Instead, they began to whisper to each other. Xiao Han did not dare to be careless. He quickly discarded all distracting thoughts and concealed his aura. At the same time, he was closely observing the 3 immortals. The 3 immortals were dressed very similarly. They all wore moon-white robes and carried a long sword on their backs. Their every movement was filled with sword chi and immortal force. They were all top-notch sword immortals. Moreover, the number of points hovering above their heads wasn't small. 100,014,001,600 inches. Other words, the total number of immortals killed by these 3 immortals was close to 40. Xiao Han was shocked in the cave. He used his mental force to observe their dantions and felt his scalp go numb. There were more than 10 magic treasures floating in each of the 3 sword immortals' dantions. It was a feast for the eyes. However, among the dozens of immortal weapons, magic treasures, and spirit pills, there was no magic treasure that could increase the speed that Xiao Han needed.
Since there's nothing I want, I'll hide like before and not show myself. I'll try my best not to fight these immortals head-on for the time being and preserve my strength. Moreover, there are 3 of them while I'm alone. I can't throw an egg at a rock. Xiao Han's mind was extremely clear. He would never act rashly. Moreover, Xiao Han was also aware of this. Once he exposed himself, he would be discovered by the 3 immortals. Then he would definitely be surrounded and killed. Xiao Han had no chance of winning against 3 sword immortals with sharp auras. Fortunately, the 3 immortals didn't seem to be thinking about anything else. They were conversing and it was getting more and more intense. Junior brothers, don't say any more. One of the immortals said with a tense expression.
Look at the situation now. It's very delicate.
If we choose to cooperate with other immortals who have nothing to do with us, it's tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. In the end, we might also be killed by them.
Senior apprentice brother, you worry too much. The power of unity is strong. Unity means strength is strong. Another immortal said.
Tens of thousands of immortals fighting each other, leaving only 100 spots.
It's too cruel.
If we don't cooperate with other immortals, the 3 of us will most likely be eliminated in the end.
That's right, senior brother.
Look, the other immortals in this area have already formed some groups.
Some groups.
That's right, senior brother. Look, the other immortals in this area have already formed some groups.
Some groups.
The number of immortals is as high as 50 to 60. Even small groups are made up of a dozen or so immortals.
Take that Xianxia for example.
He's gathered dozens of immortals and swept through his path. I don't know how many immortals he's killed, but he's gained a huge amount of points and refinement power. If this goes on, Xianxia will soon be able to refine one of the magic treasures in his body. When that happens, he'll be even more unstoppable. Senior brother, more and more immortals will form alliances in the end. At that time, our living space will be greatly reduced until we're devoured by those groups.
Senior brother, let's also choose a group to ally with.
For us, there are only advantages and no disadvantages. Oh, so it's the 3 of you, senior brother and junior brother, discussing the matter of forming an alliance with other immortals. Oh no, there's already a certain number of immortals forming groups in this area.
This is really bad news for me. I'm just a mortal.
Even if I'm willing, there won't be any immortals willing to ally with me. Xiao Han cried out inwardly. The senior brother of the 3 sword immortals was extremely stubborn, his face livid.
What's the point of forming an alliance?
In the end, you'll still end up killing each other. Don't be fooled by superficial benefits. In this situation, no one is trustworthy. Don't even mention forming a group with other immortals. The 3 of us should unite as one. If you insist on going your own way and want to team up with other immortals with ulterior motives, then you can leave on your own.
Sigh. Hearing this, the 2 juniors shook their heads in disappointment.
Forget it. We'll do as you say, senior brother. We'll give up on the idea of forming a group, one of the junior brothers said.
In truth I also...
Roar!
The 2 of you.
Suddenly, an immortal sword appeared on the senior brother's chest. Without anyone noticing, the immortal sword pierced through his chest, pierced through his body, and came out from his back.
Immortal blood burst out.
This happened so suddenly that even Xiao Han, who was spying in the cave, was shocked. Bang! The 2 junior brothers, each with a palm, sent the injured senior brother flying to the side.
Bastards!
You 2 bastards! How dare you attack me in spite of our friendship as fellow disciples?
Damn it!
Damn bastards! The senior brother spat out blood again and again. He had already lost the ability to fight, his eyes filled with anger and fear.
Ha 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 ha!
Senior brother, it's all your fault for being too stubborn. One of the junior brothers laughed complacently. Do you think you're still the one in charge after descending?
Humph. We've put up with you for a long time.
Back in the sect, you've always been stubborn and self-opinionated. As junior brothers, which one of us hasn't been bullied by you? The more the junior brother spoke, the more agitated he became. He was also extremely angry. Senior brother, do you know why junior brother Qiu Hongzi and I teamed up against you? On one hand, it's because you don't know what's good for you. At this moment of life and death, you're still acting so arbitrarily and refuse to form a group with other immortals. Humph,
Even if you want to die, we don't want to die with you. Also, how did you treat me back in the sect? I and junior sister Yun Kai were in love with each other. But you?
Humph. The senior brother was covered in blood. His body twitched and the immortal light on his body grew dimmer and dimmer. He stared at his two junior brothers.
But he didn't say anything.
Let's do it,
the other junior brother said to the complacent junior brother.
Yes.
The complacent junior brother walked step by step towards the senior brother and laughed wildly.
Ha 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 ha.
Senior brother, you didn't expect this day to come, did you?
Ha 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 ha.
How satisfying, how satisfying.
However,
at this moment, something unexpected happened again.
Pooh!
A sword ray pierced the body of the complacent junior brother from behind.
Ha 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 ha.
The other junior brother suddenly let out a wild laugh. Junior brother Chiu Hongzi.
You!
The expression of the complacent junior brother changed drastically, and his body trembled. Then, he quickly fell to the ground and spat out blood. He looked at the junior brother who was sneering at him with an incredulous expression.
Ha ha.
Senior brothers, both of you didn't expect this, right? The junior brother Chiu Hongzi licked his lips. Junior brother Chiu Hongzi. You're too vicious. The fellow who was originally complacent shouted fiercely as he coughed up blood. Why did you do this to me? Our relationship has always been good, and this time, we plotted to assassinate senior brother. We also made an oath by high-fiving each other. We will not betray each other.
Two senior brothers, I was thinking, if I were to kill the two of you, how great would the points and refining power I would obtain?
Chiu Hongzi took a deep breath. Killing one is killing two is also killing. I clenched my teeth and did it.
But now, it seems that it was worth it. Xiao Han, who was in the cave, was secretly shocked.
Damn it, each one is more vicious than the other. However, no. The senior brother who was injured first is secretly preparing a sharp sword energy. I can sense it with my mental power.
Ha ha ha.
It seems that this matter is far from over. Xiao Han's mental power sharply caught some clues. As expected, the senior brother who was injured and lying on the ground suddenly pointed with his right hand. A talisman suddenly burned and turned into a sword energy that shot out like lightning.
Pooh!
The sword energy instantly pierced through Chiu Hongzi's body. Chiu Hongzi's eyes bulged out. He screamed as he was thrown backward, and he roared with unwillingness. Senior brother. I didn't expect you to have a trick up your sleeve. Let's die together. The three of us will die here together. None of us will be able to survive alone. That senior brother had used his remaining immortal force to ignite an immortal talisman at the last moment. His face was deathly pale, but he still smiled.
Let's die here together. In the blink of an eye, the three sword immortals with abundant immortal force fought each other.
They were all heavily injured and lay on the ground, vomiting blood. The scene was extremely quiet for a moment. Inside the cave. Good, very good. This is truly a pie that fell from the sky. Xiao Han suddenly stood up and stretched. In that case Xiao Han should make my move. Boom! Xiao Han jumped out and stood on the spot, looking at the three dying sword immortals with a faint smile. What? The three immortals didn't expect that there was someone hiding in the dark while they were plotting against each other. Mortal? Right, you're Xiao Han. The senior brother focused his gaze on Xiao Han. Little mortal, how dare you? How dare you spy on us in the dark? Little brother. You help me kill these two people. After this is done, we will cooperate. Chiu Hongzi quickly wailed to Xiao Han. The other sword immortal seemed to have noticed the hostility in Xiao Han's eyes. He tried to put up a strong front. Mortal, what are you trying to do? Don't tell me a mortal like you wants to kill immortals? Humph. You're just an ant. If you do anything out of line, we'll kill you 100 times, 1,000 times and make you wish you were dead. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han burst into laughter. How stupid. You're already at the end of your rope. Even if you have peerless skills, you can't do anything to me. Kill me 100 times, 1,000 times. Ha ha ha, I'd like to see how you're going to kill me. After saying that, Xiao Han's aura rose steadily. What are you trying to do? Chiu Hongzi said in terror. Kill all of you. Xiao Han didn't even think before he blurted out. P.S. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, everyone. At the same time, I recommend a book. The author is Xianxia, and the title of the book is I Desire to Become a Demon. It's a very refreshing book and worth reading. I haven't been updating well these few days. My wife just turned 30 and I've been busy. Sorry. Chapter 625.
Xiao Han's luck was indeed heaven-defying.
Originally, Xiao Han was hiding in a cave on the side of the mountain, quietly observing the situation. However, 3 immortals just had to fight each other in the area where Xiao Han was hiding.
All of them were heavily injured and on the verge of death.
This way, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. If I kill these 3 immortals, I can easily obtain a large number of points, dozens of treasures, and a lot of refining power. Hee. When luck comes, I can't stop it. Xiao Han's mouth twitched, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Ibdu.
The murderous intent in his eyes intensified.
The 3 senior and junior immortals were too clever, each more vicious than the last. But they never thought that they would ultimately fall in the hands of a mortal. They were extremely unwilling, extremely angry, and extremely terrified. How dare you? Puny mortals like pigs and dogs actually had the guts of a leopard and dared to attack immortals. You'll be punished by the heavens.
Mortal, don't make a mistake. We're the elites of the younger generation of the immortal sections.
Killing us is a great sin. Don't get yourself killed. Mortal, you're too stupid. That's right, we're seriously injured right now, but we can't be killed by a mortal like you. Our immortal bodies can't be destroyed by mortal attacks. Don't attack. If you attack, you won't be able to have peace for the rest of your life. You'll sink into oblivion. Idiot, you're still so stupid even before death. Xiao Han was completely unmoved. Suddenly, Xiao Han gathered the power of his immortal body to its limit and flew forward. His shadow flashed 3 times. Bang, bang, bang. 3 loud explosions. It was earth-shattering. Xiao Han was already using his fists. He forcefully smashed the heads of the 3 immortals. The headless immortal corpses. They fell to the ground weakly. However, right now, Xiao Han's demonic emperor left arm palm was sealed. Otherwise, Xiao Han wouldn't have wasted these 3 immortal corpses. He would definitely have devoured them. Meanwhile, Xiao, rays of multicolored light surged into Xiao Han's body. First, there were dozens of treasures. This was after killing the 3 immortals. The magic treasures that had fallen out of their bodies were all absorbed into Xiao Han's dantian. Therefore, in Xiao Han's dantian, there was originally only 1 inheritance jade plate. But now, there were 43 more treasures. These magic treasures slowly circulated in Xiao Han's dantian, emitting a soft and misty light. They also released some of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's spirit sense. Of course, the quality of these magic treasures was different. It was obvious that it was far inferior to the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's inheritance jade token. Moreover, although there were many types of magic treasures, there were attack type, defensive type, and space type treasures, but none of them were speed type treasures that Xiao Han wanted the most. Wang. The points above Xiao Han's head also skyrocketed. It jumped from 428 to 4,728 in an instant. Furthermore, Hong, 3 gigantic rays of light shot directly into Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han's body shook. Then, he suddenly felt 3 streams of heat flow directly into his dantian. Xiao Han could clearly feel that these 3 streams of heat had the miraculous effect of melting the restrictions on the surface of the treasures in his dantian. The power of refinement. Xiao Han's eyes lit up. That's right. This is the power of refinement. Xiao Han completely understood. This power of refinement is like lava. It can completely melt the restrictions that Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao placed on the surface of the treasures. Finally, we can completely control these treasures. This is too miraculous. The 3 immortals that I killed just now were considered strong. Therefore, the power of refinement that I obtained is not bad.
What was even more miraculous was that Xiao Han could use his spirit sense to guide the power of refinement that was wandering in his dantian, and use it to refine any treasure in his dantian. Boom, boom, boom. The three streams of refinement condensed into one in Xiao Han's dantian. It was scorching hot and scoured back and forth. However, Xiao Han was not in a hurry to use this power of refinement. With his spirit sense, he temporarily stored this power of refinement in a corner of his dantian. If I can accumulate more power of refinement and obtain a speed-type artifact, I can directly refine it and use it. Then, I will have a bright future in the 4th district. Xiao Han licked his lips. At this moment, Xiao Han scanned the area with his spirit sense and discovered that a stream of immortal qi was approaching from afar. Heh, more immortals are coming. Xiao Han quickly gathered his thoughts and took out a storage ring. With a sweep, the immortal corpses and the various traces on the ground were all put into the storage ring. Then with a flash, he once again hid in the cave on the mountain wall. Spiritual turtle qi gushed out and covered the cave, concealing his aura. Whoosh! With a flash of immortal light, an immortal clad in crimson armor descended from the sky with a spear on his back. This immortal had an impressive appearance and was extraordinarily handsome. However, there were not many points above his head. There were only 500 points, which meant that he had killed at most 5 immortals. I seem to have sensed the aura of an immortal's death in this place. The immortal's expression was solemn. Suddenly, a burst of red immortal qi burst out of his body and formed a defensive barrier around him. Then, he looked around cautiously and reached out to grab something in the air. Sword qi left behind by a sword immortal. The air here has the charm of a sword immortal's sword qi. Also, I can sense a few extremely resentful auras. An immortal must have died in this place, and it hasn't been long since they died. As he muttered to himself, the immortal released his immortal sense and repeatedly scanned the surrounding area. Soon, the immortal's immortal sense was focused on the mountain wall where Xiao Han was hiding. As expected. Come out. The immortal called out sternly. Silence. Stop hiding. I've already found you. Come out. The immortal sneered. His battle intent boiled. It doesn't seem to be the aura of an immortal. It's the aura of a mortal. How strange. Come out quickly. Don't attack. In the next moment, Xiao Han leaped out of the cave with a panicked expression. He stood there timidly, looking at the immortal in battle armor with an evasive gaze. Immortal. Immortal. You're truly remarkable. I hid so well but you still found me. Oh? A mortal? This is the 4th district. A mortal had actually appeared? This is a freak. Xiao Han. You're that Xiao Han. The biggest winner of the Genius District. The immortal looked at Xiao Han from the corner of his eyes. However, he gradually relaxed his vigilance. I know that you have some tricks up your sleeve. You're invincible among mortals, but you're nothing in front of us immortals. You're nothing. He turned his head and suddenly saw the thousands of points above Xiao Han's head. What? You've obtained thousands of points? The immortal was terrified. In other words, there are at least a dozen mystical treasures in your dantian. Just now, a few immortals were killing each other here. They were half dead from the fight. Coincidentally, I ran into them. I got lucky, Xiao Han said, swallowing hard. That should be the case. How could a mortal like you kill so many immortals and obtain so many points? The greed in the battle-armored immortal's eyes grew more intense, and his entire body began to tremble. He was so excited that he couldn't help but murmur to himself. The path of luck. It's truly the path of luck. I didn't really fight. I've been very cautious along the way, so the points and mystical treasures I've obtained are quite pitiful. Who would have thought I'd get such a windfall? This is great. A few thousand points and dozens of mystical treasures just like that. Could this be the sign of the rise of the saint warrior? The immortal did not seem to care about the timid mortal in front of him at all. It was as if he was about to obtain the points and mystical treasures on Xiao Han. However, at that moment, boom! A strong gust of wind pressed down on the immortal, and the space caved in. In the eyes of the immortal, he saw a fist suddenly enlarging. Just now, Xiao Han had feigned a wretched and fearful expression, but at the crucial moment, he suddenly attacked.
He threw a punch. The ultimate strength of 40 immortal dragons. While the immortal was unprepared, the punch was like a meteorite crashing into the ground. A demon god descending from the sky. Bam! A single punch directly smashed into the immortal's completely unarmored head. The immortal's head exploded like a watermelon. Shio, shio, shio. Rays of light flashed, dazzling. Points. Mystical treasures. The power of refinement. Xiao Han obtained all of them. So far, Xiao Han had obtained a total of 5,328 points. The mystical treasures in his body had accumulated to a whopping 50. Moreover, the power of refinement that he had just obtained was also quite impressive. After entering Xiao Han's dantian, it merged with the power of refinement that Xiao Han already possessed. Xiao Han was not in a hurry to use the power of refinement. He stored it somewhere in his dantian. The next moment, Xiao Han put the immortal's body and other miscellaneous items into his storage ring. Good. So far, I've killed 4 immortals and gained a lot. However, I still haven't obtained the speed-type treasure I wanted. Among the dozens of treasures, there aren't many that are suitable for me. Xiao Han's thoughts drifted. I can't just sit here and wait for death. I'll take the initiative to go out and look around. If I encounter any immortals who are alone, I can try to kill them. It would be best if I can kill an immortal who has fused a speed-type mystical treasure in his dantian. I'll get what I want. Xiao Han sorted out his thoughts, then activated his true qi and flew out of the area. While flying, Xiao Han was extremely careful, as if he was walking on thin ice, afraid of making the slightest mistake. Moreover, his mental fluctuations were highly condensed, spreading out in all directions to investigate. After flying for around several dozen kilometers, Xiao Han did not discover any traces of immortals. After circling around a mountain and passing by a long river, Xiao Han finally discovered a few immortals. Or more accurately, a few corpses of immortals. There's been an intense battle by the river. Xiao Han immediately descended. With a single glance, he saw a total of 5 corpses of immortals. Their deaths were extremely horrible. An extremely intense battle must have taken place when they were alive. Xiao Han stowed the corpses into his storage ring without batting an eyelid. Afterwards, he continued on his way along the river. After traveling for around another dozen kilometers, Xiao Han's mind pulsed. There are a few immortals up ahead, and they're currently fighting. Xiao Han's expression immediately became stern. Boom! 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 Several kilometers away from Xiao Han, the sky was dyed scarlet. The glow of treasures surged into the air, and immortal qi rose into the air. There were traces of clashes between various immortal artifacts and various roars. There, mountains shook and the sound of space cracking rang out endlessly. There's an intense battle going on over there. Xiao Han licked his lips, then mobilized his spirit turtle true qi to conceal his presence. Moving his immortal body, he directly moved in that direction. Let's reap the spoils of war again. Xiao Han was greatly tempted. Very soon, Xiao Han arrived near the battlefield. Space trembled. Waves of chaotic spatial fluctuations shook in all directions, causing the ground to crack. Xiao Han held his breath and hid behind a mountain forest. He sat down cross-legged and released his mental fluctuations. As expected, Xiao Han's mental fluctuations saw a few immortals fighting. There were a total of 9 immortals, divided into 2 camps, fighting each other. The battle was extremely intense. The 9 immortals were all injured, and their immortal power had been greatly depleted. A few of the immortals were already tottering, barely holding on. A battle between immortals was highly concentrated. Life and death hung on a thin line, so no one was distracted by Xiao Han's existence. Xiao Han's mental fluctuations completely enveloped the battlefield. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine sense seeped into the dantians of each immortal fighting. Very soon, the fused treasures in each immortal's dantian appeared one by one. It was clear at a glance, and Xiao Han felt like he was looking at the patterns on the palm of his hand. Xiao Han observed carefully, filtering the treasures one by one. Shockingly, Xiao Han saw a treasure fused in the dantian of a one-armed immortal. Boots of Divine Speed, a speed-type Dharma treasure that increases one's speed by 5 times. Speed-type Dharma treasure. I finally found you.
Xiao Han almost blurted out a roar. In his heart, there was a scorching heat.
A 5 times increase in speed. This is too shocking. This is too shocking. To be continued. Chapter 626. After Xiao Han left the cave he was hiding in, he searched carefully along the way. Apart from finding several immortal corpses, he finally found immortals who were still alive in District 4. 9 immortals were engaged in a fierce battle of life and death. They each took out their life-saving immortal artifacts and attacked each other. The sky was dark and the earth was dark, and limbs were broken. The battle between the two camps seemed to be evenly matched. Neither side could completely defeat the other. It was a fierce battle. Immortal blood was flowing like crazy. Almost every immortal who participated in the battle was exhausted. It was too tragic. The immortals' heart-wrenching screams, curses, and roars of anger were incessant. Xiao Han was sitting cross-legged behind a shaking mountain. His psychic wave was highly concentrated and covered the battlefield. The violent battle chi swept across like a hurricane, but Xiao Han sat there majestically, not moving an inch. Fortunately, Xiao Han's body was a special dual attribute immortal body. If he was an ordinary person, he wouldn't dare to get close to the battlefield. Otherwise, he would be crushed by the aftermath of the battle. Even ordinary level 1 and level 2 perfected immortals wouldn't dare to come and watch the battle alone. The heavens are helping me. I actually found a speed-type Dharma treasure. Xiao Han was overjoyed. He had received some help from Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao, so he could see the Dharma treasures inside each immortal's dantian. This advantage finally came in handy. It allowed Xiao Han to have a targeted plan. Boots of speed. Speed increased by 5 times. Now, Xiao Han was determined to get the immortal who had the boots of speed in his dantian. However, Xiao Han wasn't impulsive. If he rushed out now, although the 9 immortals were at the end of their tether, they wouldn't be easy to deal with. After all, they were immortals. They might have Dharma treasures or trump cards that could be used to perish together with the enemy before they died. Xiao Han didn't want to take the risk. His psychic wave completely covered the battlefield, so everything was seen by Xiao Han. Just then bang! Finally, in the fierce battle, a seriously injured immortal was killed by 2 other immortals, and his immortal body exploded. The moment the immortal's immortal body exploded, several rays of light darted out. The rays of light automatically shot into the body of the other immortal, causing the other immortal's magic treasures and points to skyrocket. The power of refinement also grew. However, before the immortal could react, a giant hand grabbed him from behind and crushed his chest. The immortal had already been killed by another immortal. The points, magical items, and power of assimilation had all been transferred to someone else. A chaotic battle. This was a complete melee. The immortal's eyes were completely bloodshot. In the span of a few dozen breaths, only 4 of the 9 immortals were left. The 4 immortals didn't stop there. They were still fighting each other, and they wouldn't stop until they were dead. Throughout the entire process, Xiao Han still did not make any moves, nor did he take any risks to attack. However, Xiao Han's psychic waves accurately gauged the remaining immortals' vitality and immortal power. If I rush out now and the 4 of them join forces against me, I might not be able to get away with it. Xiao Han was extremely calm. Wait for the best opportunity. Based on my psychic waves, these immortals have already lost their minds. They'll definitely fight to the end. Moreover, their immortal power is rapidly fading. I'll wait for the last surviving immortal. When the time comes, he'll take all the points and magic treasures of the other 8 immortals, and there won't be time to use the power of assimilation. That'll benefit me. Besides, killing an immortal at the end of his rope is as easy as flipping my hand. With his psychic power, Xiao Han was at ease. He patiently waited for the final battle of the 4 immortals. The development of the situation was exactly the same as what Xiao Han had imagined. After another bitter battle, only one of the 4 immortals survived. He was the final victor. However, it was a Pyrrhic victory. The last surviving immortal's left arm had been shattered, and there were several deep sword wounds on his chest. Immortal blood flowed uncontrollably, and his immortal chi was extremely dim.
Cough. The immortal finally could not hold on any longer. He sat down on the ground and panted. There was a hint of cruelty in his eyes. Above his head, there were tens of thousands of points. Xiao Han also noticed that there were more than 100 magic treasures in his body. Among them was the divine speed boots that Xiao Han was determined to get. Xiao Han used Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's divine sense to see through the bodies of these immortals and see the situation in their dantians. Xiao Han saw that there were 9 streams of power of assimilation in the immortals' dantian. They surged like a river and quickly converged into one.
Boom, boom, crazily scouring.
This copious power of assimilation was so powerful that it seemed to be able to break through the restrictions on any of the magic treasures in his body. In the face of this power of assimilation, Xiao Han's heart was itching. His heart was burning with excitement. If I can obtain this guy's power of assimilation, in addition to my own power of assimilation, it'll be great.
Xiao Han secretly licked his lips.
The power of his immortal body gradually tightened and condensed. At that moment, the immortal who was covered in blood and had a ferocious expression let out a hoarse laugh. The laughter mixed with the sound of coughing was extremely terrifying, like the sound of a demon from hell.
Ha ha ha. Cough cough.
Ha!
How tragic. This fight is so cruel. I didn't expect us immortals who ride cranes to be so crazy, to fight each other until one of us dies. I will never forget that fight. Cough cough. I almost died. But, ha 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 ha, I survived.
Ha 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 ha.
Although I paid an extremely heavy price, the most important thing is that I survived. I plundered their points, magic treasures, and a huge amount of assimilation power.
Ha 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 ha.
This way, I can choose to assimilate one of the hundreds of magic treasures in my body. Then with this magic treasure, I can turn the tide. After a pause, the immortal's eyes were filled with ambition and aspiration. Forget it, I'll quickly hide and choose a magic treasure to assimilate. With the assimilation power in my body, it shouldn't be a problem for me to assimilate an ordinary magic treasure. Once I assimilate the magic treasure and recover from my injuries, I'll be able to go on a killing spree. Today's injuries are worth it even if I fight with my life. After muttering to himself, the immortal used his willpower to force himself to stand up. However, at that moment,
You have a good idea.
Although your injuries are very serious, what you've obtained is completely worthy of what you've sacrificed. Let's not talk about other things. The hundreds of magic treasures in your body are completely like a dream to a level 2 true immortal.
Of course, whether or not you can protect these magic treasures and prevent them from being taken away by others is another matter.
Heh, it's possible that you've made a wedding dress for others.
A lazy voice suddenly echoed in the immortal's ears.
Who is it?
The immortal was scared out of his wits. He had never imagined that after a bitter battle, when he was like a lamp that had run out of oil, there would be someone spying on him.
I'm sorry, but everything you've obtained will be taken by me. In the blink of an eye, the immortal was terrified.
He looked to the side and saw a young man charging at him from behind.
Then bang! A punch that exploded his body. Xiao Han did not show any mercy. With one blow, he smashed the immortal's immortal body into pieces. Puff, 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 puff. Dense multicolored light burst out along with the immortal's dismembered body. Points. Magic treasures. The assimilation power. This time, Xiao Han had completely eaten until he turned into a fatty. A huge flow of heat blasted into Xiao Han's body and merged with the assimilation power that he had accumulated in his body. Moreover, the points above Xiao Han's head were extremely eye-catching. They had reached 25328. There were also more than 200 Dharma treasures in his dantian. Xiao Han's entire body was overflowing with colorful lights. The current situation was that the points and Dharma treasures that the 9 immortals had obtained from fighting to the death had all been plundered and devoured by Xiao Han. This is awesome. There are more than 200 Dharma treasures in my body. My assimilation power has also increased. Xiao Han was naturally ecstatic. However, he quickly calmed himself down. Calm down. Calm down. At a time like this, I can't get carried away. If I'm not careful, I might be killed by other immortals, just like the immortal I just killed. I can't be arrogant now. First, I need to find a secluded place to assimilate the boots of divine speed. With that thought in mind, Xiao Han took out his storage ring and put the corpses of the immortals into it. Then, he flew at a low altitude. Xiao Han was extremely nervous. He was afraid that he would encounter other immortals at this time. He extended his psychic power and looked for a suitable place to hide. Just as Xiao Han flew for more than 10 kilometers, his psychic power trembled twice. The first tremble was due to a few immortals flying toward Xiao Han. They were only a few kilometers away. The second tremble was due to Xiao Han's psychic power. Behind a chain of mountains, he had discovered a deep sea. The water was so deep that even Xiao Han's psychic power had to penetrate for several dozen seconds before reaching the bottom of the sea. This deep sea is more suitable for me to hide. With a thought, Xiao Han pushed himself to the limits of his speed. He circled around the mountain range and plunged into the deep sea. As soon as he entered the sea, Xiao Han released his spirit turtle true qi to conceal his presence. His actions were as smooth as a hare leaping and a falcon swooping down. As soon as Xiao Han sank into the sea, a few immortals flew over from afar and stopped where Xiao Han had been earlier. Just now, our immortal senses seem to have discovered the aura of a mortal here. However, it's strange that the wisps of aura have disappeared without a trace. An indifferent immortal in green clothes frowned slightly. Senior brother, the fourth region is a place where immortals fight each other. How could mortals sneak in? Perhaps you're too nervous. And you're hallucinating. Ha ha ha. A female immortal chuckled. Senior brother, another female immortal urged. Senior apprentice brother, senior apprentice sister. Let's hurry up and find big brother Xianxia. Back in the immortal world, big brother Xianxia and I had a bit of a friendship. If we go seek refuge with him now, I'm sure he won't refuse. Then, let's go. Perhaps I really was too anxious and made a mistake. The indifferent immortal in azure couldn't help but nod. A lot of lone immortals have perished in the fourth region, and most of them have chosen to form teams. I heard that Master Xianxia's team is very powerful. If we join him, we'll have some sort of safety net. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The immortals vanished in the blink of an eye. Xiao Han's entire body glowed with fluorescent light as he sank into the depths of the sea and sat down cross-legged on the sand. Chapter 627. After obtaining a large number of points and treasures, Xiao Han's first choice was to find a place to hide. At this moment, Xiao Han was sitting quietly at the bottom of an ocean that was tens of thousands of meters deep. He pushed the true qi of the spirit turtle to the limit, completely concealing the region where Xiao Han resided. With how deep the ocean was, even if immortals flew over the surface and released their immortal senses, they might not necessarily be able to find Xiao Han at the bottom of the ocean. Not to mention the fact that Xiao Han intentionally released the spirit turtle qi to create a feeling that he was one with the ocean. At the bottom of the ocean. Xiao Han closed his eyes slightly and looked inside himself. Xiao Han saw that there were more than 200 Dharma treasures operating in his dantian. Apart from the immortal emperor's jade tablet of inheritance, there were also a large number of immortal pills, immortal arts, immortal swords, immortal armors, offensive treasures, defensive treasures. It was a dazzling array. At the same time. Boom! 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 A dragon-like power of refinement hoarded somewhere in Xiao Han's dantian. It produced a terrifying sound that was as hot as magma. By now, the power of refinement in Xiao Han's body had become extremely violent. After all, he had killed at least a dozen immortals. The amount of power of refinement he had collected was definitely extraordinary. All right, I'll only use this power of refinement to break through one treasure. Xiao Han had a clear goal in mind. He willed it. Whoosh! In his dantian, a pair of battle boots wrapped in the restriction of immortal Emperor Ju Dao's consciousness moved slowly and reached the center of his dantian. The design of the battle boots was extremely simple. It was moon-white with some immortal formations engraved on it. Boots of speed. Forget about everything else. I'll use all the power of refinement in my dantian to break through this pair of boots of speed. Xiao Han licked his lips. Logically speaking, the most precious treasure in Xiao Han's dantian was the jade tablet of inheritance of immortal Emperor Ju Dao. However,
Xiaohan also felt that the amount of power of refinement needed to break through the restriction of the Jade Tablet of Inheritance was too terrifying. It was not something that he could achieve with the little power of refinement he had hoarded. In comparison, the amount of refining energy needed to open the Jade Token of Inheritance was at least a few thousand times more than the amount needed to open the Boots of Divine Speed. Xiaohan would not be so foolish as to temporarily waste the power of refinement on an inheritance jade pendant that could not be easily refined. These godly speed boots don't have any attack or defense attributes. They only increase one's speed. Moreover, after obtaining the godly speed boots, Xiaohan had a better understanding of its characteristics. The Boots of Divine Speed can increase one's speed by 5 times. However, there is a limit. Xiaohan nodded. It doesn't increase one's speed infinitely, and not everyone can increase their speed by 5 times. Simply put, the maximum speed that this pair of boots can increase is the maximum speed of a level 4 true immortal. In other words, in fact, level 5 true immortals, and even some level 4 true immortals who are already very fast, basically don't need to use this little acceleration magic treasure. Oh! It can only increase one's speed to the maximum of a level 4 true immortal. But for me now, that's enough. Xiaohan was not concerned at all. One should know that Xiaohan had not learned any celestial skills. Although he had created an celestial body, his maximum speed was only equivalent to that of a level 2 true immortal. If he put on the Boots of Divine Speed and increased his speed to that of a level 4 true immortal, it would be very impressive. Without further ado, Xiaohan wrapped his mind around the refining energy stored in his dantian, and then, Boots of Divine Speed, refine it for me. The massive refinement force was like a tsunami crashing onto the shore, crashing into the sky. It bombarded the Boots of Divine Speed. Poof! The torrent of refining energy was absorbed by the surface of the Boots of Divine Speed. The immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's mind restriction on the surface of the Boots of Divine Speed absorbed the enormous refining energy, leaving not a single drop behind. Xiaohan concentrated his mind power. Boom, boom, boom. After absorbing the refining energy, the immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's mind restriction on the surface of the Boots of Divine Speed began to break away. Melt. Shatter. The glorious aura of an immortal artifact broke out of the cocoon. I hope this refining energy can completely melt the restriction on the surface of the Boots of Divine Speed, so that I can have this pair of combat boots that can increase my speed. Xiaohan's mouth was dry. At the same time, in the 4th district, the massacre among the immortals was still going on, and it was getting more and more intense. In the end, almost all the immortals who were left behind were killed. The immortals who were lucky enough to survive in the 4th district formed their own teams. Teams with close to 100 people. Teams with a dozen people or just a few people. Of course, even the largest team of immortals in the 4th district did not have more than 100 people. After all, the final number of survivors in the 4th district was only 100. Any team that exceeded this number would cause panic. At this moment, close to 100 immortals were entrenched in a valley basin. This was the largest team formed in the 4th district. A team of immortals led by Xianxia. Including Xianxia, there were 98 people. Just 2 more before the team was full. At this moment, Xianxia was like a moon surrounded by stars. He sat cross-legged, and the points above his head had exceeded 100,000. Points were directly proportional to treasures. Such a terrifying number of points meant that the number of treasures in Xianxia's body was astonishing. At the same time, the refining power that the sons of the stars had gained was also extraordinary. At this moment, rumbling sounds could be heard coming from Xianxia's dantian. His dantian undulated, and the subtle sound of ice melting could be heard from the inside out. Xianxia was using the refining energy to refine the treasures in his body. Heh! Xianxia's face was filled with pride. This pride couldn't be concealed, and came from the bottom of his heart. The dozens of immortals beside him had far fewer points than Xianxia. After all, Xianxia was the leader of the team. During the hunt, Xianxia had taken all the advantages. Only the leftovers were left to be shared with the other immortals. However, Xianxia had promised that once he successfully refined the treasures in his body, he would help the other immortals earn points, treasures, and refining energy. Big brother Xianxia has already completed the 1,000 slaughter. More than 1,000 immortals have died at his hands. That's terrifying.
Big brother Xianxia is at the most critical moment of refining some of the treasures in his body. Big brother Xianxia is too strong. His points are probably the highest among all the immortals in the 4th region. We've followed the right person to follow Big brother Xianxia. As a team, we'll definitely be able to break through the preliminaries and trample all the other immortals and teams to death. Ha 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 ha. Just then. Boom! Immortal energy surged above Xianxia's head like a tide, and 2 pillars of immortal light burst forth. Unusual phenomena appeared. Heaven and earth shook. A huge pressure directly covered the area. Immortals in the surroundings couldn't help but drop to one knee. They fell silent out of fear. Ha 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 ha. I've finally succeeded. Xianxia shot to his feet like a spring breeze. In the next moment, a taiji formation that was several acres large rose out of his body. Within the taiji diagram, a large number of immortal characters and arrays were outlined, emitting an enormous pressure that shook one's heart. A taiji formation. I've finally refined this taiji formation. Ha 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 ha. After killing more than 1,000 immortals and obtaining an enormous amount of refining energy, I've perfectly refined this taiji formation into my own treasure. Xianxia shrieked. He seemed to have lost his composure, and his face was flushed with excitement. I've heard of this taiji formation back in the immortal world. Given my cultivation level, I didn't have the right to touch it, but now, ha 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 ha, it's become my natal treasure. I've collected the refining energy from it and used it to break through Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's will restriction on its surface. After refining it, it's a perfect fit with my soul. This way, I'll be able to wield at least half of the taiji formation's power. Now I can at least kill a 4th-grade true immortal at his peak with this treasure. I can even trap a 5th-grade true immortal. Ha 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 ha. Xianxia threw his head back and laughed. Congratulations, big brother Xianxia. Congratulations. Congratulations. The immortals cheered one after another. The atmosphere was heated. Xianxia pressed his hand down, and all the immortals held their breaths. After a brief pause, a vicious expression appeared on the Son of the Star's face. All right, I don't know if I'm the first person in Realm 4 to successfully refine a magical treasure. Perhaps other immortals have also obtained enough power to refine their own magical treasures. However, I'm afraid not many of them have been able to refine magical treasures as powerful as the taiji symbol. From now on, I'll lead you to slaughter in District 4. Wipe out everything. Kill all the other immortals. Follow me closely. I still have more than 1,000 treasures in me. As long as you perform well and remain loyal to me, I won't mind giving you some of the treasures I don't need. Yes. Thank you, big brother Xianxia. Let's go. Surround the other immortals in this area, and end the preliminaries of District 4. Xianxia roared fiercely. The next moment. Whoosh! 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 Nearly 100 immortals followed Xianxia and flew toward the east like a swarm of bees, brimming with murderous intent. At the bottom of the sea. Puff! The sound of an eggshell cracking came from Xiao Han's dantian. In the next moment, a faint beam of immortal light shot out from the top of Xiao Han's head, out of the sea, and into the sky. Ha 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 ha! I did it! Suddenly, Xiao Han opened his eyes and was overjoyed. Whoosh! Finally, the pair of Godspeed boots shot out of Xiao Han's dantian and floated in front of him. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine will restriction was no longer on the surface of the boots. I refined them. The refinement energy that I have gathered has finally succeeded in refining this pair of divine speed boots. I can increase my speed by 5 times. Xiao Han stood up, and a thought flashed through his mind. Xiao Xiao, the pair of Godspeed boots merged with Xiao Han's feet. However, at this moment, a cold laugh rang out in the sky above the deep sea. Come out, my friend hiding under the sea. S. Chapter 628. Just as Xiao Han was about to refine the boots of Godspeed, his whereabouts were discovered by a few immortals. To be more precise, Xiao Han's ability to conceal his presence was quite perfect. He wouldn't be easily discovered by the immortals. However, as soon as Xiao Han refined the boots of speed, the immortal chi emanating from the boots of speed shot out of the sea and into the clouds. A plume of immortal chi lingered in the air above the deep sea like a beacon, piercing through the clouds and the surface of the sea. 5 immortals hovered in the air above the sea, staring at the plume of immortal chi.
What a cunning fellow.
I can't believe he's hiding in the deep sea, an immortal with a thin face said with a smile, holding a war saber in his hand. We were almost fooled by him. We just flew out of the deep sea, but this plume of immortal chi exposed his whereabouts and forced us to turn back. The immortal who spoke didn't have many points above his head. He only had a little over 3,000 points. The other 4 immortals didn't even have 3,000 points. The 5 immortals seemed to be a small team. They were hunting lone immortals in a team. Big brother Xianxia. This immortal chi seems to be coming from an immortal artifact. If I'm not mistaken, an immortal must be refining an immortal artifact at the bottom of the sea. A short immortal said.
The rest of the immortals were on high alert upon hearing this.
The thin-faced immortal said disdainfully. I also know that an immortal is refining an immortal artifact at the bottom of the sea, and it looks like he's succeeded. However, don't be afraid. Look at the trace of immortal chi. It doesn't have any offensive or defensive power. In fact, it's very weak. If I'm not mistaken, that fellow at the bottom of the sea refined an immortal artifact. It must be a useless immortal artifact. He's just a coward who hid and refined a trash immortal artifact.
Ha 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 ha.
What's there to be afraid of? The other 4 immortals nodded in agreement.
One of the female immortals pursed her lips into a smile.
That's right, big brothers. We have some treasures in our bodies, but they're all trash. With the power of refinement that we've obtained, we can also refine it. However, there's no point in refining low-quality magic treasures. It's better to hoard the refining power and refine magic treasures that have stronger offensive or defensive power. No matter what, let's find that fellow at the bottom of the sea, kill him and plunder his points.
We'll obtain the refining power of the treasures from him. The thin immortal roared at the surface of the sea.
Friend hiding at the bottom of the sea, don't be a coward anymore. We've already discovered you. Come out quickly, otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. At the bottom of the sea. Oh.
I accidentally revealed the immortal aura of the Boots of Speed and was discovered by an immortal passing by the sea.
Xiao Han was very calm. At this moment, Xiao Han's legs, which were wearing the divine movement boots, were flowing with brilliant colors. All types of immortal symbols pervaded the air, appearing extremely mystical. Soon, the pair of godly speed boots fused perfectly with Xiao Han's bones and blood vessels, becoming his natal immortal treasure. The immortal chi of the boots dimmed and fused with Xiao Han's legs. Now, when Xiao Han used this immortal artifact, the boots of divine speed, he could control it as he pleased. I can activate the boots of speed with a thought and double the speed. Xiao Han knew the characteristics of the boots of speed like the back of his hand. I have a special dual attribute immortal body, so my speed limit is similar to that of a level 2 true immortal. Also, if a level 2 true immortal uses a speed limit immortal skill, my speed is far inferior to theirs. But now that I have the boots of speed, I can increase my speed by 5 times, so my speed limit is equivalent to that of a level 4 true immortal. Moreover, any level 2 true immortal can't compare to my speed limit even if they use a superior speed limit immortal skill. Unless a level 2 true immortal also has a treasure that can increase speed. I've gained the upper hand in terms of stamina as well. I'm sure there aren't many immortals who can match up to my stamina. Xiao Han smiled excitedly. Then he rose into the air, rising above the surface of the sea and into the sky. In the sky, 5 immortals, 4 men and 1 woman, were waiting for Xiao Han to come out. As soon as Xiao Han rose into the sky, he was surrounded by the 5 immortals. What? He's immortal? As soon as Xiao Han appeared, the thin-looking immortal screamed. The other 4 immortals were also amazed. Then they noticed the points above Xiao Han's head. 25328 How many points? The 5 immortals roared at the same time. Moreover, their eyes were wide open, and their pupils gradually turned red. It should be noted that the thin-looking immortal had the most points among the 5 immortals, but he only had a little more than 3,000 points. It was not even a fraction of Xiao Han's points. Fat sheep. Brother Xianxia. We've actually discovered a fat sheep. This mortal is worse than a pig or a dog, yet he has so many points. He must have a lot of treasures in his body. Another celestial's eyes bulged as if he wanted to devour Xiao Han immediately. He, mortal little friend. Did you secretly refine an immortal item just now? What kind of immortal item is it? Take it out and let me see, the female immortal asked Xiao Han while giggling. The 5 immortals were naturally fearless. They had already surrounded Xiao Han. All they saw was a flash of a figure. Then the female immortal's dantian was pierced through. You killed me? The female immortal turned to look at Xiao Han with difficulty. Blood trickled down the corner of her mouth. Xiao Han nodded innocently. The next moment... Pfft. The female immortal's immortal body exploded. Dead. Just now, Xiao Han had suddenly used the boots of divine speed to accelerate himself. With 5 times his maximum speed, which was the speed of a level 4 true immortal, he had rushed to the front of the female true immortal and punched her body. The female immortal's thoughts and reactions were completely unable to keep up. Of course, the reason why Xiao Han was able to kill the immortal and punch through her body with one punch was because of his fast movement technique. On the other hand, he was also very strong. If he was just fast, he wouldn't have been able to kill the immortal if his attack power wasn't strong enough. The maximum attack power of 40 immortal dragons and the speed of a level 4 true immortal. Indeed, the attack power is unbelievably strong. Xiao Han was extremely satisfied. Roar! Brat! How dare you sneak attack? Die! Immortal Pristine Cloud's voice was trembling. He seemed to understand that the mortal in front of him was not easy to deal with. Suddenly, Immortal Pristine Cloud struck with his palm. The palm was piercingly cold, sucking up all the air within a radius of thousands of meters. Even the sea was evaporated. However, this sure-kill palm strike failed to hit Xiao Han. The immortals looked up and saw that Xiao Han was already standing in the void thousands of meters away, a smile on his face. He was completely unharmed. Xiao Han's speed was even faster than the immortals. Lu Xianxia. Big brother Lu Xianxia, this kid's speed is as fast as a ghost. The immortals all realized what was going on. However, whoosh! An afterimage flashed. Bam! Immortal Pristine Cloud's head suddenly exploded. As for Xiao Han, he had already moved over from thousands of meters away. After blowing up Immortal Qingyun's head, he stood in the opposite direction from where he had been standing. Immortal Pristine Cloud had fallen. The female immortal and Immortal Pristine Cloud's points, treasures, and refining power were all taken by Xiao Han. Ah! No. Mortals, no. Stop killing. Give up. Everyone, please. We shouldn't have offended you. Please stop killing. Xiao Han had killed 2 immortals in a row. The remaining 3 immortals were scared out of their wits and begged for mercy. However, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Han's figure flashed 3 times at lightning speed. Bang, bang, bang. The heads of the remaining 3 immortals exploded at almost the same time. Xiao Han stood on the spot, his eyes filled with shock. Killing these immortals is as easy as eating and drinking. Although the strength of my immortal body is powerful, it's extremely clumsy and doesn't have any technique to speak of. But now, with the help of my immortal body, technique isn't important anymore. This is what it means to be fast in all martial arts. Awesome. This is awesome. To be continued. Are you? Chapter 629. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Han killed the 5 immortals in an instant. He didn't give them any chance to turn the tables. Simple and brutal. Almost instant kills. Before that, Xiao Han had just created an Earth Lightning dual attribute immortal body. His physical body's offense and defense had reached the level of an ordinary level 4 perfected immortal, with 40 immortal dragons' power. But Jia Lanzi, Tao Tai, and the other immortals had said that Xiao Han couldn't win against a level 2 perfected immortal, unless he pretended to be weak and launched a sneak attack. It's also difficult to kill a perfected immortal head-on. A perfected immortal was proficient in all kinds of immortal spells and divine abilities, and had all kinds of Dharma treasures and trump cards. Xiao Han's immortal power was strong, but he didn't have any techniques to speak of. He was clumsy when fighting an immortal. But now that Xiao Han had refined the boots of speed, his offensive and defensive power were on par with an ordinary level 4 perfected immortal. That way, he would be like a tiger with wings. He couldn't fight an immortal one-on-one. Xiao Han was in a daze as he watched the corpses of the 5 immortals fall to the ground. He raised his hands and looked at them, forgetting all about humiliation. Mortals had killed immortals without using any evil arts. They had killed them face to face with their fists. This was an indescribable tempering for Xiao Han's mind. But soon, Xiao Han gathered his thoughts and put the immortal corpses into his storage ring. He would use the monster monarch's palm to slowly devour and refine them when he got out. At the same time, countless rays of auspicious energy from the 5 immortals shot into Xiao Han's dantian. Xiao Han's points rose. All the way up. They reached 38328. The Dharma treasures in his dantian activated. More than 300. Moreover, the power of refinement that erupted from the bodies of these immortals was like a trickle, gurgling, warm, and boiling. It converged into a river in Xiao Han's dantian, condensing and hoarding somewhere. Xiao Han didn't use the refining power for now. Then, Xiao Han sorted out his thoughts. Now I'm not sure. There should be thousands of immortals left in the 4th region, and they've already formed their own teams. If I want to get into the top 100, I'll have to keep killing immortals. However, the lone immortals have all been killed. I need to face some teams directly. By the way, it said that the Son of the Stars team is the most powerful and most powerful. When he thought of the son of Xianxia, Xiao Han also frowned slightly. Before entering the 2nd level of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure trove, Xiao Han's brows were slightly furrowed. The fact that Xiao Han had beaten a hero who had been blessed by the Son of the Stars to pieces and provoked the Son of the Stars meant that the Son of the Stars had a deep enmity with him that could not be easily resolved. Xiao Han hadn't expected that he would run into his mortal enemy, the Son of the Stars, in the 4th realm. Xiao Han also had a vague premonition that a battle to the death between him and the son of Xianxia would definitely take place. At this moment, Xiao Han scanned his surroundings with psychic fluctuations and keenly sensed that a few immortals were surrounding him from all directions and attacking him at breakneck speed. It seems that a team has discovered me and is surrounding me. With a thought, immortal light flashed under Xiao Han's feet, and he drifted away, leaving no traces behind. Not long after Xiao Han disappeared, a dozen or so immortals flew toward him from all directions, all of them brimming with killing intent. The immortal in the lead was a skinny young man with a white cloth wrapped around his head. His expression was cold, and the points above his head had reached 50,000. Big brother Fei Hongzi, that guy got away. The dozen or so immortals surrounded the skinny young man. Clearly, the skinny young man was the leader of this group of immortals. Yes. Fei Hongzi nodded slightly, a sinister smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. At this stage of the game, it's no longer easy to kill an immortal and gain points and power of refinement. Instead, we'll have to team up and fight them. Listen up, what we need to do now is find a team with fewer people and surround them. I have an offensive magical treasure I'm interested in, and I need a little more power of refinement before I can completely refine it for my own use. All of you have to help me obtain that bit of power of refinement. Once I gain control of that magical treasure, our lives will be much easier. Brother Fei Hongzi, you'll definitely lead us out of this encirclement. The immortals were all fawning over him. By the way, big brother Fei Hongzi, there must be a lot of immortals who have refined some of the magical treasures in their bodies. It doesn't matter. Only a few immortals managed to refine powerful and useful magic treasures. The rest probably only refined some useless magic treasures. We just have to be careful, Fei Hongzi said, waving his hand. The magical treasure I want to refine isn't useless. Humph. I'd rather not have it than have it. Let's go. Xiao, the large group of immortals disappeared without a trace. Xiao Han flew quickly through the air. His mental strength spread out to monitor the situation in his surroundings. The current Xiao Han was no longer hiding. He was more like a hunter. Xiao Han had already inspected the magic treasures he'd looted from the 5 immortals he'd killed. Most of the magic treasures were useless. Some of the more offensive ones required more refining power, and Xiao Han didn't want to refine them so easily. After all, he could perfectly use auxiliary magic treasures, such as the Boots of Speed, but if he wanted to use offensive and defensive magic treasures, he would not be able to perfectly unleash the power of these magic treasures as a mortal. He should first accumulate the power of refinement and use it at a critical moment. Good steel should be used on the blade. Most of the land in the fourth region consisted of plains and mountains, but there were some deserts as well. A group of immortals was currently walking through the desert, looking around.
There were about 40 of them, and they were considered a relatively strong group. The leader was an immortal. The points floating above his head had exceeded 80,000.
His entire body was shimmering with immortal light. He'd clearly refined some kind of immortal artifact. Boss, with your current points, you're definitely in the top 100 of the fourth region. But our points aren't good enough. Sigh.
The immortals following behind sighed.
Don't be so long-winded. Don't worry. I'll lead you out of the encirclement. The leader of the immortals said coldly. With this offensive immortal artifact I've refined, I can even kill a level 3 true immortal. Humph. Xiao Han poked his head out from behind a huge sand dune on the left side of the desert. His gaze and mental strength focused on the group of immortals walking through the desert. After observing for a while, Xiao Han shook his head slightly. It's been 7 days. I'm in the fourth region. I've been in the fourth region for a long time and encountered many groups of immortals along the way. But I haven't had a chance to attack. Xiao Han had been very sullen during the past 7 days. He'd wanted to find a chance to kill more immortals, but he hadn't expected to encounter so many groups of immortals along the way. For example, groups of a dozen or dozens of immortals. Although Xiao Han was fast, he didn't dare attack them directly. Now, Xiao Han was certain of one thing. There were definitely no lone immortals. He was probably the only lone immortal in the entire fourth region. His luck wasn't good either. In the past 7 days, Xiao Han hadn't encountered any groups that fought each other to the death, so he hadn't been able to take advantage of them. If this goes on, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for me to kill immortals and gain points and refining power. Xiao Han was anxious and worried. I need a great amount of refinement power in order to break through the will restriction outside the inheritance jade plate. Just then, there's a thief lurking in the dark. He's courting death. The leader of the group walking through the desert suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look at the sand dune where Xiao Han was hiding. Boom! A sharp immortal attack slammed into the sand dune. Space shattered, the air twisted and evaporated. Bang! The sand dune was blasted into nothingness. A huge crater had appeared in that area. Boss, did you kill him? A look of surprise flashed across the leader's eyes before he softly said. That was fast. It looks like he refined a shoe-type Dharma treasure. Naturally, Xiao Han had left before the leader could unleash his killing blow. Ordinary level. 2 true immortals might not be able to hit Xiao Han even with their Dharma treasures, unless they were besieged by a group of immortals or had extremely powerful Dharma treasures. Xiao Han flew for dozens of kilometers, then sat on the bank of a small river, extremely depressed. I wonder when I'll be able to kill immortals and obtain the power to refine them again. Those teams of immortals are also swallowing each other up. Some of the weaker teams are trying to survive in the cracks, but I'm afraid they've already been destroyed. I won't even have a chance to hunt them. Do I, Xiao Han, have to join some team? Xiao Han shook his head and laughed at the thought. Forget it. Why should I trust others with my back? I'm afraid I can't find an immortal I can trust in the fourth region. At this moment, Xiao Han's mind trembled. Several immortals were slowly walking toward him from several miles away. There are only 3 immortals. Xiao Han was shocked. Currently, Xiao Han did not dare to attack a group of immortals with more than 10 immortals. It was too risky. However, Xiao Han was confident he could kill a group of immortals with less than 10 immortals. Yet, there were only 3 immortals within the range of Xiao Han's psychic fluctuations. Xiao Han could kill 3 immortals in an instant. Ha. It's like a pie falling from the sky. I can't believe there's such a small group of immortals here. Xiao Han licked his lips. However, when Xiao Han scanned them with his mind, he discovered he knew all 3 immortals. Xiao Han was very familiar with their celestial consciousness. Two of the immortals were old acquaintances of Xiao Han. One of the two immortals who had descended into Xiao Han's realm was Xianxia, and the other was He. As for the other immortal, Xiao Han had also seen him before. That day, when Xiao Han was hiding in the cave, he discovered a couple of immortals plotting against each other. The female immortal would seduce the other immortals, and the husband and wife would join forces to kill them. At this moment, the immortal in Xiao Han's mind was none other than the female immortal, Xianxia Fairy. Oh. Xianxia and He are actually together with this female immortal. I'm afraid this is bad. Xiao Han thought to himself. To be continued. Are you? Chapter 630. Originally, when these three immortals approached Xiao Han's location, Xiao Han was overjoyed. He wanted to use his lightning-fast methods to kill them and obtain the points and power of refinement he needed. Ibdu. But he discovered that two of the three immortals were his friends. Among the immortals who descended to Xiao Han's plane, a portion of them had always been on good terms with Xiao Han. Needless to say, Jialanzi, Tiamizi, Suhuizi, Xianxia, and other immortals also got along well with Xiao Han. Now, Xianxia and He were also Xiao Han's friends. Xiao Han slightly restrained his killing intent. Naturally, he would not kill his friends for points and power of refinement. On the contrary, Xiao Han was happy to meet his old friends in the 4th region. However, Xianxia and He were actually together with Fairy Xianxia. This was thought-provoking. Fairy Xianxia? This female immortal and her husband conspired to use all kinds of despicable methods. They did not hesitate to sacrifice their bodies to lure immortals into their trap. Then, they let the husband and wife kill each other. Heh! What a coincidence. I just happened to eavesdrop on their plan. Xiao Han smiled coldly. At the same time, Xiao Han's mental fluctuation became more concentrated. It enveloped Xianxia and the other two immortals, and he clearly heard their conversation. Fairy Xianxia, thank you. At this moment, Xianxia and He looked at Fairy Xianxia with slight gratitude. Big brothers, no need to be so polite. Fairy Xianxia smiled sweetly and said softly. Now, the game in the 4th region has already reached the most critical moment. It had already reached the most crucial moment. It is simply at a white-hot stage. If you two don't join some teams, I'm afraid. But don't worry, my husband has already gathered a group of like-minded immortals and formed a team to fight against the other teams of immortals. Now, I solemnly invite you two to join me and my husband's team. Fairy Xiao's words were indeed delicate and gentle. There was even a hint of tenderness in them that made it difficult for people to resist. Inadvertently, Xianxia and He looked at Xianxia Fairy with fascination. Xianxia Fairy saw the attitudes of Xianxia and He. An imperceptible killing intent flashed through her pure eyes. Then she said coquettishly, Big brothers, your immortal energy is strong. In the future we will be a team. I hope that the two of you can help me at the critical moment. You have to protect this little sister. This little sister will definitely repay the two big brothers. This young and tender voice, coupled with her charming facial features and skin that was as smooth as white jade, was indeed very charming. Heh, she's really treacherous. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to guard against such an act. Xiao Han saw everything. Looks like brother Xianxia and brother He have completely trusted this be'tch. However, if I didn't eavesdrop on the conversation between Fairy Xianxia and her husband, and if I didn't sense her subtle emotional fluctuations through her psyche waves, I'm afraid I would have fallen into her trap. Now this be'tch clearly wants to lead brother Xianxia and brother He into a trap and kill them secretly. But since I've encountered this, why don't I beat her at her own game? Suddenly, an idea flashed in Xiao Han's mind. Kill this bitch and her husband. Plunder points and magic treasures, and refine them. In the short span of a few breaths, Xiao Han used this sudden inspiration in his mind to form a plan. Beat her at her own game. At the same time, Xianxia, He, and Xianxia Fairy had already discovered Xiao Han. Big brothers. There seems to be the aura of a lone person ahead. Xianxia Fairy said in surprise. Indeed. But it seems to be the aura of a mortal, not an immortal. Xianxia frowned. This is strange. In the 4th district, where tens of thousands of immortals are competing, why would a mortal appear? Wait. It seems to be Brother Xiaohan. Hei's eyes lit up. It seems to be Brother Xiaohan's aura. Suddenly, Xianxia and Hei's eyes lit up, filled with an extremely complicated emotion. Then, they quickly walked in Xiaohan's direction. Xianxia Fairy was puzzled. She followed closely behind and kept talking. Mortal? Xiaohan? Big brother's this. It should be Xiaohan, a mortal friend we met when we descended, Xianxia said fervently. Xianxia, don't look down on brother Xiaohan. Although he's immortal, his miraculousness is not inferior to us immortals. We admire his various methods. Even big brother Jia Lanzi sincerely admires brother Xiaohan. Yes, brother Xiaohan will become an immortal sooner or later. His future development in the immortal world will be like a rainbow, and his future will be limitless. Heizi said with a serious face. For some reason, when Xiaohan was mentioned, the two immortals, Xianxia and Heizi's bad luck was swept away, and their faces revealed proud expressions. Xianxia Fairy said calmly. Yes, I believe you two big brothers. Then, please introduce me to the outstanding talent among the mortals, Xiaohan. Xiaohan was also waiting to reunite with an old friend. Thus, he stood motionless, and a smile appeared on his face. This smile came from the heart. Soon, Xianxia, Heizi, and Xianxia Fairy walked toward Xiaohan. Ha 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 ha. Brother Xiaohan. Xianxia and Heizi suddenly laughed out loud. Then, their figures flashed, and they appeared next to Xiaohan. The three looked at each other and laughed. Xianxia and Heizi did not have any fear toward Xiaohan. They were extremely sincere. And it was the same for Xiaohan. In this game where lives were easily lost, where immortals killed each other, and where they schemed against each other, to be able to meet an old friend was indeed a shocking thing. Big brothers, how are you doing in the 4th region? Xiaohan asked, slightly excited. This. Xianxia and Heizi exchanged glances. In their eyes, there was also a look of resentment. Xiaohan looked at their expressions. He saw the points above Xianxi's head. It was only 1,700 points. And Heizi only 2,100 points. Up to now, with such points they could barely survive in the 4th region. Looking at their expressions, Xiaohan did not need to think to know. Their situation must be very miserable. They must have been hunted down everywhere, and they must have suffered some humiliation. Hiss. Brother Xiaohan, your points. Suddenly, Xianxia raised his head and saw Xiaohan's points. He was so shocked that his jaw dropped. 38,328 points. Brother Xiaohan, this is too terrifying. You actually obtained such a huge number of points in this region filled with immortals. You. Heizi was also completely in disbelief. Fairy Xia's eyes were wide open. An unconcealable greed swept across her eyes. Her heart was trembling. Close to 40,000 points. With such points, he might not be in the top 100 in the entire 4th region, but he would at least be in the top 300. In other words, the number of Dharma treasures in his body is also close to 400. Wealth. This guy is a moving treasure trove. As long as I kill him, then. Fairy Xia was so excited that she felt dizzy. She tried her best to control herself. She put on a gentle and kind expression and walked directly towards Xiaohan. Oh, you must be my little friend Xiaohan? You are indeed handsome, a dragon among men. Just now, I heard Xianxia and Heizi praise you. Heh. A charming look was cast towards Xiaohan. Xiaohan deliberately pretended to be confused. You are. This Fairy Xia was clearly doing better than Xianxia and Heizi. She also had 9,500 points. This bitch's points are close to 10,000. I'm afraid her man's points are even higher. I'll kill this immortal world's adulterous couple and earn a lot. It's also a good thing. Xiaohan's heart was also filled with killing intent. Oh, you can call me Xia, Fairy Xia said tenderly. Hello, Xia. Xiaohan was also extremely friendly. Both of them had their own ulterior motives, but their expressions were extremely polite, as if they respected each other. After a pause, Xiaohan looked at Xianxia and Heizi again.
Brothers, how many of the immortals that descended to my plane have entered the 4th region?
Xianxia gritted his teeth.
Brother Xiaohan, in fact, it should only be me, Brother Heihezi, and Su Huizi.
The 3 of us entered the 4th region. Brother Jialanzi and the others should be in other regions. Su Huizi? Xiaohan asked curiously.
Then where is Brother Su Huizi now?
Towards Su Huizi, Xiaohan was extremely respectful. Back then, when Su Huizi came to Xiaohan's plane, he didn't use his status to bully the mortals. Instead, he treated the mortals' illnesses in the Western Barren Lands and gave them many benefits. Who wouldn't respect such an immortal?
Compared to the likes of the Son of Heaven and the Son of Spectre, his character was much more noble.
Where is Big Brother Su Huizi? Xiaohan blurted out. Now with the addition of Big Brother Su Huizi, we can form a small team and trust each other.
Ha 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 ha. Unexpectedly, Brother Xiaohan,
Xianxia and Heihezi's faces dimmed. Their eyes were filled with rage and hatred. Su Huizi was originally with us in Burrow 4. The 3 of us were a small team. However, Su Huizi was killed 3 days ago. He died.
What?
Hearing this, Xiaohan's body shook, and then he became furious. Big Brother Su Huizi died? This. Big Brother Su Huizi has always been a kind person. I didn't think.
Xiaohan quickly calmed down.
Who did it? Big Brothers. Did you two avenge Big Brother Su Huizi? I'm afraid we won't be able to get revenge, Xianxia cried bitterly. It was Son of Stars and his men. Master Xianxia's faction is enormous, and he's gathered nearly 100 immortals to hunt down weaker immortal factions. A few days ago, the 3 of us ran into a squad of 15 immortals under Master Xianxia's command. They surrounded us and tried to kill us. In the end, Su Huizi was killed in order to protect the 2 of us. AI, one of Master Xianxia's subordinates, beheaded him with a single slash. Son of Stars. Xiaohan's eyes were filled with killing intent. Big Brother Su Huizi, don't worry. I, Xiaohan, will definitely avenge you. To be continued. Chapter 631. To Xiaohan, Su Huizi's death was like a bolt from the blue. Xiaohan had long since considered Jialanzi, Taotai, Su Huizi, and the other kind-hearted immortals his friends. How could Xiaohan not be filled with righteous indignation when he heard that his friend had died a horrible death? However, Xiaohan wasn't impulsive. He quickly regained his composure. For some unknown reason, after reuniting with Xiaohan, Xianxia and Heihezi felt as if they had found a lighthouse, their backbone, and even some spiritual support. This was very strange. How could immortals have such a reverent attitude toward mortals? Even Xianxia and Heihezi couldn't explain it. They all felt that as long as they stayed by Xiaohan's side, they would be able to overcome this obstacle. This was probably because Xiaohan had single-handedly contended with Sun Firmament, Child Nether Spirit, and the other extraordinary immortals without being at a disadvantage. Even Xianxia and the other immortals admired him. Little friend Xiaohan, you don't have to take it to heart. In this game, if you don't kill others, others will kill you. The strong will kill the weak. It's survival of the fittest. There's no need to be sad. Fairy Xianxia pretended to console him. Heh, you're right, but it was my friend who was killed. Of course I'm angry, and I'll avenge him, Xiaohan said coldly. Fairy Xianxia choked on Xiaohan's words. An imperceptible malice flashed through her eyes. Then she smiled. Little friend Xiaohan, you're really loyal. Loyal and loyal. But Sun Xianxia's forces are enormous. He has elite troops and he himself has more than 100,000 points. He's even refined a magic treasure. Little friend Xiaohan, it'll be very difficult for you to avenge Su Huizi. You must take your time to think. Hearing this, Xiaohan knew that Fairy Xianxia was definitely trying to lure him to her husband and then kill him. However, Xiaohan didn't bat an eyelid. Take my time to think? What should we do about it? Xianxia Fairy sorted out her thoughts and said with a straight face. Xiaohan, young friend, Bai Xiaochun said, A large number of immortals have perished in the fourth realm. Originally, there were close to 40,000 immortals, but now there are only a few thousand left. There were definitely no lone immortals. The Son of the Stars was strong not because he himself was strong, but because he formed an extremely strong team. I heard that Master Xing Chundi has a total of 99 immortals working for him. Including him, that's a total of 100. Apparently, they're going to kill all of the other immortals in the fourth region. Well, there's no way we're going to just sit around and let Master Xing Chundi kill us. We have to join forces too. Xianxia Fairy used her glib tongue to trick Xiao Han. Why was Su Huizi killed? It was because the team was too weak. In other words, Yu Yangzi, He Zi, and Su Huizi had formed a small team. Such a small team could easily be surrounded and killed by other large teams. Previously, I've already tried to persuade Big Brother Yu Yangzi and Big Brother Heizi. They've agreed to join my team. Let's work together and trust each other to fight against the insane Son of Stars. Oh, Xianxia, your team? Xiao Han asked with a smile. What team? Brother Xiao Han, Sister Xianxia and her husband, Heng Shanzi, have formed a team. She invited us to join them, and we agreed, Yu Yangzi said to Xiao Han, a hint of helplessness in his voice. At the same time, He Zi sent a soul transmission to Xiao Han. Brother Xiao Han, there's nothing we can do. The current situation is beyond our control. If we don't join the team, we'll die for sure. We've met Fairy Xianxia and her husband, Heng Shanzi, once in the immortal world, so we can be considered friends. Moreover, they haven't done anything bad in the immortal world, so we can probably trust them. Alas, it's a lie to say that we can trust them completely in this situation. But we have no choice but to take a gamble. Big Brother He Zi, I understand what you mean. Xiao Han hastily sent a soul transmission to He Zi. Leave this to me. We can temporarily join this couple's team. We'll take action as we see fit. If anything goes wrong, we'll immediately take some emergency measures. All right, Brother Xiao Han. You're wise and resourceful. I'll leave everything to you. Yu Yangzi and I will follow your lead. He Zi agreed. Xiao Han didn't tell his plan to He Zi and Yu Yangzi yet. Fairy Xianxia, Xiao Han pretended to ponder as he lifted his head to look at Fairy Xianxia. How many people do you have in your team? Including us, husband and wife, we have 8. But if little friend Xiao Han, Big Brother Yu Yangzi, and Big Brother He Zi join the team, then we'll have a total of 11 people, Fairy Xianxia said hastily. A team of 11 might not be enough to crush the other teams, but it's more than enough to protect ourselves. Furthermore, my wife and I will use our connections to unite the other immortals in District 4, so that our team will continue to grow stronger. If that's the case. Xiao Han didn't agree immediately. Instead, he pretended to be racking his brains to weigh the pros and cons. We'll listen to Brother Xiao Han. Brother Xiao Han's idea is the same as mine and He Zi's. Yu Yangzi said without hesitation. Fairy Xianxia was stunned. She looked at Xiao Han suspiciously. She was puzzled. This mortal is too strange. He actually made 2 immortals admire him so much and listen to him. However, his points are abundant. Could it be that he has some extraordinary means or some powerful offensive celestial artifact? Thinking of this, Fairy Xianxia asked in a seemingly unintentional manner. Little friend Xiao Han, looking at your points, you must have slaughtered hundreds of immortals. I'm really impressed. Does Brother Xiao have a powerful immortal weapon to help you? Points? Xiao Han pretended to be ignorant. Speaking of these points, I'm ashamed. Yesterday, I encountered an immortal who was on the verge of death. He had tens of thousands of points above his head, and he was on his last breath. I caught him off guard and killed him with a sneak attack. I plundered a large number of points. This is also luck. As for immortal weapons, I don't have any. After all, I'm just a mortal. Even if I had immortal weapons, I wouldn't be able to use them to kill immortals. I see. Fairy Xianxia nodded. Her doubts were dispelled, and she spoke earnestly. Little friend Xiao Han, you don't have to worry about anything. If the 3 of you act alone, I'm afraid sooner or later, you'll become meat on the chopping block. It's better to cooperate. Don't worry, Xiaohan, my young friend. You can trust us. You can ask Yu Yangzi and Black and White.
When we were in the immortal world, we always followed the rules and didn't do anything outrageous, Xianxia Fairy said solemnly after a pause. Besides, you're all Brother Jialanzi's friends. In the immortal world, Brother Jialanzi is a big shot that we can't afford to offend.
Yes.
With Brother Jialanzi as our backer, we don't have to worry about anything.
Xiaohan pretended to be happy.
But in his heart, he sneered. At a time like this, Brother Jialanzi's name is not enough.
Do you think I don't know about this? Good. The three of us will join Fairy Xixia's team. Let's work together. Fight to the death with that traitor Xing Chenzi. Fight to the end, Xiaohan said with great passion.
Yes.
Fairy Xixia nodded. But in her heart, she was full of disdain. Just a fledgling.
Ha!
What do you mean by working together? How stupid.
You're all fat sheep, pigs and dogs that my husband and I have raised. After we fatten you up, we'll slaughter you and take your points, Dharma treasures, and refining power.
Especially this mortal Xiaohan.
He has tens of thousands of points and hundreds of Dharma treasures.
Really?
I can't help but want to kill him now. Then let's hurry up. About a few 100 miles away is where our team is stationed.
It's also very secretive, Fairy Xixia said hurriedly. Okay. Xiaohan nodded. Then, they flew at a low altitude toward the east.
If we encounter other teams along the way, don't fight with them. After all, there are only 4 of us. If we fight, we'll be at a disadvantage. Let's meet up with my husband first, then come out to hunt those smaller teams, Fairy Xixia ordered.
Okay, Fairy Xixia, we'll do as you say. Xiaohan didn't object. The 3 immortals and 1 person flew quickly. During the flight, Xiaohan didn't use the boots of divine speed. Instead, he deliberately used his true qi to fly. Therefore, his flying speed was extremely slow. In the end, it was Black and White who carried him. Fairy Xixia was full of disdain. In her heart, she was even more certain that Xiaohan was just lucky enough to kill a dying immortal with a lot of points. You guys, my husband and I will eat you up. Fairy Xixia's mouth twitched into a cold smile. The 4 of them flew for hundreds of miles, but they didn't encounter any other teams of immortals along the way. Soon, a huge volcano appeared in front of the 4 of them. My husband and the other immortals are at the foot of this volcano, Fairy Xixia said with a smile. At the same time, Fairy Xixia immediately used a special voice transmission technique to send a message to her husband. Big brother, I've tricked 2 immortals and a mortal. That mortal is a fat sheep with tens of thousands of points. However, we can make use of them first. Let them fight with other teams of immortals, and then we'll take the opportunity to kill them. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Ha ha ha. Sister, you're so smart. Fairy Xixia's husband, Xianxia, immediately replied. The next moment. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Several beams of immortal light shot up from the foot of the volcano. There were 7 immortals lined up in a row. The leader of the group was handsome and elegant, with 15,000 points above his head. He was Fairy Xixia's husband, Xianxia. Ha ha ha. I'm Xianxia. Welcome to our team, friends. Xianxia laughed loudly. His eyes swept around and finally stopped on Xiaohan. The muscles at the corners of his eyes twitched involuntarily. A strong sense of greed flashed in his eyes. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.